Hey,
Yeah, you are.
it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. My
Usually means yes. Usually means yes. What's the name of the nasty drink the other night? We were gonna have a chug. Oh yeah, it was some kind of 7-Up, nasty ass 7-Up stuff.
I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious fundamentalists? So like when you said rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really...
No free shit?
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm showing the video.
No free
It's
shit.
fair use. They shouldn't be able to do anything about it.
theocrats,
Okay.
is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference.
What's
So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
well, I have a foundation for my morality.
And that is when Cedar was... The second he said he had a foundation. Well, I have a foundation for my morality. Yeah, what is it? It's my preferences. That's my whole foundation for my morality. I haven't super chatted in a while. Always try to support when I can. Do you think Farah is really going to show up? Yeah. She's been asking for the debate for a long time. Those ones especially, Farah, Jasmine, all of them, they fell off in the debate sphere, and they've been really pushing to debate with me again, especially Jasmine Jafar. And I would have given her as many debates as she wanted, but you know, she decided she would tie herself up with those doxers. And so, you know, once you do that, I just got no use for you anymore. You should check Dead Stranding from Kojima, latest trailer. There is a surprise there. What? What is the surprise? What is it?
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for.
So it's just basic utilitarianism. So it's just preferences.
As many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist,
Yeah.
utilitarian.
Yeah.
I don't really.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I'm not really. You know, I never really thought about this. I just talk about politics and you know, just assert all day. That's what I do.
Bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
At the Crucible, when do you think we'll do another trash talk extravaganza? I try to do one.
I kind of want to try a fucking
I
spirit
only have so
born.
much time.
I don't really like what they look like.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. We have.
We could have a civil society where murder was legal too. Like, so what? So what?
Laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way, and for some people it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No. No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
No, I would be against it, but
Hey, well, yeah. It's really funny that it only happened in my lifetime, and I do credit myself for a lot of these arguments getting out of the mainstream. I do, right? But they are there for everybody to use, and I'm not going to take it away from people. Improve on them, deliver them better, and you know,
Fine, we'll give it a
entire
go.
9 yards. This guy's doing great. The thing that's so funny about this is like, it took until almost my lifetime for people to just kind of start pointing out to other people the big flaw in democracy is that what happens when we vote democracy out? Like, what do you do about that? It's like, I don't know. we have checks and balances, and it's like, yeah. And what happens when we vote those out? The classic Cedar shuffle. Take a stance, then wiggle away from it. Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny.
I mean, it would be
It would be morally right under your
not
view.
morally right. No, no, no. I'm not
Okay.
talking about morals
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off
I
of.
believe you can have an ethical
Okay,
framework without
and
religion.
if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates, you have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce.
Reproductive dead ends. I really like that phrase. So, yeah, I do like the idea of the reproductive dead end idea. I think is hilarious. But anyway, so he gives a bunch of reasons, right? He gives a bunch of reasoning. And let's see what Sam says.
Unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple, religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem, I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about...
That's
are they
a feelings argument though. Hello, Mimo. Get ready for a hit pounding.
born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society has decided.
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Yes, a lot of my arguments for sure. But he is definitely doing a very good job with them, and he's putting Cedar right to the question. So congratulations to this guy. He did great, and I hope to see him a lot more out there, and I hope that this review helps him out. If the mods wouldn't mind putting this guy's channel, that would be great. Link his channel. Has a lot of good things to say.
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than.
Okay,
than
so you're okay
playing
with
on
a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well?
No,
If they consent, you're okay with that?
no. I think society has also determined that it's like it's not beneficial.
Right.
for-
there's
What's a good
duties
build
and
for Spirit
obligations
Board?
that we have. So religion provides those duties.
I'm going to do a little bit of smug here. Just a little tiny bit of smug. Little bit of, just like a little bit. Mods, put this kid's channel in there so that people can go over and subscribe to it. Did a damn good job. Doing a damn good job. We're gonna smug a little bit, okay? We're gonna smug a little bit.
Life isn't about
Well, but
freedom
also
and
I can-
exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose your religious doctrine
No,
on me,
because
and
you
I
just
don't want
admitted
that.
you just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
You have no
your
contention.
religion to? Well, because the other. First of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong.
Who does?
And there are differences between religions, and so my argument is, you know, like.
Yes. Yes. Destroy him. Yes. The dark side is strong with the Inquisition. Yes. Yes.
You're not going to
He's-
keep halal
that's a
or
terrible
kosher,
Palpatine.
right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on
Churchill said the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. Well, whether he said it or not, I don't know. I've never seen the quote, but that's pretty funny. You look like a proud papa. The kid did good. He did. Look, he did good. He did good. He done good. All right? What do you want me to say? He did good.
religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the
Yes.
idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king.
Well, you know, it's really funny because there's a lot of places right now who have kings and also have democracies. just gonna point that out. That there's a lot of constitutional republics that have kings right now. There's a lot of Nordic nations right now
one of
who
them.
still have kings and have constitutions written in regard to the king. just pointing it out that, you know, you can have kings and democracy. Isn't that crazy? You actually can.
And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentals.
Why not just debate Sam Cedar like you lied and said you tried? Oh, do you want me to pull up the evidence that I did try? I'm happy to do that, and I'll present it to Sam anytime he wants. I was reached out to by Tim Pool's bookers for the Culture War, and they asked who I would request to debate, and I said Sam Cedar. I've not been able to get a hold of him. I can't find any way to contact this guy. So I would like you guys to get a hold of him. My understanding is that that team attempted to get Sam Cedar on for a debate. That is my understanding. So, no, not only did I not lie, right, but I'm absolutely happy to debate Sam Cedar. Happy to set it up. We can do it. We can do my trip to whatever this weekend, this Saturday. I will pay all of Sam Cedar's flight. I'll pay for his entire flight and pay for his hotel room. If he wants to come out there and have a moderated debate, I'm happy to do it. So go tell him that instead of seething in my chat. Go tell his dumb ass that I'll fly him out on my dime. Go tell him. Go. Hurry up. Run. Run with the message to your master. Run with the message to your master. Go. Tell him. Tell him.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of
and
Christian.
female. You're
You
right.
have a Christian
One.
nationalism, so I continue to think that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage
Yes.
under this.
Sorry, we're gonna
And
have
so
more
I'm-
kids. We're gonna have less abortions.
Does this
we're
go
gonna have more
away,
family,
or,
we're gonna
like,
have
deep
stable
it's-
families.
Yes. Listen, Sarah. I know he said that. I'm giving him an opportunity to make good on it. And I'm so good faith about his opportunity to make good on this debate. I'll do it with him in person, plus pay for his expenses to do it in person in a professional studio with an actual moderator. We can have a real debate. I don't know how, Sarah, I could ever be more good faith in that. How? Yes, it's true. He won't have his studio team there to feed him answers. He'll have to actually debate himself. But yeah, I mean, I want to do a moderated debate for sure, without his team and his earpiece feeding him his answers. I want Sam Cedar versus Andrew Wilson.
Households. Sorry.
Gay people should be outlawed.
They should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit
right?
to the husbands.
Women
That doesn't
should
mean they.
submit to the
That doesn't mean they are
husbands.
slaves. It doesn't mean they are protected. Should women be drafted? Should women be drafted?
I think,
If they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it. I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated.
Yeah, it should be a dream come true. If Sam Cedar considers himself a legitimate debater, and he thinks that his worldview is better than mine, right? Then let's do an in-person moderated debate. I will literally pay for everything. I'll pay for his flight out. I'll pay for his hotel room, right? And I'm not going to put the guy up in a hotel. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like a Motel 6. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, you know, here's a flight we could find in a Motel 6. I just don't treat people like that. You know what I mean? If the guy actually is willing to do the debate, you know what I mean? I'm happy to do it. We'll do it in person, moderated. We can pick a series of subjects, 4 subjects, something like that.
I always forget that
we
shit.
can
I was like, why am I picking this shit up myself, dude?
each topic, something, you know, we can negotiate that. That's easy enough. And I'll take care of the cost since I'm the one inviting him to the neutral platform, right? I'm the one inviting him to the moderated platform. So that, I mean, that seems totally fair. I don't know how I could ever be more fair than that. Even though, you know, like, to be honest, I often stay at a Motel 6, but I mean, that's just me, you know what I mean? I don't care. To me, it's just a bed, you know what I mean? It, like, the quality of the room doesn't really matter that much. As long as there's a place where I can go to sleep, I don't really give a I've always been like that. There's like a proud father who raised his son and taught him tactics, and just really left us. That's what I'm enjoying seeing. I've been watching this, and it is fun to watch.
By the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now, you may not. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there,
Let's see who can hunt the most meat.
apparently that's good for them.
Winner picks the
My
dinner
final point is
menu.
whenever.
But I don't want to live in
My
a
final point is whenever we see.
How could I be playing into notoriety, but I'm afraid to debate something? Literally giving up an offer to debate right this second. How could an audience construe this as anything other than that? In fact, he can bring with him somebody else to moderate if he wants to, or to co-moderate if he feels like it would be biased. Like, I couldn't, there's no possible way he can do faith in that. You gotta spread on Jubilee and not stand a chance, because this makes me feel bad. Fly him out in Con Ann and put him in a hotel and charge him by the hour.
See people live out Prison Valley to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
I think you are
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, the thing is Cedar didn't really give much in the way of arguing. I would say that ultimately this guy got the better of him in basically every conceivable way I can think of. Cedar did not do well there. When asked, and again, when you ask these leftists these questions, you just ask them these basic questions. Hey, why is it? Why is it that if we work within the democracy to see a Christianized country, that's a problem? They have no answer. That's what it's supposed to be there for, right? Isn't that what it's supposed to be there for? Well, yeah, but no, I mean, no. Ah. Make him fly over on a paper plane. Yeah, you know. It wouldn't be a 5-star hotel. Would it be at least a nice hotel? You know, not a motel, but a hotel. You know, hotels have. What was it in that movie? Hotels have lobbies. Right? Hotels have lobbies. Anyway. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure that they did. I noticed a bunch of faces here from other people that I've seen on Jubilee a bunch of times, and also have seen in person. So anyway, this kid did pretty good. He did pretty good. Pretty happy with him.
This was kind of lame. I was hoping for some more interesting arguments.
Let's assume for a moment you're...
It's not. Oh, I can't really find anything interesting to listen to. What the fuck? Do I have a button for that? I already kind of want to make a paladin again. I kind of like paladin, man. Oh, here. I don't like. I don't know. They'll strike me because that's the kind of people they are. Meow. 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 What do you want? Big yawn. Oh my god. Such a big yawn. Cats. Oh, fuck's sake. Why am I like this? Let's try a different build this time. Maybe we'll do a Blessed Hammer build. Do a Hammerdin. Or a Zealot.
Yeah, always starts with the supposition.
To moderator Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $99.
All right, Mimo, Hammerdino Zealous.
Read those in batches
Pick
at
one.
various breaks throughout the debate. There will be no instant TTS. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. That's whatever pod on both, links in the description. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Without further ado, I will introduce our two guests. I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. He's a blood sports debater and political commentator. Also joining us today is Kylie Brewer. She's an author, content creator, and educator. She received bachelor degrees in psychology and creative writing from Ivy League school, Brown University. She plans to pursue a graduate degree in public policy. She's also a self-described leftist, feminist, anti-racist, LGBTQ activist. The topic today is feminism. You will each have up to
the Hammerdin's a
10
little
minute
squishy, maybe
opening
not.
statement, and then the rest of the show
That
will
might
just
not be good for
open
hardcore.
conversation with some prompt changes and breaks for messages from the audience, followed by each of you having a closing statement. Kylie, you're gonna go first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Kylie. I just wanted to start by saying a little bit about what I stand for, which is just feminism generally. And I would want to say that feminism is a crucial movement, both in the United States and across the world. Feminism is defined as advocating for gender equality and challenging the structures of power that perpetuate discrimination and violence against women. It is not an attack on men, rather it is a call for an equal and just society. In the US, despite progress, women face systemic inequalities, which means that gender inequality is rooted in many of the systems that we see today. For instance, women in the US earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man makes, and black women earn just 63 cents. So there are three reasons potentially that this could be the case, which is I would say that we do not value female labor enough in this country. And there's a phenomenon called male flight, which is typically when a field becomes very female-dominated, 50 to 60% women. Men typically begin to leave that field, and the pay rate for women drops. So that might be some sort of implicit phenomenon happening, as well as domestic labor is unpaid, which is when women typically take on more of the child rearing in homes, and obviously that is not something that is compensated. And for women who do go to work and raise kids, there's inadequate child support, meaning we often miss out on promotions or other major opportunities in the career because we are not supported in that way. So this all could explain that economic inequality. Which brings me to, according to the World Economic Forum, it's going to take roughly 300 years to close the gender gap for both economic and political empowerment for women. In countries like Afghanistan, women still battle for access to education and healthcare, as well as personal freedoms. In some places, if they open the door without being covered, they may be beaten or arrested. Which brings me to this. The home is the most dangerous place for women, according to the United Nations. The home, the place where we should all feel safe. 6 women are killed every hour around the world by people they know. Now, here are some other very depressing statistics. 1 in 3 women experience violence at the hands of a man in their lifetime, whether that's physical or SA. And that's according to the World Health Organization. 50%
I might just make an origin again.
Unalived in 2017 were killed by an intimate partner violence. It's according to the United Nations. 650 million women were married before the age of 18.
Let's do a two-hander
This is
this
according
time.
to UNICEF, meaning they became child brides, often against their will. Now, the final statistic is that 71% of human trafficking victims are women and girls. This is not to negate the importance of male victims and standing up for their rights as well, just to point out a general pattern in the fact that women are typically overlooked as well as overrepresented in being victims of crimes. Now, there's also a general tendency to blame women for our oppression, that we make less because our work is less important, or because we choose to work in fields that don't pay as much money, or that we were SA'd because of the clothes we were wearing, or that we were unalived because we chose to marry the wrong man. but none of these things are true, and they are rooted in really harmful misconceptions about what the feminist movement stands for. I'm sure you all are also expecting me to be very angry today, and I hope that I won't be, but I'm truly interested in furthering the feminist cause and promoting equality, even if it means sometimes talking to people who don't agree with me. And finally, I just would like to say that men can be feminists, and they're very important for the feminist movement, for seeking equal rights around the world. And we strive to combat hate, not promote it, for equal rights for all. And by definition, feminism is about the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes, not about female supremacy or anything like that. And I hope to debunk some of the myths that people think about feminists today and show that it is a very important cause, not just globally, but in the US and in the West. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Kylie, thank you very much for your opening statement. Andrew, if you'd like to give yours now.
Yeah, just a second. Let me back up here. There's one thing I wanted to address right in my opening. I've been going through Kylie's videos, and she knows so much which is not so. This is a big bait and switch. This happens often. I think I pointed this out to the Whatever podcast many times, especially when it comes to sociology and psychology, how often they are wrong, and here's how they're wrong most often. What they do is they take studies which are recently published, they point to those data sets and say, because this is right now the most current data set we have, it's true, and then operate as though those things are in reality true when they're not. Kinsey says, for instance, on gender quotas, according to, and she cites this, and many feminists cite this.
My name is, are you talking about?
The Kinsey study.
Oh, the Kinsey study.
Yeah, the Kinsey study, which you cite, right? And most feminists cite the Kinsey study, has been debunked for years. I don't know why.
Which study is this?
Hang on, it's my opening statement.
You'll have a chance to cross-examine him.
So let me walk you through this. Earlier this week, journalist Christopher Brunette flagged a paper in the March 2024 issue of Econ Journal Watch, a biannual publication edited by George Mason economist Daniel Klein, that publishes articles, links, responses to other economist errors. The paper, written by accounting professor Jeremiah Green of Texas A&M and John R.M. Hand of the University of North Carolina, addressed the first of three McKinsey 4-installment series of diversity studies. Green and Hand sought to test the replicability of McKinsey's findings. Guess what they found, guys? Could another set of researchers using the same data come to the same conclusions? Since McKinsey refused to turn over its numbers, Green and Hand had to reverse engineer the firm's 2015, 18, and 20 data sets. The results were startling. Green and Hand couldn't replicate the results of McKinsey's first three studies, which monitored the profitability of the executive demographics of an undisclosed group of S&P 500 firms claiming to have found a positive correlation between diverse leadership and the firm's performance. We do not find a statistical significant positive correlation between McKinsey's measures of the racial ethnic diversity of executive terms of firms as measured in December 2019, Green and Hand reported, and either the likelihood of financial outperformance in 15-19. So, to give you a quick summary, the study seems to show its most likely correlation and not causation, meaning companies were already doing very financially well, and they have the luxury to mess around with diversity quotas and initiatives. In addition, the data from the 2024 paper was unable to replicate any of the older McKinsey studies, any of them. That should tell you something. So that's a very recent data set, right?
Indeed I am.
Why don't any of the psychologists ever go with the recent data set? Well, the reason they don't go with it is because it doesn't affirm their nonsensical worldviews. That's why they don't go with them, ever. You'll find this very common in sociology and in psychology, which suffer from the replication crisis. Somewhere around 60% of their findings cannot be replicated, are not to be trusted. Psychology is the study of the mind. The scientific views of psychology are only done through data collection, but it has to be interpreted. This is a major, major problem. So many feminists will tell you so many studies, and luckily I have all of the ones to refute all of my opponent's studies today. Because what happens is they have a biased worldview and they want the data set to correlate with the worldview rather than wanting to tell you what the actual truth is. The truth is that a bunch of S&P 500 companies who are very rich will all be doing really well.
Okay,
and
hopefully I don't die.
Of publicity, they decided that they were going to start doing a bunch of
This is gonna
PI
get sketchy,
hires
eh?
and, ethnic hires
For a
and
while.
this type of thing. And they decided that the correlation they made the correlation causation error. That's it. You'll find this over and over again, I'm sure, as we go through this debate, as we go through the numbers, especially when it comes to the abuse of women, especially when it comes to just how useful women are. We talk about domesticated labor. What a joke. You believe that women should be paid some type of domestic wage. However, it's skilled labor in the home, which keeps the home running. It's always going to be paid way more than domestic labor because it's more worthwhile than domestic labor. Simple. So with that, I'll finish my opening statement. I can't wait to dive right into it.
Okay, so Kylie, it sounded like you maybe had some pushback you wanted to give on something Andrew said there.
Yeah, so I very briefly referenced the McKinsey study, and McKinsey & Company's Women in the Workplace study, by the way, is what he's referring to. But it's actually, if you go and look it up, it's generally considered accurate and comprehensive in its findings. So I quite literally no idea what my opponent is talking about, as well as the fact that this is a red herring fallacy of just, oh, this is wrong and my opponent is wrong for the following reasons.
How's that a red herring?
Because you're not actually acknowledging any of the information that I
I
said.
repeatedly. I have reputations to your video. I have your video right here, and you start by saying the largest comprehensive study, the Kinsey study.
What are you talking about?
I'll play it for you. Give me a second here.
Okay, well, I think we should stick to what we're talking about today. And I just
Well, we're talking
It's
about all of this today.
how quickly
so
she's like, oh, no,
well,
no,
I'd
no,
like
no,
you to
no.
be less hostile to me, first of all, because I think we should just have a general
Bro, we're 5 minutes into it. She's already complaining.
discussion.
Stop whining. We're doing a debate.
Stop.
Stop
So,
whining. That's hilarious.
I'm not going to give you the reaction that I know you're looking
Yeah.
for.
So women are better leaders than most. Do you
Oh,
agree?
yes. I was looking at that video, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like one of the ones that...
And you cite which study?
Oh, yeah, the one that I'm talking about now. But I didn't reference that in my opening at all. So I think the people in the audience, if they had any sort of common sense following along, they'd be like, what is he talking about? Kylie didn't mention that,
Yeah,
which I didn't.
But the thing is like this is a current core part of your worldview and belief, and you make propaganda videos about it, even though
That
it's
women-
completely uninformed.
That women are better leaders. I think that is a subjective opinion. None of the statistics and facts that I gave previously are objective opinions. Like the fact that women didn't have the right to vote until 1920, women couldn't open a bank account in the United States until 1974.
When did men get the right to vote?
Oh, okay, I know this is exactly what you were talking about. This is what you're known for, is like getting people on a technicality that we don't historically know. But the answer to that is
It's like 20 years before, right? It's like, not that far off.
no. The answer to that goes...
The answer is that's no.
No, the answer to that is the fact that in 1920, everyone was given the right to vote, but there were still barriers to vote for
Yeah.
people of color.
When did men get the right to vote?
The right to vote was guaranteed to all people in 1920, according to the 19th
Yeah,
Amendment.
before 1920, were all men allowed to vote?
No.
Okay, great.
They weren't.
And then even when men's
because of
suffrage
white
was passed,
supremacy and because our system
Yeah.
was not founded equally.
are you
Because of
aware
white
that
supremacy?
men only
What?
got-
It's a lot of white people weren't allowed. A lot of white men weren't allowed to vote either. What the fuck does that even have to do with it, bro? How fast they jumped the race, dude! My God, I'm losing the argument. White people, like
any
okay.
rights to vote about a decade, roughly, before women.
That is not true. Men have been making... The founding fathers were all men, so I have no idea what you're
Well,
talking
what does that
about.
have to do with the right to vote?
The right to vote was historically withheld from men of color. It was a white...
It was also withheld from
Listen to
the
me.
general
Do not
population.
cut me off. Do not cut me off.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God,
speaking.
dude! Holy shit, her eyes too. Like, it's one of those people. This should be interesting because it is a 3-hour thingy.
I don't care if you're in the
The
middle of
right-
speaking. You're in the middle of a debate.
The right to vote...
You don't
was-
have your TikTok mute button, sweetheart.
I will
Oh, she's
not
gonna be
speaking
really mad
anymore
about the
until you
sweetheart.
have a conversation with him.
Well, look,
Mute button.
if we can, for both people, if we can allow each other to finish, even if you want to jump in, just let the other person finish speaking. If somebody's going on a monologue and they're filibustering, I'll try to.
We're gonna
get them
test
to
your
wrap
hit
up,
tonight,
but
Nemo.
just if they're making a point, just try to let them
Believe
finish.
that.
No, I did not go to school for 4 years and build a platform to be talked to like this. So I will be walking away from the microphone right now, and I would encourage you to get your guest under control. I'm going to take 2 minutes so you can ask him questions.
She
if you'd
already,
like, and I will
bro.
be right back.
She already needs a safe space break. This is gonna go. Like, Okay, strap yourselves in, boys.
Because you run the show.
I just won't be back. And we already
I don't give a shit. What do I care? I'm here to have a debate, not listen to your whining. Do you want to have a debate or not?
All right, I'm not going to be talked to like this.
Well,
so.
do you want to just take a little 2-minute breather? You want to take a 2-minute breather?
This is feminism.
2-minute
You're
breather
the
after
strong
5
woman?
minutes of talking.
You're the strong woman? Really? Whew, strong woman. I will not be talked to. Like what? What did I even say?
You know, I would.
I will not be talked to like that. Yeah, you will. What are you talking about? What are you? It's a debate.
Maybe we can try to stick to.
There's been some really strong feminist women in that chair who have debated with me. Just not this one.
Yeah. Although I think maybe for the sake of ensuring that the debate happens, maybe we can. So we get the debate. So the debate happens. You know, maybe.
Well, what am I supposed to do? I'm in the middle of a debate. Am I supposed to worry about tone policing and this and that because I have points and refutations which may hurt people's feelings?
Well, I think she overreacted a little bit.
No shit.
But I think it is fair to allow.
Then time it.
If she's in the middle of.
Yeah, time it. Give us 60 seconds apiece.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
I'll propose that to her.
Let's do 60
But
seconds.
I mean, I'm fine with keeping it open, but just if you're talking, and she interrupts you, I'll tell her not to. But if you can, just try to let her finish.
Yeah, but when anybody does the bullshit of like, I'm speaking, you know what I mean? Of course, there's going to be some.
Yeah, but try to let her finish if you can. But
Yeah, let's do 60-second back and forth.
That's fine with me, as long
wanna
as there's some
do-
boundaries. Yeah,
You want to do that? 60 seconds back and forth.
that works.
Or if you guys want, we could give it another shot at just keeping it open combo.
Sure.
So why don't we do that? If it.
On the one hand, I have 2 hearts. On the other
continue,
hand,
you
no
guys
one's
feel like
here.
you're
But
not
I
gonna-
don't
would
want
like
to do this
just
alone.
point out-
Wait. We have to set the rules first. No more talking. Yes, we will do 60 seconds
Like,
back
I'm
and
supposed
forth.
to be talked to like that, though, right?
No, 60 seconds back and forth. Or I will leave. I'm so serious. We sign an agreement. If I
I
want
can
you here,
leave. I don't care.
I'm so
Why do
serial.
you think I care if you
I'm not
super
talking to you.
Hold on, guys.
I'm not
guys,
talking
guys.
to you.
Okay.
I'm talking.
Go ahead. What's your proposal?
My proposal, if we don't do 60 seconds back and forth, I will walk out right now. The agreement was that I appear. It does not say that I have to stay for 3 hours, so I will leave right now. Because I'm not going to be talked to like this. I mean,
Like what? Yeah. What?
real men.
A real
don't
you're
talk
going to tell me what a
women
real
like
man
this.
is?
Well, Andrew.
My dad.
Real women don't abort their children, lady.
My dad has the same political beliefs as you, and would never talk to a woman
And my
like that.
sister
You
has
are
the same political
embarrassing.
beliefs as you, and she would never
Can you
dare
guys-
talk to a
look,
man like
guys,
that.
guys,
Like, what's your
hold on.
point?
Can
That
you
makes
both
no
stop?
sense.
Andrew, can you stop?
Andrew,
In
that's really disrespectful.
furtherance-
Oh
look,
God, everything's disrespectful.
Andrew, stop.
You're such a
hold on.
crybaby.
Andrew, stop. In furtherance of ensuring that this debate actually occurs, let's set some ground rules. You got to allow people to finish their points. And Andrew, maybe you've said some mocking things towards her.
No, I have not mocked him at
Well,
all.
look,
No. I've stood
I'm
up for
gonna- I
myself.
need to be
And I
fair.
will not be mocked. I have not said a word that is bad to you. I talked to you about your
hold on.
family in Michigan. I want to get to know you.
Kylie,
This isn't
Kylie.
about anything about me mocking you. This is a
I'm
boundary
not
of
here
him
to get to
attacking
know
me.
you. I'm here
Look.
to do a debate.
Look, when you return to the table, you did the tone. Your tone wasn't the best towards Andrew. And look.
My
I'm
tone?
hold on.
Oh,
I'll be
wow.
fair. Hold on, Kylie. I'll be
That's
fair.
classic.
Andrew's tone towards you wasn't great either. In furtherance of ensuring that the debate actually
See, I don't get
occurs,
this build. He
why
grabbed
don't we
7
just get
skills.
back
That's
to
not
it
even possible
and
for crying out
stick
loud.
to the substance of the conversation.
Okay.
I'm trying to be fair to both of you.
But 60 seconds each, yeah? No interruptions?
Andrew, if you agree, if you're fine with that.
Oh,
then I'm
okay.
fine
We
with
put
that.
points
So
into
we'll-
consecration,
and if
but
you
do
guys
not
are
need it on the
open
bar
to
as
it,
standard
if
night
that
guests
goes
for
well,
us.
the
I can
60
skip those for
seconds
now
each,
because
we
I
can
don't
bring
have
it
them
back to
yet.
open conversation.
Okay.
Well, there does have
Okay.
to be some cross-examination. at some
Standard
point,
net
but
is like
yeah, that's fine.
hours
Okay,
away.
so Kylie, go ahead. You have 60 seconds.
Okay, so the point of my conversation here is I would genuinely like to have an open discussion about like what feminism means and to debunk some of the feminist myths, but my opponent seems to want to attack me instead and call me names, which is totally okay. I'm used to that, especially if you look at my comments online. But the point being, I'm going to try my best to keep it very mellow. Again, if I'm being attacked, I am going to
Hopefully
get
someone
defensive,
shows up,
but
'cause
I would
I
like
might
to
die
start by
otherwise.
saying, yes, the McKinsey study in sociology, psychology studies are flawed, and that is true. They are continually, it's a field that's expanding, and that's why I chose to study psychology, because I do find it so interesting. But that doesn't negate the fact that plenty of studies have found a significant correlation between being a woman and being a victim of violence at the hands of a man. And again, the study of 1 in 3 women globally who experience sexual or physical violence. And I think that is the core of what a lot of feminists believe in, is trying to combat that violent behavior and to protect women. I'm sure that's close to a minute, so I can pass it over
Yeah,
to
so
you.
feminism has completely lied to everybody, and I'll explain exactly how. It failed in its promise. Its promise was that it was supposed to protect women. It hasn't protected women. The very idea that you want to put women inside of male workforces is not protecting women. The idea that you want to have dual colleges where it's men and women together is not protecting women. These are terrible ideas, and they've been borne out as being terrible ideas. When you talk about sociological studies being flawed, I don't think that you're really being honest about how flawed they are. The replication crisis in sociology is getting worse, not better. It's not getting better. Even with all the meta-analysis, it's not getting better. Why isn't it getting better? It's because of bias. There's so much bias which is going on, especially from the purview of feminists. And feminists use standpoint theory. They want everything to go through the view of women. So when you're talking about, for instance, the criteria, when you're talking about what that means that women are assaulted, right? What is the criteria for that, for what an assault actually is?
That's a really good question. There are definitely, we are definitely working on defining the lines for that. So right now there's an acronym that we are coming up with that we want to teach in schools of like what that means, which is FRIES, so freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, or engaged in specific of what consent means, so that there is no confusion about what is happening in terms of, you know, like whether it's an assault, because I know that does happen where men are confused and they don't know, and especially if there's alcohol involved. And so my goal is to protect women, and also to make sure that men know that if they are causing harm, that
the real thing is gone.
They don't want to hurt other people. They don't realize it.
And so
I think if we have better education about like what assault is and how to prevent it, because again, there are male victims. So I think if it's something that we can come forward about and make sure that everyone feels heard and supported, then men would also come forward more about like if they've been assaulted.
This doesn't answer my question though. My question is, when you cite the data on how many of these women have actually been assaulted, what is the criteria being used?
That's a good question. I see your point of how it varies, like based upon the study and things like that. But I think a lot of these problem is that it is self-reported. But again, another issue is that that means they could be underreported as well, because you know women are too scared to report it. So yes, there are issues with that. But another thing though is that women are definitely in a position in the home where they are not safe in a lot of places. And again, that comes back to the kind of assumption that I was talking about earlier, is that like it's because we married the wrong man, and you know this guy is unsafe in our home. But it's not about that. It's sometimes when you marry somebody or you date somebody, they can then become violent towards you because they see you as their property almost.
Most of these domestic violence claims and things like this are happening from single mothers with boyfriends, though, not happening from the father at home.
Do you have a
married
source
relationships. For that? Yes, I do.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering because yeah.
Not only is that factually the case, but interestingly enough, if the state seizes custody of a child inside of an abusive home, the child's actually more likely at the hands of the state to die than they are in the hands of the abusive home, which is insane but true.
I think.
Now, let me give you the.
Oh, I just realized I'm losing half my damage.
Here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are these the studies about which claims that you said?
Yeah, so here we're going to start with the National Incidence Study, NIS. It's the largest collection of all types reporting data relating to abuse and maltreatment of children. Okay? 68% of maltreated children were maltreated by a female, whereas 48% were maltreated by a male. Some children were maltreated by both. Of children maltreated by biological parents, mothers maltreated the majority, 75%, where fathers maltreated a sizable majority, 43%. In contrast, male perpetrators were more common for children maltreated by non-biological parents or parents' partners, 64% or 75%. Safest place you can possibly be in the home is with your husband and with your children. That's for women, the safest place they can be. Any study that you pull up is going to be drawing from the NIS source. That's direct from the NIS itself. There's no refuting that. I've looked and looked and looked. It is definitely from partner incident violence.
women are the safest when they have a
Excuse
husband
me.
in the home.
I think for some women that is the case. I think there are good men out there, and I think that's a misconception that feminists don't believe in that there are good men, that we hate all men, which definitely isn't true. But I would like to say, like, because you're saying, you know, psychology is an evolving field, there are different studies and different numbers. Male perpetrators are predominant, and while the exact percentage differs, it's generally estimated that between 75 and 90% of child sexual abuse is committed by men or male adolescents.
Oh, that's because it's not drawing from the correct data set, which would be the NIS.
But
and the
how
reason
could
they
you
do
have
that
the
is
authority
because
to say which one is the correct data set?
because they all draw from the NIS. All
Not-
of them draw from this data set, the NIS. They have to. It's the most comprehensive source for reporting. So here's what happens. If you wanted to gather data, you're a psychologist.
Are you seriously explaining to me how it works to gather data?
My God.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh,
If
okay.
you wanted to gather data,
So
right,
smug.
if you want, especially on crimes, you would use law enforcement or the best source for reporting, right? In this case, self-reporting is going to be far less reliable than reports to the police, things like this, right?
Yes, understandable. So you're saying that this is the most comprehensive, therefore the most reliable source.
It's the most comprehensive source.
But where are you finding
on
that
which-
it is the most comprehensive? Because you haven't mentioned a source that says it is, because I'm looking at it now.
The
and
NIS?
That's not from the NIS. There's the national.
It's from the NIS. From the NIS. Let
There's
me
the
read it to you
National Center
again.
for Victims of Crime in RAIN, which is the statistics that I just
Rain
pulled up.
draws from the NIS.
Okay, so then how come it draws from the same source and my conclusion is different than yours?
Because they changed the criteria for what is considered assault, and they changed the criteria. Like, I've seen it as bad as them saying that men cannot be essayed by women because it's non-penetrative.
I see. So you're saying that that would skew the numbers.
It does skew the numbers. So the results of the National Incident Study, NIS, the largest collection of all types of reported data related to abuse and maltreatment, 68% of maltreated children were maltreated by a female, 48% maltreated by a male. Women, when they're in positions of power over people who are weaker than them, actually abuse more than men do. So at the same time, while you say, well, women have to run this big gambit of threats from men because men are much stronger than women and have more propensity of violence, when women are in charge of people who are
I'm gonna be
inferior
late.
strength to them, their incidences of violence towards them are much higher than men's incidences of violence towards them.
That's
It
quite the
sounds like women
conclusion.
are the greater threat here than men.
Sure. If you want to say that, that's totally your prerogative, but that's not what the numbers say. So you can say, no, it's my turn to speak. You can say what you want
Oh my
about
God, she's
all the
so
different statistics
insufferable.
and how they come from a specific
No.
study. But the point is that they.
Oh, I
are
still got the
very different
experience.
estimates, and
Nice.
basically, every study conducted globally has found that the number of female victims is astronomically higher than male victims. Not to say male victims aren't important. If you are a male victim, especially if you haven't spoken up, I have seen the effects of having male sexual assault in my family. So please, talk to somebody. It is serious. But 1 in 6 boys have been sexually assaulted, and a lot of the time it is by male offenders.
Yeah,
so it is
but what
serious.
about the fact
But
that
the
when
point
we're
is
talking
that
about
women
rages of
are
abuse
victims more.
of children, women are the ones who are most often in charge of children. The domestic rates, for instance, inside of a boys' home, where the guards, prison guards, are all male, and it's a male, youth population versus female. If there's a females in charge of the youth population, the statistics for abuse skyrocket. Same thing inside of public
Are
schools.
you saying that women are more likely to be?
Women
what's the word I
are
was gonna say,
more
pedophiles?
likely. No, women are more likely than men when it comes to the weaker sex. In this case, children. We would just say children are both sexes, right? But they're the weaker human than women. When they're in charge of children, they actually abuse them far more than what men abuse women at. And so it's like, so who's really the dangerous ones here?
I mean,
Your 60 seconds begins. Go ahead.
oh, thank you. Well, I would like to say that is a claim that is a reasonable conclusion that you are drawing from the data that you are presenting. Unfortunately, that is not true, though. That the vast majority of sex offenders are male, and especially when there are still female offenders, and that is still bad. But the point is that there is significant.
But she's changing the topic because we were talking about abuse, and all of a sudden it's about sex offense. That's not the same thing.
Male dominance, and that most sex offenders are male, and females do commit sex crimes, but they're often underrepresented as perpetrators. So you're correct. But
That
Hold on.
data you're reporting,
Hold on.
is it?
Do you want to continue?
yes, please. And so
Year 60.
this is from the United States Commission Sentencing, which is just about sexual abuse offenders. And there's a whole pie chart here, about how many times they offend and who they offend and who they're under guidance for. And again, it is saying that the vast majority, up to 80% of the perpetrators are men.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah, you can talk now.
So women, do you agree with
You
me
can
that
talk
well,
now.
I have to ask some questions here so I can figure
Oh,
some things
wow.
out. I hope that you'll answer them. So, do you agree with me that both men and women have the propensity to, in some way, essay the other partner, both of them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's. I mean, no. Yes, I agree. It is definitely possible for both sexes to do that.
The question becomes, if you switch criteria around, right, for what is considered sexual assault, let's just assume things like catcalling are put in the category.
That's harassment. But
Yeah,
are you
but
saying
let's say
hypothetically?
it's categorized,
Okay.
not as harassment, but as a form of sexual abuse. Would you say that that would greatly skew the numbers?
If that were how it was classified, yes. Do you
Yeah.
have evidence that is how it is
I
classified?
do. In fact, there's a whole grouping of colleges in a study that I can show you where that was smuggled in as a form of sexual assault or SA or sexual battery in some cases, right? They smuggle in, and so what they do is they decide that they want to make that data set wider. And so they just reclassify things which would not ordinarily be classified as sexual assault or sexual battery by just inserting those things. Now, the same exact thing happens here. Do you think that it's very masculine, for instance, inside of society, for men to go and report when a woman gives them unwanted touching?
No. And matter of fact, I do know male victims with female perpetrators.
And they have unwanted touching?
Yes.
So they're just far more likely to report it because of the social stigma, which happens to them often from women
Or
who
less
tell
likely.
them things like, I don't consider you a real man like you did to me earlier.
Oh, I didn't really say that, but.
You did. Your exact words were, a real man would X.
Oh yeah, like real men like my dad who have the same political beliefs but don't talk to women the way you do.
Yeah, whatever that means. But anyway, so
He's
a
watching,
real
too.
man does X, right? Wouldn't you say that the social stigma around the fact that women can kind of get away with the same type of inappropriate touching without men reporting would greatly skew these numbers?
Yes, however, I think that women and men who are victims and are perpetrators as well, I think those are both underreported. I think across the board it's underreported, but more for male victims with female perpetrators.
Well, how many
So I
more for
suppose-
male victims?
I don't know.
But it could be.
It could be.
It could be drastic, right?
And I would hope not.
And if it is drastic, then it would skew your numbers on all of those percentages across the
Oh,
board.
absolutely,
wouldn't
it would. But the problem is we have no way of gathering that data. And with the data we do have, though, I see what you're saying about the stigma, but it is so vastly that women are victims and men are the perpetrators that I don't see that catching up in any percentage.
Why not? It depends on how underreported it is. In fact, a lot of these data sets draw from unreported incidences via estimates, don't they?
Unreported incidences via estimates.
Yes. So
I suppose, yeah. There's
yeah.
no way that they can actually gather that data. Yeah.
Yeah. So this would be the exact same thing, right? They're making a supposition based on an estimate. This would equally have to apply to men. But if the social stigma is there by your own admission that men are basically not reporting the instances of unwanted touching from women due to this social stigma, we don't actually know how bad that social stigma really is, do we?
No, and I mean, that's also what feminists, that's a great point, and I agree with you, because feminists, that is one of, oh, it's also my 60 seconds, right?
Well, we're having a back and forth now, so.
Oh, okay, well,
If
can
you
I
got-
have 60 seconds? Because I would just like to talk a little bit about, like,
Well, you
stigma.
can't we can't get into a back and forth and then like arbitrarily demand whole blocks.
Okay, well, I'm just going to give some statistics because I think we're on the same page here. I think we've actually found common ground. So the stigma around SA and abuse is what allows these numbers to be underreported. And so I think that because that's what feminists want, is we want men to be comfortable coming forward as well, because we want safety and equality for the sexes. That is what the definition of the term is the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the
Well, let me
sexes.
refute these lies because
Well, I think that some people don't believe that who
all
are feminists,
national
but-
national campaigns that I've seen hyper focus on women and the abuse of women, already making the supposition that men are the monsters and the criminals who are doing the unwanted touching and the essaying. And because of that, because this is done at a national level, at a state level, at a local level, and the organizations and NGOs are all hyper-focusing on women, this stigma towards men is never addressed because women are only looking at it through the prism of
Well, I
women.
don't, you know, it's not just women who are working on these studies, right, and who are writing these articles.
It doesn't
it's also
matter.
men.
Don't you say men can be feminists?
Yeah.
Okay,
but-
so by your criteria, these men who have the same exact worldview as you, they're still hyper-focusing on feminism, and the idea always starts with the supposition that men are the more violent sex, that there are more often doing these types of SA, sexual assaults, things like this, and what do we end up with? We end up with very skewed numbers based on the criteria, right, where within just a matter of minutes we can determine that not only can most of this stuff be replicated, but we can also determine that just based on the view categorization of these things, they can't be true. These numbers can't be true.
Okay, now, so I don't understand where you're coming from with how it can't be true, how something can't be true, because again, if we're going off of something being underreported and the data not being there, you're saying, okay, well then this is true, which means this can't be true, which means this, and you're not even going from like actual data.
Do you want me to demonstrate it?
No, I'm okay. I'm talking for now, please.
Well, I'll demonstrate it real quick. So it would be like this.
No, I'm actually okay.
Are there?
I feel like you've dominated the conversation for the last few minutes. If that's okay, if I would like to.
Well, I thought you just wanted me to demonstrate for you something.
No. I'm actually okay on that. Thank you.
You don't want me to. You ask me a question. You don't want me to answer it.
Please tell me she's single. Holy shit.
No. I was actually in the middle of talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, like that was genuine. I wasn't trying to be rude.
I know. You're welcome.
Thanks. Yeah. So.
The patriarchy's benevolent.
Yes. So I think that the 4 principles that is a common misconception, and if you want to refute these, like I would love that. But working to increase equality economically and politically for women, which again not rooted in female supremacy, but some people think it is. Expanding human choice meaning male, female, everyone. Eliminating gender stratification, which means globally it's.
Hang on. Can we move back to 2?
Yes. Expanding human choice. And for everybody. And then 3, eliminating gender stratification. How like most of the power and money is concentrated to men globally. So sort of making the opportunities there for women. And again, like you have to think about this globally as well. Like we're very U.S. centric, I think, in this debate.
Oh, there's just like no hell tide going on.
Women are really, really deprived of any sort of autonomy. And then the final one is ending sexual violence, which we've talked about quite a lot. So those are the 4 principles of feminism as we see it today. And although there are different places around the world, I guess we can focus sort of here and globally if you have points on that. Or if you just want to confine it to the U.S., then let me know. But.
Yeah, well, the U.S. is where I live. That's what I'm talking about. But
okay.
So when we're discussing this idea, especially of no, these numbers are accurate, that actually can't be true. You said, no, it actually can be. Well, no, it can't be because, one, you've already admitted that there's a stigma towards reporting, which means that these numbers are already skewed right from the get-go. Here's a good demonstration of this. This is something you'll hear psychologists say a lot, and I'm sure you probably said it yourself.
I didn't answer to reject that.
Mental illness probably has always been somewhat near as high as it is right now. It's just that it went underreported, right? That's something that you would say, or there's just as many transgender people now as there were. Or
no
homosexuals.
comments.
It's just that we didn't have the right numbers because they weren't able to report them correctly, right? Mm-hmm. So it follows then that if it is the case that under all of these circumstances, due to a lack of reporting due to stigma, we didn't have the correct numbers, and so you can suppose that into the data that you have right now for how many there's always been.
Right.
Why couldn't I do the exact same thing with SA numbers?
No, you can, but how are you going to get the how are you going to get the figure that?
No, for me, it's like the way she speaks, you can tell she's a little entitled.
Like than male perpetrators.
If I look
how could you possibly get that
because
number?
if I look at the raw data and we look at
I
stigma,
wonder if anyone's doing Esmodan. Maybe I can just stand next to them.
How do you have
because the data is not taking into account the stigma towards male reporting.
But it is. But I'm saying there are no reported cases.
Yeah, you can't. How do you report the cases if the stigma is there for them to not report?
So yes, given that, how do we come up with any? Because these other places they come up with estimates, these studies that you just cited. So how do we come up with an estimate for female perpetrators?
Whether we come up with the estimate or not, we have good reason to doubt the various estimates by RAINN and these other sexual advocacy organizations, especially when I look at the NIS. Because when I look at the NIS, I get totally different numbers, and it's way more comprehensive. It's the largest, most comprehensive data set on planet Earth is the NIS, and that's what it shows. It shows that women are far more likely to abuse their children than men. When women are in positions of dominant power and authority over weaker people than themselves, they're more likely to abuse almost every time. This is also included in healthcare stats. When they are in charge of people who are weaker than them in healthcare situations, they abuse far more than men do.
You keep talking about the NIS. Like, which specific, are you talking about the national?
I still have
the specific study that you're talking about, how women are perpetrators more frequently. Genuinely cannot find it anywhere on the internet.
Okay, I'll pull up.
I should have put them in the stash, man.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Because I'm looking at the Bureau of Justice statistics and the FBI and
from the US,
even the CDC.
Dying in this game sucks, man.
Department of Justice, sexual victimization in juvenile facilities reported by youth 2012.
Okay.
Okay.
And is this where you're saying that
these are all comprehensive? These are all comprehensively included inside of the NIS. This is what I'm saying is that I have each individual study ready for you. You can look also, and we can move to this as well if you want to.
Wait, so is this the one where
Bro,
you're
you
saying
should
that
see my
female
softcore
perpetrators are more
character.
frequent?
Just
Is that
melts
what you're
everything.
talking
It's
about?
really nice.
Yes, that's from
From the National Inmate.
Incident
Just
Study.
walking
Oh,
around for
yes.
5 meters gives
The
me.
largest collection of all types reported.
No, I think you have to
data
walk around for
related to
10
abuse of
meters.
Children, 68%.
Sorry. I think you have to move around for 10 meters, and it calls a wolf, and the wolf also gets the holy light aura. And I can call up to like 4 or 5 because they stay for about 8 seconds. That's a lot of damage, bro.
And to maltreated children, maltreated by a female, 48% maltreated by a male. In every circumstance, the NIS finds that when women are put in charge of people who are weaker than themselves are more likely to abuse than the stronger sex, that being
I don't
men.
want to take in this game.
And what's interesting about this is it gives us every reason to believe that if women had the exact same frame and build as men did, that men that they would actually abuse.
So this gives me like 4 or 5 Paragon levels?
Men do
Let's see.
them.
2 levels.
Right? So what we're looking at here is we're looking at a huge problem where
Very
women
nice.
who are supposedly being abused by men are doing a whole lot of abuse which is going unreported of children while you're focusing on the scapegoat of men.
Yeah, I don't doubt that women are, unfortunately, a lot of women are abusing children, but the study that you're saying, the only thing that I'm able to find is that 1 in every 25 children in the U.S. experience maltreatment. Neglect is more prevalent than abuse. And then they talk about how for the 4% of children that experience
Let's wait till
genuine
we're
maltreatment
60
and
to handle all
danger
those things
of
in, because I
death.
don't want
But
to...
I'm not seeing anything.
I wanna
it says,
waste the
girls are
legendary
sexually abused much more often than
cash.
boys under the harm standard and endangerment standard, with male perpetrators being more common. That's all I was able to find.
Okay, would you like for me to actually link it to you? That was just from the juvenile facility study, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But what about the NIS data? The NIS data is going to be the most important because it's the most comprehensive collection of it.
It's funny because you keep repeating this talking point about a study that I can't find.
Well, how do you?
I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but
So you think that the National Incident Study is not reporting this? Like I could link, I
no,
can
no,
link
no.
it to you.
No, I believe it. I'm just saying, like, there are so many more common sources that have different numbers talking about how male perpetrators are more common than the study that you're talking about. Because I genuinely.
Here, I got a little more for you. The U.S. Department.
You can drop it to me. Is that...
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has been tracking the data on child abuse and neglect since 1978 with something called the National Incident Study, NIS. The National Incident Study is a congressionally mandated periodic effort of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. There have been 4 such reports, the latest being the NIS-4, which came out 2010. This includes the breakdown. The NIS gathers data from all reporting agencies that any study will pull from these agencies because it's the congressional authority, which is gathering that data. The methodology, the NIS uses the standard definitional framework for classifying child maltreatment, including both types of abuse and neglect. These are the legitimate numbers. And feminists have been hiding them under a rock because they don't want to talk about this issue.
I think that is an interesting theory. I think that a lot of the things that you're talking about go more into theory than into fact. And that's okay. I think that goes into what I'm saying is, like, just generally, that's why I'm here, is to debunk a lot of the myths.
Well, you can debunk that myth.
Well, again, you said you would send me the study. Cannot find the study that women are more likely to be perpetrators. It doesn't. I genuinely cannot find a single thing. I've been looking for 5-10 minutes.
You've been looking for what? Have you been looking on NIS?
I literally looked at exactly what you said. Cannot find the numbers.
It's okay.
Now, because I'm not. This is not trying to be like an appeal to like authority, but I've done like debate my whole life, and like obviously, like most of the time we tend to focus on the facts. So to me, if I can't understand the facts,
holy shit, dude, she's so
smug, that is a problem
bro.
for me. Okay, I saw that. It didn't say the numbers that you were talking about.
Yes, it has them. This is from.
Scroll
There's
down,
no way you
scroll down
read.
so I can read it.
How in the
I was
world?
just on that website, and they did not say that female perpetrators are more common.
Did you read that entire thing in 2 minutes? That is nonsense. It is huge. There is no possible way you went through those numbers.
Reader. I read like
that is the biggest.
300 books a
that
year.
is the biggest crock. There is no possible way you went through that in.
Did you hear what you said? I read like 300 books a year. Press X to doubt. Right?
2 minutes. It is massive.
Okay, you can think that. It's okay.
What do you mean think that? That is not humanly possible. Do you have magic powers
Smart.
that I'm unaware
smart.
of?
I don't know.
Pretty smart. What? Oh, come on. At least be honest in the debate. I mean, you could just say I didn't read it. You say I couldn't find the numbers that you're citing. There's no possible way you looked at that.
The numbers that you're talking about,
They don't exist.
female perpetrators are not more common than male perpetrators. So, like, again, I would prefer that we would stick to actual reality and facts.
That these are the actual realities and facts. I just showed you the study, right? The most likely reason why women are more likely to abuse than men.
I
The
agree.
fact they're not being used to check on using force is the UK's leading mental health charity. The Mental Health Foundation says that today, women are 3 times more likely than men to experience common mental health problems as well. Do you want to go over that?
About how men are more likely to experience mental health issues?
No, females, women.
Bro, I have the perfect fucking scenario for a Carbot animation about Diablo 4, dude. Literally what I'm doing right now, right? Like a level 1 comes in, gets his little stick, goes here, and then like starts wailing on Asmodan. I was gonna say Asmongold. Starts wailing on Asmodan, and then like 5 other geared to fuck guys come in and just murk the hell out of it, and you get like a shit ton of levels, right? It'd be great in Carbot's animation style.
Women are more likely to experience mental health issues.
What is
Like literally exactly just what I'm doing, right? I am basically hitting one of the legs with a fucking twig, bro. Like, but I'm not dying, so you know, gives me a lot of experience. Let's go.
What's your point?
Well, how is feminism combating this?
I would hope that we can continue to do a better job. I mean, there's a lot of people that I know that really struggle with their mental health, and a lot of, I mean, we don't have to get too deep into it, but I know that a lot of women who have experienced some abuse sexually at the hands of a man, and then that led them to have mental health issues. I also know men
More than
where
soldiers
that's
have
the case.
PTSD?
No. PTSD is certainly an issue, but you can get PTSD from a number of things. So I would like to point out that like just saying one thing doesn't negate the other, right? So like just because I think it's important to talk about women's mental health doesn't mean men's mental health isn't important, because again, they are more likely to like, you know,
And
unalive
what about
themselves.
the fact that
That's very
women's mental health has been astronomically growing in the negative direction under feminism, especially under the egalitarianism of gender? They report.
Egalitarian?
They report the
That dude's literally level 2. He's level 11 now. He got
Have you
9
ever heard of the term
levels.
ignorant, the phrase ignorance is bliss? I
I'm
think
sorry,
That's
do I
funny,
want to-
bro.
I'm sorry. Do I need to go and experience killing someone?
My man just got
right, to
9
know that I don't
levels.
want to experience killing someone.
What?
Well,
How does that have anything to do with
Well,
what I
ignorance
said?
is bliss. It's
No, no.
possible, for instance, that I could kill someone and really love it, right?
Would I
That's
be
possible.
able to maybe talk about
Well,
it?
hang on. I want you to answer my question. Is that possible?
I just don't really understand how
Can you
that's
answer
related.
my question, though? Isn't it possible that I could kill somebody and then just really like it?
But how does that in
Can you
any
answer
way...
my question, please? Stop negating the question. Just answer the question.
I just don't really want to talk about
I don't
murder.
care what you want to talk. I want you to answer my question, and I'll answer
I'm not
yours.
answering your question. Just go to
You're
your
not going to answer my question?
about murder. That's not related to this at all.
Yes, it's a listen. It's logically
Answer how
it's
you think I would answer.
logically
Answer how you want me to
analogous.
answer. And
What
then
do you
go ahead.
mean? I'm in a debate with you. I'm not in a debate with me.
I'm not answer. Why would I answer this hypothetical question about murder that has nothing to do with the? I was talking about.
Then if it has nothing to do with it, I'm going to look really stupid, right? So just answer the question.
So go ahead and finish because I would
Yeah,
like
so
to
my
make a-
question to you was, isn't it possible that I could kill someone and really like it? That would be yes or no.
Yeah,
Waiting.
I understand how this works, but
I need you to answer my questions. We're in a debate. I will answer your questions, but you also need to answer mine, or I can't get to the worldview.
Yo,
Yes or
he
no?
just took 50% damage from something. You see that shit? What the
Can you
fuck?
just answer it then?
He
You
popped
wasted,
out and the
like,
bar
like
wins.
2 minutes not answering the
this is
question.
like a 3-hour debate.
And then
Yeah,
it
why are
slowed
you wasting
down.
time? Just answer the question.
Look, Kylie, it's conceivable that you're going to propose hypothetical questions to Andrew to test
And
his,
I'll answer
his
them.
logic and worldview. He'll answer it. I think it's a fair
Okay.
question
Okay.
if you can answer it.
As the moderator, sure. I suppose it is possible, yes, that if
Okay.
you did it, then you would enjoy it. Although it makes me uncomfortable to talk about that.
Okay, but
okay.
if this is the case, well, it would be possible for any human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, logically possible. So the thing is that knowing that this is true, that we could, I am actually ignorant, having never killed anybody, right? And I am in bliss about that. I, myself, am really, really happy that I've never done that, even though I could do that and could be very happy about that. The idea that you would make the point, ignorance is bliss, seems to entail...
Well, you didn't even let me get to
well,
talk.
hang on. I just want
You're just talking
I'll give
over
you,
me.
I'll give you the quick
Oh,
answer
I have to
you
wait
can
for
talk.
you to let me talk.
I might not be able to get through this. Holy shit, she's very challenging to listen to.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So what I would say is this. When you say ignorance is bliss, all you're doing is alluding to the fact that people should engage
I'm giving you
in
15
risky
seconds, and if
behavior
you don't
because
give
they
me
may
the
have
mic, I'm
lied.
leaving. Go ahead. 15.
Oh my God, you're gonna leave? Oh no. Uh-oh.
Look, Andrew's finishing his point.
I was.
He was finishing his point.
No, I'm
and
serious.
then-
10,
No, but
15
hold on,
seconds.
hold on, but-
Because he's been talking for the last 5 minutes. So
Oh.
it's really not
Well,
fair. You're not moderating very well here.
Well, to be fair, you guys got to allow.
We were actually doing really well, I
Hold
think.
on.
Until I was making a broader point, and then that wasn't allowed.
Well, it was at the expense of me speaking
Hold
is
on.
the problem.
Hold on, just one moment. So, look, in conversations and especially in a debate, look, sometimes people are gonna. I'm
gonna be honest, dude. I have much respect for Andrew Wilson for just like keeping his cool in most of these situations. I'd be so fucking annoyed, bro. How can you deal with this? Jesus.
Been a few times you've done it.
Yeah.
Andrew's done it. You've both done it. I'm trying my best here.
Well,
Just
that's why I'm
allow-
alerting you. I feel like at this point
But-
I would like to
I'm
be able to
alerting you.
speak my point because he rebutted
guys
me before
Daddy, please help. Evil man, no, let me talk.
I was able to give my point, and that's been happening the last 5
You
minutes.
asked me a question. Have you heard the term ignorance
Yes,
is bliss?
so I could speak and explain my point.
Yeah, so then I said yes and said, but here's the
and then
problem
talk
with that.
for about 3 or 4 minutes and then try to back me into corner
give the,
over
give the
nonsense.
expression. When I ask you a question, you answer it. I expect a yes or no, and then you give a comprehensive answer like I was.
So can I give my explanation? now?
Are you done, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you going back like 5 minutes basically to what you mentioned was the term like, oh, women are happier in the home with a husband and kids, right? And so the term of ignorance is bliss, I think for a lot of women who do not have the opportunity to get an education and they are forced to be in the home, they don't know any other alternative. So some women are truly happy, but if
She
that
kinda looks like
becomes
one of
the
these
standard that
things,
women
I'm not gonna
have
lie.
to be in the home and have kids and they don't have the opportunity to get an education,
Too much?
then of course that's going to be something that they think brings them joy because they don't have any other opportunities. And so like there's a lot of people in my mom's generation or my grandma's generation where like they were like, man, I wish I could have gone to school and like had an education and like picked someone, and they just fell into a marriage that either was abusive or like they weren't happy. And so I think that it's easier to report higher levels of happiness when you perceive it to be your only option is
Damn
living in the home
foyer.
and having children and raising them.
Yeah.
So
Gale's
what do you
fire?
have to say to that?
Question
I'm
mark?
Yeah,
just
so
curious.
interestingly,
because it goes to your like underreported things
Yeah,
like you were
well,
talking
first
about
of
earlier.
all, when you give anecdotal evidence, like, oh, my mom and mom's friends.
Oh, I can give you an actual study
Hang
if you
on,
want.
may have and I can refute it. I promise. But here's the thing: when you give anecdotal evidence and you say, well, my mom's friends, this and that, wish that they could have gone to school. There's also anecdotal evidence, and an awful lot of it, and you can find it on YouTube right now. Tons of women saying they wish that they had not gone and gotten a career, and wish that they would have instead deferred those childbearing years in order to have a family because they see the happiness levels of their
dawn
friends,
fire.
colleagues,
Yeah,
friends,
that makes
you know, co-workers, things like this. That anecdotally is also just as true. But to even go on to the ignorance is bliss, I could say this and make this case about literally anything. I could say, well, I would love heroin, right? I've never taken it, but ignorance is bliss, right? Oh, I could say ignorance is bliss about literally anything, any drug,
Well, that's not the only
hang on,
statistic I have,
any
though.
risky, I didn't cut you off, any risky behavior, any of this. I could say that about anything. What you're doing is saying, these women are happy. There must be some bad reason for that.
Oh, no, some women are happy.
No, you're saying
I agree.
these women are happy, and there must be a bad reason for that. And the bad because they're doing
Not for all
traditional.
of them.
Hang on, because they're doing traditional gender roles. So that must be bad. So we can explain that away by saying if they had all these negative experiences, that those women who have those negative experiences actually report a higher unhappiness level, those women would actually be happier. That's absurd logic, by the way.
Okay, sure. Well, again, I agreed with you on quite a few things there, but I would also like to say that, like I said at the beginning in my opening statement, the home being the most dangerous place for women, like there are women who are in abusive marriages, and so they have to convince themselves that they are happy because their husband is beating them or like assaulting them or harming their children. And when you're in that sort of situation, it's very difficult to be able to walk away from it, and oftentimes because you're isolated. And so, yeah, because the home is the most dangerous place for women, and 6 women are killed every hour in the home around the world. Those are very difficult realities that a lot of people don't want to grasp. And I'm not saying that every woman doesn't, isn't happy in the home. I think there are plenty of happy moms. I mean, my mom has worked and raised our children, her children, and my sisters and I, and like helped my dad out with like work. But yeah, for the most part, was a stay-at-home mom, and I think she really enjoyed it. But for me, at this point in my life, that's not something that I would like. And it's not to say that it's, it's a bad thing, but I think that
What is this guy
some
doing?
people are convincing themselves that they're happy when in reality it's a very difficult.
Think he's
I'm
AFK?
I'm going to have to go back to the NIS where I point out to you that as you keep saying that the most dangerous situation for women is in the home.
Well, that's according to the UN around the world, though,
Okay,
not just here.
okay, but inside of the United States, at least, and inside of the Western nations, this is a commonality that they all share. It's not usually from the husband. It's usually from boyfriends of single women.
Bro,
or
she's adjusted her top like at least 50 times already. She's fucking doing this every 2 fucking seconds, man. It's super fucking annoying. Like, I can see it from the corner of my eye. Like, lady, stop touching your fucking boobs.
single moms, or if, as far as, for instance, cohabitation.
If the fucking I don't even know what it is. If the crop top is that fucking uncomfortable, wear something else.
Cohabitation leads to some of the worst outcomes for women when they're not married, and men. It leads to terrible outcomes for both. This idea that you have that when you say this, it's very loaded. It gives the impression that husbands are at home abusing their wives, and the opposite is actually true. The truth is that when women get divorced and they end up in these occupied relationships, that's when they end up with the most amount of abuse, not from their husbands.
Well, I think it's, you know how we were talking about earlier about like confounding factors and other things that might, the classification of things might change the results of studies. For this one, I'm looking at it, and it says facts and statistics on, domestic violence DV, and it's mainly including intimate partner. So it's not talking about husband or
That's why
boyfriend.
we separate them, right? So we would separate those two categories to see who's the more
But
abusive.
do you have a statistic?
Yes, I just gave it to you twice from the NIS.
But I know, but like I'm looking at it, and again, like I'm having.
Holy
Show me the
fuck, that
numbers
was
from
really
the
fucking
NIS that
close.
you're looking at. I actually don't believe it.
Oh, I'm not looking at that NIS right now. I was looking at it earlier. Could not find the number you were talking
Yeah,
about.
but you
I almost
like
died right there.
1
Oh
minute.
shit.
No, I didn't.
You did. I literally pulled it direct from the NIS
I mean,
itself.
when there is a minor in the home and there is abuse, they look at both parents. And in that case, they are finding, according to this, the Domestic Violence Center data for Mankind Initiative, I'm finding...
The Mankind Initiative?
Yeah, here,
The
I'll send it
cult?
to you.
The cult? The Mankind Initiative?
I have no idea what you're talking. I mean, this is like it's a statistic, like it's like a study that's produced.
Yeah,
or I could go to the University of Pennsylvania's
yeah,
one
do
if you
that
want.
because the
Okay.
Mankind Initiative, as far as I know, is a Western cult which exists as a demasculating agency. Just so you know.
Okay. Well, so it's saying analyzing 31,000. This is Penn today. So this does go to your point. It is just slightly above the spouse rate for abusive boyfriends. But again,
And those go reported much more, right? The marriage rates go reported much more than than these rates where you're living outside of the home with
Hey, he
another
moved.
man.
right. So
Because that's the more common living arrangement. Therefore, I am correct. It is true that the most dangerous situation is co-occupancy, not marriage.
I mean, there's different. I think it's difficult. You deal a lot in absolutes, and as a teacher, that's something that we are told not to do to facilitate like open communication. Is because you typically say, "Well, this is true. This is true." That means I am truth. I am correct in saying this thing. But again, statistics are changing all the time. So actually, you're contradicting yourself
No, I'm
because
not
at the
doing that.
beginning you were like,
What I'm saying is
things change.
I can negate these with logic by simply pointing this out.
I mean, you can negate
That if it is
anything when
the
you talk
case-
to yourself like you do because you're not really listening
when
to
it
the
is
words
the
that are coming out of my
case,
mouth.
I'm listening
but-
to, do you want me to steel man your position? You just said to me that everything when it comes to statistics is fluid. I would tend to agree with that based on oncoming data which is coming
Right.
in. However, we still have to apply logic and inductive reasoning even when we're dealing with data sets, especially.
I didn't say we don't. I
Yeah.
agree.
So,
but
those are unchanging, unconfounding variables, logic and reason. So if we're using those two things, we can easily point to this and say we know for sure that it's going to be underreported in cohabitation and possibly
Level
reported
31?
at least
Not
better
bad.
from the marriage standpoint. That's probably That's probably true. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody would really dispute that.
Yeah,
Right, see
actually,
the-
I found a study to your point. Researchers have consistently found higher rates of violence in cohabitating compared to marital relationships.
here.
But in those cases, still it is 95%.
We're under an hour
perpetrators are
played.
male.
I'm
So we have to
halfway.
say in terms of that,
Yeah, okay, so
Let's
here's
go.
what happens. What feminism has done, especially with the destruction of the marriage, is it has put women in the most vulnerable position, where now they leave their home with their husband, where the abuse rates are not nearly so high as pretentious feminists pretend they are, so that they can cohabitate with men, with other men who are strangers to them, strangers to their children. It puts their children at risk, and it puts them at actually higher risk than if they had stayed with their husbands in most cases.
Huh, okay, that makes sense as an explanation, but I think that, like, again, that's an anecdote that's probably not true for everybody, and the cases are pretty clearly in place. Like, the evidence has shown that regardless of whether there's children in the marriage, 95% of the perpetrators are men. And, you know, we were talking about how it is likely underreported for female perpetrators, right, in marriages. I'm sure there are abusive wives, but I think that the point being is that it is it is definitely a pattern in terms of, in the United States, of the home being made unsafe because of men that live there. It doesn't have to be the husband, but it is men that are you know, being violent with the women that they are living with. And I think your point about how it's women that are picking these boyfriends that are abusing them is not fair, because again, you don't know men that are going to turn out to be abusive until they hit you one day. It doesn't start out with, you know, if you went on a first date with a woman and she clocked you in the face, would you continue to date her? No, you wouldn't. It's the same with women.
Here's what we're going to do. Andrew, you give your response, then we're going to do prompt change.
Okay.
Okay, so okay.
But yeah, that was the end of my
I don't even understand this. Like, all of the stats back up exactly what I'm saying. You agree with me that what I'm saying is likely the most true case scenario, at least compared to all the
about
numbers.
boyfriends being more abusive.
Yeah,
You know
I
what?
finish?
For now, I'm
gonna
gonna
cut you off. So
grab the other
the
one.
thing is like, look, as we look at this data, the data backs up everything that I just said, especially when it comes to
Just 'cause
cohabitation.
I don't have
You
that
say,
much armor
well, it's not
yet, right?
women's
So this is
responsibility
actually still
that
better.
they're picking these men. It's like, well, women are initiating most of these divorces. For one, they're leaving their husbands. They put themselves in this confounding situation where now they're being abused by strange men, often because they want them as sexual partners or other things like this. You say, well, that's true that the abuse happens inside of these places, male, or whether there's children or not. Great, but when it's a cohabitation event where children are involved, you're now putting your children at risk because the risk skyrockets for abuse. Skyrockets for abuse of those children. No wonder men don't want to get married to modern women if they're going to get divorced, and their women are going to put their children in an abusive situation, right? And that's what the stats show more than anything. Not that women are being abused, but that when they have authority over children, they are putting them in situations where they are abused or abusing them themselves. That's what's actually happening.
We do have to change prompts. Andrew, I think you wanted to perhaps discuss patriarchy and force doctrine. Sure. Would like to get into that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, so I'll give you my definition of patriarchy first. It's a historic definition. It means rule of the father. I often short phrase this to from the father. Usually it operates around something which is patrilineal lineage rather than matrilineal lineage, though not always. You can have patriarchies where there's matrilineal lineage.
You're
You can
so
find this in
whiny.
Judaism and other places like this. When I talk about patriarchy, I'm broadly speaking, at least in
you're
modernity
so
and in
whiny.
the last 100 years, about men being in charge
act
of
like you
general
ain't got
systems.
nothing.
We could just say
You
men
have
being in charge of
literally
general
everything.
systems, head of the household, head of the family, things like this.
Except attention.
My view is that patriarchy
Right
is
now.
always going to end up being the default, especially the more feminism there is. You'll push more people into the patriarchy role, and here's why. Because of force doctrine. Force doctrine is a doctrine which I came up with, which tries to
And now you're
describe a
good at-
phenomenon
but it's too
which
much
you
attention,
yourself
ain't
are
it?
going to have
Oh,
to
yes,
concede
it
is
is.
true.
Now
That
what?
half of the world right
Now
now,
what?
if
Finding that
men
exists.
decide to, they can basically exterminate every single woman inside of their
Scrape
nations,
route.
and there's not a
Where
damn
is
thing
it?
women can do about it. We can find this
Where's
in
the
most of the
escape
Middle
route?
Eastern nations. We can find this basically anywhere that we look, right? They can't actually do anything about it. Also, when it comes to rights, rights are a social construction, product of the mind. Because of that, they are not inherent. And since this is the case, force is what is the practical applicator. And if men decided to, by force, take away women's rights, women cannot.
That'll
do
hold her
anything
over
about
for a
it.
minute or
The
two.
opposite is not true. If women wanted to take away men's rights, and men didn't want to let them, they could not. And because of this force doctrine application, women's rights all come from men, not inherently from themselves. Therefore, feminism is a lie. Complete lie. That's forced doctrine. I don't know if you have anything to say about it.
Well, aside from the fact that that is genuinely a terrifying idea,
It's not an idea, it's just how it is.
The idea that men could just take away our rights and wipe us away is why feminism is necessary, is because we are trying to get enough men, I suppose, on our side, if you think about it in terms of like a military occupation, so that that wouldn't happen. Because I think that it is possible for men to take away our rights at a blanket pace. But I don't agree with your conclusion based off that premise, though. I don't believe that women inherently don't have rights that it's given to us by men. And the reason why is because I believe that all human beings inherently should have equality and human dignity, which is although I'm not Catholic, it's a term that was very much focused on in my Catholic high school. I went to public school and then Catholic high school.
But it's an axiom.
About human dignity.
It's just axiomatic.
Yeah, I mean, it's still like important though to me, because I think that because the societies that we have created have necessitated the need, or have created the need for laws and for structure in government. And so there are many philosophers that have talked about how important it is to have government, right? But because of the fact that men can take it away does not mean that men thus give to us, right? Like, men are not gods. It is something that is inherent to each of us, that we should have the ability to live and self-govern, have autonomy. And I think the fact that men could take it away actually goes to my point about how a lot of them do, and a lot of them try to take our autonomy and make us feel unsafe and harm us, which you were previously refuting, but actually seems like you agree with me on that it's a possibility for men to do that.
No, it's descriptively true. I'm not giving an ought, I'm giving a descriptive reality.
But because it's a descriptive reality,
the truth is that you appealed to patriarchy.
I have no idea what I have not said appeal to patriarchy. What are you talking about?
When you said the whole goal is to get more men on our side, you're appealing to a patriarchy.
Well, it's not the whole goal, but is a goal. Yes, I should correct myself.
And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to appeal to the very demographic which can take away your rights at any time, conceding that if you do not have them on your side, you cannot maintain
someone
your
killed a
rights.
couple of guys here.
That is not ever true of men, which is why you'll always end up with a default patriarchy, especially the more feminist push. I don't know if you're looking at the modern world
it's not
now.
it's the modern world, because it's not necessarily a default.
It's always going to be a default.
But in a lot of tribes, they were very matriarchal, and like women were at the head of the family.
There's never been a matriarchy in the world.
That is not true at all.
Give me one.
Okay, I will look it up for
It's going to be an Indian tribe, and I'll refute it. Watch.
Well, indigenous people largely have.
It's going to be an Indian tribe, and I'm going to refute it.
I think you should just use the term indigenous.
I think you should just use the term Indian. I don't see any problem with it at all.
Oh, I think they do.
I don't think so. Indians themselves call themselves Indians often.
Indigenous people in the United States do not call themselves Indians.
Yes, they do. Just like black people call themselves black people, not African American. What are you talking about? Do you think that all black people call themselves African American?
This is a moot point, so I'm not going to even go into this with you.
Well, you're the one who wanted to tell police to say that I had to say Native American instead of Indian.
So basically, I'm pulling up the matriarchs for you.
Completely ignored it.
There are obviously a number of societies that have thrived, and there's a whole document, but in China, in Costa Rica, the Bribri people,
any of them that you think is a matriarchy.
Okay.
A matriarchal society.
They have a society with an estimated 12,000 to 35,000 members. That is a matriarchy, and that is BRI, Bribri in Costa Rica. Or you could look at there's a Kenyan tribe that's UMOJA that are all matriarchies. They have women at the helm that are leading their.
Why the Bribri tribe society is often described as matrilineal. It's not actually a matriarchy. Women are the heads of households responsible for passing down culture and land, but the men have the most important role as the authority officers of the tribe. They are the ones who defend, and they have chiefs too, male chief. That's not a matriarchy.
Well, I found a different article. We could just go back and forth all day.
Yeah, let's look at it.
So the Bribri, so this is the intercontinental cry. Bribri, I don't know if you speak Spanish, but Bribri un matriarcado moderno. So I speak a little bit, not like fully fluent. But anyways, and they're talking about how the clan structure means that tribal lineage is passed down through the mother.
Yeah,
and
matrilineally.
Yes, and also in the home, I know the difference.
But if something is matrilineal, doesn't make it a matriarchy.
I know, but they're saying that women in this article play a primary role in government as well.
See what you did there? You did a smuggle. They play a primary role in government. That doesn't make it a matriarchy.
But it's a system. Do you know what a matriarchy is, though?
Yeah, it would be women broadly in charge of all of the
systems. It's a system of social structure where they hold a lot of power.
They hold the majority power.
And that's what
the decisions of the men are at their behest in any.
But that's what the article just said of the Bribri tribe.
No,
I don't know. Again, I just found a different article.
Any matriarchy.
I don't know if I should speak to like what's going on.
Any
I haven't
matriarchy that I've
there,
ever
but-
investigated, which is supposedly a matriarchy, we find very quickly that men are in the prominent positions of authority on force, which means that any matriarchy
that
is
means-
living at the behest of the men. That's it.
So is your point that men are better then because they have brute force, or like what's your point
No,
that
my
men should be in
point-
charge governmentally?
No, my point
How do you not understand this basic fact? If they wanted to, they could use force to get done whatever the fuck they wanted to, right? That's the point. And you can do nothing to stop them. They allow you to govern them, basically.
is not, I'm not giving an ought. We have to agree first to a descriptor. The descriptive truth
Right,
is
okay.
that it is, in fact, the case that women have to appeal to men for all of their rights, period, by your own admission. That's why you're trying to get them on your side. Because if you don't have them, they can basically cage women up if they wanted to, and there's nothing women
Right,
could
but
do
that
about
doesn't
it.
mean that men are therefore better or should be in charge. Like I'm confused. Like what's the actual point? Like the conclusion that
You
you're
haven't
making?
found
Point
a
here
single
is that
fucking
men
heart.
being in charge is obviously and clearly they're very benevolent, because at any time they so choose, they can lock all women up. There's nothing they can do about it. And the reverse is not true, which is so interesting. You're literally at the mercy, women are at the mercy globally and always have been, of men. And yet, we're monsterized and demonized by feminists. That's what we're literally
you're saying-
considered demons by feminists. You did it by your own admission today with your own stats, trying to make us out to be sexually assaulting monsters. Didn't even know the counter stats.
Didn't say that. Never.
Yeah,
said
that's
that
what
you
it
guys are-
appears to be, though, from the onlooker's perspective.
I feel like you have these generic like talking points that you
Mm-hmm.
try to apply to feminists, but I haven't like really been very reactive or calling you names. I'm trying not to. I have, but
You have acted exactly like a feminist today, madame.
okay, but I feel like
Nobody's going to be confused about that at all.
All right.
The whole snobbery.
I'm not insulted
towards,
by that.
The whole snobbery towards authority. You're going to do what I want. The finger clap thing. You did the whole feminist trope, the entire thing.
Okay.
But
I found
what I
one.
would like is a refutation here.
I can complain
Do you
more.
agree?
Give me another one,
I feel like
bitches.
it's my
Come
time.
Can
on.
you agree that it is the case that women have to appeal to men for their rights and not the other way around?
I will not ever agree to the fact that we should appeal to men for our rights. I
No,
think
no,
that's an
that they have
inherently
to.
misogynistic
They have to.
question. Have to?
Have to.
No. do not
Okay,
agree.
well then where do rights come from?
They should be inherent to every person, but again, I think I should be able to like
Inherent?
lead this. Okay, so give me a second, because again, like you've just been a little bit insulting the last few minutes, so I feel like when that happens, it's just like a good change of pace is important. But
Well, I do need to keep it on the topic at hand, but
which again, where were we? Can you
Rights.
repeat the question?
Rights.
You
I
were
asked you where
asking
rights come from.
where rights come from, if you can
Yeah.
address that
Okay, but then I get
or
to speak.
respond.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
okay,
dude.
It's on forced
You
doctrine
can
and rights.
respond.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think the fact that we're debating a topic that you came up with is a little bit strange, personally. But I was
Why?
going to say that I think that rights are inherent. I think that they should be related to all people, just like the fact that we are human beings. We shouldn't have to appeal to any person for authority. And again, the fact that men are stronger, bigger, more powerful doesn't mean that they give or take away people's rights. I'm not religious necessarily, but I think if I was, I would probably tell you that I think God is the person that, you know, relates and who gives people their human dignity and rights. But I think
Warning. Warning. If you're not religious, don't make an appeal to God against someone that is, because they will fucking run you under the table for that. Like, you ain't winning that one.
Come back if you need the forge.
it's inherent. I think that we should all have the right to live and be free of violence. And I think that those who offend and try to put people in cages, those are the people that should be jailed. Like, I don't think that that's a blanket statement.
Yeah. So I would just, okay, you keep on saying rights should be inherent. That doesn't tell me anything about where rights come from. Where do rights come from? Where do we ascribe rights?
Well, I think
to
that you're
ourselves?
thinking very like United States, like government centric.
Anywhere. You can pick anywhere on planet. I don't care.
Oh,
where you
whoa,
pick.
whoa,
Okay,
Where
okay.
so-
are rights coming from?
Got
They are
scared for a
coming
second.
from the set of people that are in charge, the government. And to your point, that's the patriarchy. However, I agree.
Okay.
So I concede to that point. However, I'm saying that that does not mean that men, since they create the ability to give people like rights and take it away, that doesn't mean that men it should be that way. It shouldn't. It like I don't know.
But
if
it
that makes
is
sense.
that
Men
way.
have been guaranteed.
It's just nature, yo. Like, what the fuck is this? I can agree that it really shouldn't be that way, but it is that way, right? That's just fucking the natural order of things. Like, she's like putting so much extra into it, right? It's just his whole point is that if men wanted to, they could do whatever the fuck they wanted, and there is nothing you could do to stop it. That's the whole point. He's not saying that that's good or bad. He's just saying that's how it is, and she's like, no, I don't like, I don't agree with that, but it just is, right? He's not wrong about that. What the fuck are you gonna do? Like, we'd be killing ourselves too, obviously, right? But the craziest hypothetical, if there's a war between men and women, who do you think is gonna win that one, right? Obviously, it's gonna be the men. By virtue of our fucking natural physiology, on average, obviously. Right? You've got, like, fat fucks that can't even stand up from a chair anymore. But, you know what I mean? It's just literally nature. She can't even accept that.
Guaranteeing your rights the entire time.
You should see her face too, man. Oh my god.
No, that's definitely not true.
Well, I don't understand. I thought that you just
But also,
said
like-
rights come from the government.
but also,
the government
like-
is the patriarchy.
but-
The patriarchy then is giving you rights, right?
Right, but like the government isn't inherently like the government is influenced by patriarchy, but it's not like all men
Bro,
making decisions.
give me the
like,
second
in the
heart
past
already.
it was.
Would you say it's mostly in charge by men?
Yeah, but again, like I think that your points that you're making are very misogynistic. Like I think the point of what
That
you're
doesn't.
saying
Look, listen.
is like we should be grateful to.
I think the points you're making are very misandrist. I mean, that doesn't tell us.
But I don't hate
anything.
men, so that's not a very good
I don't hate
insult.
women.
Okay, but your question inherently is rooted in the fact that you think that there is male superiority and that men are in charge.
Descriptively, men are stronger than women. Yeah.
I don't think she knows what descriptively means.
Descriptively.
Yes,
You're not going to argue that point, right?
on average, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, on average. Well, I mean, it's a strong average, though.
Sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, teenage soccer teams are beating, female pro player teams, right?
Sure,
You
yes.
agree that that's the case? Okay, great. So if that's the case, and we can agree, and you agree that the governments of the world are patriarchal, then you have to concede that the patriarchy is giving you your rights right now.
I will never concede that, and the reason why is because I think that is rooted in the idea that women should be grateful. Like, you're telling me that I should essentially be grateful to you for the fact that I'm not in a cage right now, and that someone's not assaulting me as we speak.
She's adding on so much, bro.
Like, that does not mean
No,
that
how
I
about
should
just
be
your
grateful to you.
right to free speech and the fact that it's enforced
But
by men?
men-
The patriarchy is the ones giving you that by your own admission.
Listen, so my theory is the way it should be. This is what I think. This is the way that it was before we had colonization and all the imperialism and stuff. There's a blanket statement, right? Or there's a blanket right to life, to autonomy, to all these things, right? That are just given to you by the nature of being human. And there are certain entities and people and oppressive regimes that then come in and they try to take those things away from you.
Yeah,
now,
warring tribe theory.
Well, because they give you those things,
Hey,
or
here we go.
because the government gives you the right to exist now, right? Doesn't mean it's a benevolent doesn't mean the patriarchy is benevolent because it is currently giving me these rights, and I'm not like sitting and trapped in my house like I am
What
in a
would
different
make
country.
it malevolent?
What would make it malevolent?
Yeah.
I think in places like
I'm
like
talking about here
Afghanistan.
in the United States,
Well-
which is a patriarchy by your own admission, giving you rights. What would make it malevolent?
I think that there are a lot of current things that are malevolent, like in legislation and things like that, that are, like attacks on bodily autonomy and like the overturning, like the Dobbs decision or the
But you would
overturning
consider
Roe v.
your
Wade.
First Amendment a benevolent right, your Third Amendment,
But
your,
I don't-
right, your Fifth Amendment.
I think these things are all inherent. Like I don't understand. Like just because it's written in by the government doesn't mean that it should inherently be.
It can't be
benevolent.
Listen, that's a contradiction. You can't say it's inherent and the government gives them to us.
No, the government.
That's a contradiction.
The government does, but it doesn't mean anything. Like we should already have these things. Like just like if I.
How do you have them? How do you
Because
have them
you're a
absent the
human
government?
being. You should just be able to walk around and be free.
How?
And
How do you have that without force? How?
I mean,
how
I
is
just-
it even possible?
I think you're looking at it through a lens of like imperialism, and I don't think that like force was always necessary. It hasn't always been
Why do you
necessary
keep
to
saying I'm
conquer other
looking at it
people.
through a lens of? I literally
at-
told you.
How's
my
imperialism
lens of
going to
force
play,
doctrine,
dude?
Explained it
Right, but you're
descriptively.
looking at
It has
it
nothing to
so
do with
dumb.
imperialism. It has to do with this. You're
You're
walking
looking at it in the
around
lens
and
of
there's
modern
no
society,
government.
though.
If you're walking around, there's no government. Where do your rights come from then?
Okay, this is just like such a silly
Please
question.
answer the question.
Okay, so if there's no government and I'm
Yeah.
walking around, my right to be alive, my right to find a
Can
partner.
someone come around and
my
kill
right to
Can someone come around and kill you?
Yes, but in that case, there have historically always been ways of punishing people who take those away. So the people who take them away
You mean
are
like a
offenders.
By force.
Hold on, just let her
A
finish.
government?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on there, Jacob. Go ahead.
The people who take those things away from you, if they don't decide to take it away, it doesn't mean that they're good, right? So like a really horrible example that for a lot of women is true is if I am a woman and I have not had intercourse with anybody and a man is my friend and he decides that he's not going to take my virginity
Honestly, this
from
isn't
me,
going fast enough, man.
does that mean
I
he's a
should
good
just stick to
person
the
inherently by not
Esmeralda
assaulting
stuff.
me? No, it doesn't, because that
Feel like
should be
that's
the
faster.
standard, right? And so if someone comes in and they take it away and then they tell me that they can or they can't in the future, right? That's essentially to me what you're saying is just because the government is giving me the right to walk around and have this conversation with you today means that I should be thankful and I should, not be concerned with things and that you guys are actually benevolent. The patriarchy is benevolent because I'm not in a cage, because I'm not being assaulted.
Yeah, that's not what's being
So
said.
that
But
is-
anyway, can you answer my question though? If there's no government, where do your rights come from?
I think we've already been over this. I think you've asked me quite a few
you didn't actually
times.
answer listen, what you did was
I mean,
you,
I've already told you human
What-
dignity, so.
Well, human dignity, you can't account for dignity in a secular worldview. What is dignity? It's just whatever you think dignity is. So tell me this, real quick. You have rights, they're
Okay,
inherent.
are you talking about legal, moral, or human? Let's omit legal, right? Because I'm talking about in a hypothetical
Literally
society.
any.
Okay, moral and human rights.
Yeah.
And for me, it's
Yeah.
rooted in the philosophical natural law.
Natural
theory.
law is Catholic. You don't believe in Catholicism. You would have to have God to back up natural law.
Okay, but that is what I developed my beliefs around because I used to believe in
No,
God.
that's it. If you don't appeal to God for your natural rights, you're making a naturalist fallacy.
Okay, I believe in God.
That's a fallacious argument.
How do you know that I don't believe in God?
Because you told me.
Okay, well, I think this is like a really ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? So where do you get your rights from if they're not from God?
Okay, so again, I still subscribe to the human rights theory, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If we're not going to go talk about God or naturalism, right? Which is that every human being has universal, inalienable rights.
She's
that are
reading this from her
fundamental to
phone,
each
by the way.
person.
Yeah.
And so this is what the UN subscribes to and stuff like that, regardless of whether there is a government in place or not. So is that sufficient?
Here's my nihilistic worldview. Ain't nobody got fucking rights. That's just some fancy words we like to give to each other. You think if the world goes to shit tomorrow, you still have rights? The fuck out of here.
Do you?
No, that's an axiom. So all you're just saying is, I think we have inherent rights because I think we have inherent rights.
I think we have inherent rights because we are human beings.
Ain't
who
no
deserve
rights,
to be
ain't no
treated with
gods
compassion,
when
love,
the
and
bombs
respect. And I
drop.
don't think you think that. So
Yeah, but
that's pretty wild.
But the question comes in here. Let's say that a group of people doesn't believe in these inherent human rights, right? They don't believe in them.
I mean, there are definitely groups that have.
Yeah, they just don't believe in these inherent.
But for certain people.
Yeah, they just don't. So what is it that protects those inherent rights for you?
Well, you're right. There is typically like a system in place of.
Force?
It's not force per se.
All
No.
force, right?
But
name anything that's
but
not
like
force
there's a
that
way to like
protects your rights.
isolate.
I guess
those
no one has
people.
shit.
With
yeah.
what? Force?
I mean, not necessarily. Not
What
every
else could you
arrest is
isolate
made
them
through
with if they don't
force.
want to be isolated?
Well, not every
Nope,
arrest
nope,
is made
take
through
it back,
force.
man.
Right? Like they might.
Yeah,
just-
well, actually, all arrests are made through the implicit threat of force. Either you come with me or else, right?
Sure.
So that would be force, right? You would agree with that? The implicit.
Yeah, I mean, just this inherent topic to me is very, just like violent and seems like a moot point. Like, but I mean, I'm kind of, I feel like we talked this through.
No, I haven't talked it through yet.
But you can continue. I mean, I don't really have much else to say
Yeah, I
on
know,
this.
but
I've already like
it's a
clarified.
critique of your worldview so that we can understand who you're appealing to for these so-called rights you believe everybody has. In this case,
Sure.
it sounds like you're banking on force from men to protect your rights.
I'm not
How are you
banking on
not?
that.
How are you not banking on the force of men to protect your rights? If you say they're inherent, but all these inherent rights require force.
Well, also men is a generalization. I mean, again, there are a lot of people who are currently working to enforce the system of government that we have. It's not just men.
Not
But
all.
They all rely on male force, don't they?
I just told you that wasn't true. I mean, there-
Okay, can you tell me how that's not true? Like
Well-
what agency of government doesn't rely on male force?
No. My point is, it's not all exclusively men. There are men and women and everyone else as well that work to protect people here. Like,
yeah.
like in the army, it's not like if you're using force, right? The army isn't just male troops. So, like you're saying male.
Yeah, there's there's women who aren't allowed in combat for the most part, almost ever, unless it's by accident, who are in the military as paymasters and things like this, but they're not the executors of force. There's not female armies being fielded to protect people's rights.
I'm not super interested in this line of questioning because it just seems like
Why
an
do you
inherently
think I care
misogynistic question.
if you're interested in it? I want to know the worldview.
I think you care because like it's your podcast and like I'm kind of ready
okay.
to
Well,
move
you know
on.
what? In your next argument, I'll just say, well, I'm just not very interested.
Okay.
Like,
then I'll
what
just
does that
talk about my
like,
points.
what does that do?
Well, you're not really letting me talk or like, you know.
I'm just asking you
Oh my
basic questions.
God.
You refuse to.
For not letting her talk, she said you're not letting me talk like 55 times already, dude. Jesus Christ. Maybe just talk instead of saying you're not letting me talk.
Answer them. That's it. I just wish you would actually answer the questions, and then we could get somewhere, but you just refuse to. I'm like, okay, so what does that mean? You're like, well, I just explained it, when you didn't actually explain anything. And then we get to the root of it. So what you keep doing is appealing to patriarchy for your rights by saying, I would never say I appeal to patriarchy
She's
for my
literally
rights.
saying like this right now.
You say, hey, I want to appeal to men because we need men in order to protect us from the
Bitch,
patriarchy, which means you're appealing to men for your rights.
Oh my God, these people are unreal, dude.
I'm just trying to decipher
I hate that
it
these
out.
are
That's
real
it.
people, and I hate that they allow to vote.
That's it. Okay, not gonna engage anymore. All right.
I already told you I just don't have anything else to say on this. So I feel like we've had a good conversation. I mean, I've enjoyed hearing what you have to say. I
Is
just
she
don't have-
running
I
away?
would have enjoyed, like actually critiquing the view, but since you don't make the view
You already have
available,
for like the last like 15 minutes.
you know, you've just been very evasive, and you've been very unwilling to actually answer questions, even when you've contradicted yourself. You want to acknowledge it. So.
Okay, well, we can take a little.
Yeah, I'll have a smoke.
There's more prompts, but we'll take some audience questions. There's some super chats that we can get to. So we have, let's see, we have Just Gerald here with the $100 super Streamlabs message.
$100.
Thank you.
When women say, I wish I would have gone to school or focused on a career instead, I hear, my children are preventing me from freedom.
Exquisite, learn how to debate so I can make a debate podcast and make shit tons of money.
All right, Just Gerald, thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, and if you guys are enjoying the stream, be sure to like the video, please, and make sure to. Oh, if you're watching on Twitch, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And oh, that's weird. Did that not go through? Okay. Gonna get the soup chats here. We have Cole Marshall. Why would anyone? This is from earlier. This came in.
I saw this. That's funny.
Why would anyone care if you leave? Who are you? You're supposed to be defending your worldview. W. Andrew from Cole. Thank you, Cole, for the soup chat. Do you want to respond to this, or?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, my name's Kylie Brewer. I'm sort of like an up-and-coming, like, activist type person. I feel like I have, my goal here was to educate just about feminism generally.
Wait!
So,
What
I'm
happened?
sorry if I haven't held up to your standards. But yeah, if I do leave, I think the debate would end. So I think that might be why people would care. But anyways, thank you for your comment.
We have Chaotic Fuzz. Why are you letting her hold the debate hostage? She's being a child, saying, if I don't get my way, I'll leave. It's disrespectful to the platform and listeners.
I think it's disrespectful to be talked down to the way I am. So that is why it's not just about like leaving and holding the platform hostage. It is rather a fact of protecting my integrity, and I will never let myself be in a place where I feel unsafe or like I'm being belittled. So if that does happen and continue,
I'm having a debate in which my arguments are being scrutinized. I feel unsafe, boys.
needs to happen, I will leave, and it's not a reflection of, you know, the platform or anything. It's just like for me as well. So.
Okay. We have Lucas here. Ma'am, kindly address your emotional dysregulation. It's unimpressive, but more importantly, a telltale sign of an intellectual mediocrity flailing away. Wow, a lot of big words here, Lucas. In the undertow of cognitive dissonance, fallacious logic, and ultimately a fully metastasized mind virus. Do you want to respond to that from Lucas?
Sure. Lucas, it sounds like you pulled out your thesaurus for this, so congratulations on that. But I would like to say my IQ is relatively pretty high. I'm not going to like talk about where I went to an Ivy League, but that doesn't matter. If you disagree with me, you're going to hate what I have to say regardless of whether I'm intelligent or not intelligent. So, but thank you for watching regardless.
Thank you, Lucas, for the message. Little Miss Feminist isn't interested in debating, only educating. Bad faith debate. Do you want to respond to that? Thank you, Rezel, for the soup chat.
For me, like a debate is about exchange of knowledge. So if it doesn't become that, it feels more like an ad hominem attack on me, I just will not talk.
Well, what a debate is to me is the refutation of ideas, or it can be the sharing of knowledge, also the refutation of ideas. We're here to debate feminism, the idea of debating feminism.
Let's be honest. Debating is a intellectual blood sport. It's for viewers. It's not for coming to conclusions. Because 99% of the people that watch these things will not think about anything that's being said at all.
Feminism. I'll even grant 1 point that my opponent got, which was me dunking on me, right? Was that I confused the Mankind Initiative with the Mankind Project, right? So that's one thing.
Cool.
One thing I even did, right?
Appreciate it.
Dunked on myself, right? By misspeaking on one of these things. So there's a concession, but here's what I won't do. What I won't do is let you cross your arms and throw a fit and refuse to engage. When you go, no, I'm just not going to engage anymore. It's like, well, then we're not having a debate anymore. So I'd like to get back to the actual debate. And I'd like to
I mean, I
continue
really like
with
don't have
force
as much of a stake
doctrine.
in this as you do. So like I'm
I don't
genuinely,
have any
if we
stake.
end right now, I'm more than happy. Like I'm so serious. I would go and like lay out in the sun, enjoy the farmer's
Super
market.
cereal.
I'm here just to, like,
Oh my god, I'm so cereal, guys.
Okay, students, we have a very special guest speaker today. Who can tell me the name of our country's last vice president?
Dick Cheney?
No, the last one.
Bill Clinton.
No, Clinton's vice president. He is here today to talk to you students about some very serious issues. Please welcome Al Gore.
Who?
Thank you, Mr. Mackey, students of South Park Elementary. I'm here to educate you about the single biggest threat to our planet. You see, there is something out there which threatens our very existence and may be the end to the human race as we know it. I'm talking, of course, about Man-Bear-Pig.
Man-Bear-Pig?
It is a creature which roams the earth alone. It is half man, half bear, and half pig. Some people say that Man-Bear-Pig isn't real. Well, I'm here to tell you now, Man-Bear-Pig is very real, and he most certainly exists. I'm Cereal. Man-Bear-Pig doesn't care who you are or what you've done. Man-Bear-Pig simply wants to get you. I'm Super Cereal. But have no fear, because I am here to save you. And someday, when the world is rid of Man-Bear-Pig, everyone will say, "Thank you, Al Gore. You're super awesome." The end.
That's literally what I hear whenever she says I'm super serious.
So why did you come to a debate if you're unprepared to debate?
Oh, because no, I'm not unprepared. I thought we were gonna have more of an exchange, and this feels more like again like an attack. So that's why I'm not having very much fun.
I mean, look, I don't think that's a fair characterization of the exchange
Sure.
you guys had. There was a slightly...
It's open to interpretation.
There was a slightly heated moment exchange from both of you at the beginning of the show. I think it's okay. We're going to continue on with the conversation. Allow me to let... we have about 3 chats coming through, and then we'll get back to the debate. Rachel Wilson says, this is, by the way, this is Andrew's wife here.
Oh.
Nobody's
Hello.
talking down to you, princess. Uh-oh, she wants to do calling. Do you want to talk to Andrew's wife? I don't know, but okay. Andrew is just beating your arguments easily, and you feel embarrassed, so you're pretending he's insulting you. Okay. Thank you, Rachel, for that. Appreciate it. Donner, page 199, section 6.3 of the NIS-4 shows all the stats Andrew pointed out about female
Say what you will.
perpetrators. Anyone in chat.
Rachel
can
Wilson seems
look
like a
it
ride or
up.
die chick, man.
All right, thank you for that. Oops.
Shit. In 2 seconds, even though
I
there's no
missed.
possible way.
She's got Andrew's back
Somebody says unmute.
every single time.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I'm not
And
sure
she's
what's going on
vicious.
with that, but we have
Like,
two,
whoa.
two chats coming here, and then we'll come back to the debate. So we have, one sec, we have Glocktavius. Thank you, Glocktavius.
Glocktavius donated $100. Kylie, you said you have a high IQ. What's your IQ?
I haven't taken an IQ test in a while, but when I was a child, they had me evaluated for having a high IQ because I was like talking really young and all these things. But the last time I took a test, I think it was like around a 150, but I don't know currently.
Bro, that's Mensa levels. Thought I heard something. That's literal Mensa levels. IQ for Mensa. A 130 plus is Mensa. Bitch, you ain't got 150. Shut the fuck up.
It was a while ago.
150?
Yeah.
That's genius level.
And I know you're going to say I'm not, so it's like funny, but I know you probably think it's ironic.
I didn't say anything. I just said that that's considered genius level.
Thank you.
He was about to congratulate you.
Oh, sorry. I'm on the defense a little bit, but thank you. I appreciate it, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Poor me, I just have an average IQ.
Okay,
literally average IQ.
And you know what? Look, here's a little. You know, the lot of
Same.
the chat's been a little mean.
What,
YOLO
110
Swaggins says you're hot.
Thank
so
you.
if it's any, if it's any,
Thank you, YOLO Swaggins, for that. That does actually make me feel nice.
Thank you, YOLO Swaggins. And then final chat here, then we'll get back to the debate.
Six-Pack Chad donated $100.
Thank you, Six-Pack Chad.
I didn't go to school for 4 years to be talked to like this. The girl boss can't handle the big meanie Andrew. You are the most insufferable broad I've ever seen on this show, including the hookers.
Broads.
We have had a couple of hookers.
Yeah, I've actually had that said to me quite a few times. So I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm glad you like Andrew and like you guys have that sort of connection. I think it's important to have people that you look up to in content and stuff.
And so getting back to the debate at hand, Andrew, did you want to continue on with the Force Doctrine
I
conversation?
do. But like, I need you to actually engage with my inquiry. The reason I'm giving you, well, maybe
this is going quite nicely, no?
Oh, we're staying on this one?
So
I think you wanted to just
we weren't done with
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason I want
Level
you to
40,
engage
20
with
to go.
it is because
I haven't done
it's
shit.
a falsifier for your worldview.
Okay.
And
Sure.
if you refuse to engage, it looks like you're just refusing to allow the falsifier for your worldview. So can we get, if we can get back to it, I'd like to. My question starts with inherent rights. You claim that they're inherent, and I'm asking you, if the government's not giving them to you, and God's not giving them to you, where are they coming from?
Oh, that's a good question. So if we just existed, there was no government, and I was an atheist, I would, in theory, have the ability, the right to walk around freely, to make myself food, to do all these things without the fear of violence. But if violence did happen, then we would have to create...
How would you, in theory, be
because
able
I believe that communities...
to just walk around without any threat of violence?
Because there were plenty of communities that have done that in
Does
the
a
past.
rabbit have the ability to walk around without any threat of violence inherently?
No, but I'm not a rabbit.
Yeah,
so.
I know. But the thing is like, why not? Why doesn't the rabbit have that?
Because there are predators. So what would our predator be? Are you saying men are the predators?
Well, or women, or
But if men are the predators,
Yeah.
that goes against everything we talked about
or
in the first half
women,
of the
or
debate, so-
women. Did you hear that part? Or women? Like, women can assault you. Doesn't require a man. Doesn't require a penis for somebody to assault you. So the thing is like, if it is the case then that the rabbit has no inherent rights because there's predators or people who would be predatory, or even if we said that there would be some men who would be predatory even. How do you have this right to walk around unmolested and the rabbit does not?
So you are wanting me to say that we have force, we have to enforce it, right? Which we do.
I'm just asking.
But I don't think
One
we
of
have
the
to
top
enforce
comments
it
is,
through, like, physical
I'm
force.
at
I think
12
we can enforce
minutes,
it through, like,
she's already
words
full
and, like, being able
emotional,
to, like, speak to each other
grabbing
and then, like-
popcorn.
The rabbit screams and the coyote doesn't care. So if it's the case that people don't care about the wolves don't care about what the rabbit says, right? They don't care about the rabbit screams. Does the rabbit have rights?
If the wolf doesn't care if the rabbit screams, does the rabbit have rights?
Yeah.
Is an interesting question. I suppose.
The rabbit has the right to not get eaten by the wolf?
But, like, again, I mean, I think most people would agree that there is a fundamental distinction between humans and animal societies, so I don't understand how
but
it's relevant to my point.
In this case, the equation would just be a rabbit.
Whenever I watch these type of things, my foremost thought is always, it must be really nice to be so fucking stupid you can be confidently wrong and be smug about it. Like, I'm constantly second guessing myself, man. Did I do this right? Did I do that right? Should I do X or Y to, like, what's the word? Oh, I can't think of the word now. Like to change my viewpoints because I'm not sure if I'm like if I'm right or not. You know what I mean? And then meanwhile, you have like Dummy McDumbfuck. Yeah, I'm right. Oh, here's evidence to the contrary. Ah, whatever. I'm right. What? What do you mean? It must be nice, man. It must be so nice.
Rabbit is a biological walking being, right? And so is a wolf. The rabbit does not have the right not to get eaten by the wolf. What gives you any inherent right to not be in any way assaulted, molested, undignified, or whatever if it is the case that people want to do this to you? What is the inherent right there?
Right. I could ask you the same thing.
Yeah, but why don't you answer the question then ask yours?
No. I'm saying like I could ask. Sorry.
Okay.
Figuratively, I could ask you the same thing in terms of like what would give you the right to walk around and to like be respected and have your wife Rachel like talk to you and
force.
But I don't think it has to be. I think historically a lot of it has been forced, but I don't think it has to be. I think there exists an egalitarian society where we can all collectively have the ability, and they used to
I don't even.
But by the very nature of our physiology, that is how it's always going to be. Of course, it doesn't have to be this way, but it is this way. I come back to my previous point. It must be so nice to be a stupid idiot.
Even disagree with this.
Right, but
can this happen?
Well, they used to just like sort of expel people out of the community, and they wouldn't be able to survive without the community. Like they would die, and so that's not necessarily, in my opinion, force.
Yeah, it's forced. They can't go back to the community, so people are forcing them out, right?
But it's not like a physical force.
It's physical force. It's backed up by physical force. Why can't you go back into the community? What happens?
Well, there's also the emotional component of like ignoring the person, not giving them food. It's not.
That's not what people did. They didn't ignore them. They said if you come back here, there's going to be consequences, right? Otherwise, that's not really a banishment. I mean, what would stop them from just walking in and being like, you can ignore me, but I'm going to take your food and whatever I need to survive?
Sure. But the point being, for me, I believe that because those types of societies are possible to exist, right, without the physical threat of force and having to put people in cages and kill people to preserve the social order, then therefore, I think that we should not have to have a patriarchy. Or
I kind of want to up the difficulty level,
we should just be able
but
to
I'm not sure if I can survive.
I agree that you can have all sorts of different arrangements for how a society is
arranged. But I'm saying because of those things, then.
Yeah, but that doesn't give us the answer here for why it is that the rabbit doesn't have the right to not get eaten by the wolf, but you have the right to not get assaulted by another human being. What gives you that right?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to at any point give you the answer that you're looking for.
I'm just
because
looking
we fundamentally
for the
just
answer.
disagree.
What you said is because future societies can look
I still don't
different.
know what the 7 is behind these
really
guys' name.
Like what I was saying, I was also drawing from the past, but I mean,
261 is
personally, I think
Paragon. What's the 7?
Sorry, the problem here is that we have seen we've seen the patriarchy as something that should be either
would 7 be
malevolent or benevolent, and I don't think that
3
it should be classified as
normal,
something
hard,
that we need,
expert, penitent, torment 1, torment 2, torment 3,
where we don't have
torment
to
4. Yeah, 7 would be torment 3 then.
Because that seems to be what you're trying to get
Let me try
at.
a different way. Can you repeat my question to me?
If it is, in
so
fact,
I know that you understand what my question is.
No. I would just, I mean, again.
Can you repeat my question to me so I know you understand what it is? Please.
I'm getting real pissed.
Why? Because you won't answer this question.
No, I am answering in a way that you don't find satisfactory,
I'll say,
and
what do you
because
want
of that.
to eat tonight? And you go margarine hat. It's like it doesn't tell me nothing.
But you're asking me the question repetitively
because you won't answer it.
No. I won't answer it in the way that you want.
No, you just won't answer it. Period. Listen. Do you think it's a fair answer for you to say how tall are you? And I say 83. Is that an answer?
Well, I don't need an answer from, like, I'm not demanding. I am not someone who, you're looking at me like I have to answer you. Like, just because I'm here doesn't mean I have to do anything.
What are you doing in a debate if you won't answer questions about your worldview?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be here, right? Like
answering questions about your worldview?
Your brand,
Do you think you're promoting
travel,
your brand well when
right?
you won't answer questions about your worldview?
I mean, that's subjective, and I have been answering questions.
You haven't. What you've done is every single time I ask you this question, right? You appeal to something that doesn't answer it. You say, well, there could be future
According
society.
to you.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
But I've given you the answers
I'll tell you
have.
what. Let's try
like,
this.
That's why you're trying to force me into a corner that I don't have
let's
the
try
answers.
this. Let's try this instead, right? Because when people do this all the time. They say, I am answering the question when they're not answering any question at all. Can we just try this? Can you just give me a real quick summary? Where do rights come from?
Okay, so I think that, and you're going to say, but you don't believe in God. So, but I'm going to give you, because this seems to be the only naturalist, or the only explanation you will accept from me is the naturalist explanation. I think that they are inherent. And let's say human beings are God, right? Like some people believe that each person has an essence that belongs to God. So let's say that. So therefore, it's
But you
inherent.
don't
It comes
believe
from
that.
God. We are God. I believe that each person is made up of a collective that could be considered like a human spirit. So yes. So
But you
there.
don't believe in God.
But a human spirit to me is God. So I.
See, for me, it's very logical. Do I believe in God? No. Do I think we have inherent rights? No. Right? Like, I mean, of course not.
I think that each person has the ability to self-govern, and those rights are given to us by ourselves, because
Wait a
whether
sec.
we're God or not.
Okay. The rights come from us. Okay.
Yes. So, and that's
That
coming
is true,
from the
though.
humanist perspective.
The rights come from us because that's like some nice little fantasy we made up in our heads.
Rights come from you, the individual. That makes, okay, that's at least an answer. So rights come from individuals. So how do individuals then, if they grant themselves these rights, keep them?
By force.
By communication and compassion. I'm an optimist, so ideally we don't have to use force.
And somebody does not want to agree with you and says, I don't care what you say.
Yeah, she already gave the game away. Ideally, we don't have to use force. Well, the world isn't an ideal place, is it? In fact, it's the exact fucking opposite.
But hey, what happens then?
So, okay, I will concede your point that to preserve the order.
To preserve rights.
Sure.
You would
then
have to appeal to force.
Then there are occasional needs for force. Sure.
Okay, well, let me make this...
Because I know that's what you're trying to...
Let me make this
get
even
me to say.
wider. Let me make this even wider. I don't believe that you can name any type of governmental system or any type of anything in which force is not going to be the backer for what the establishment is, period. I don't even think it's possible. Like, how could it even be possible
Okay,
that you're not
so
always
let's
dealing
say
with force?
let's say I concede. Then what's your point?
This
Like,
poor guy, man,
relating
comes
back to
out, gets
men are
cut in half,
always-
comes out, gets cut in
you're
half,
always
comes
going
out,
to be
gets cut in
appealing to
half.
men for your
But why
rights.
do men have to be the enforcers?
Starting to think you
like,
likes
let's
it.
say your force, like force doctrine,
Because
yes.
women can't overpower men. Only men can.
But weapons exist. So like, what if
And
women?
who's better with weapons? And who makes weapons?
Okay, but what if like women somehow took over all the weapons and going into this hypothetical, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Women take over all the weapons. We teach each other how to use it,
Sure.
and men can't do anything. In theory,
You'd still lose. Because eventually, the men are gonna get a hold of those weapons. Because if we can get close enough, y'all are fucked. Weapons or not. I don't mean it. That's bad phrasing. You know what I mean, right?
could then a matriarchy exist?
So I could say that it would.
I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah. So I could say it's logically possible, but just so you know, when I say logically possible, Superman's logically possible, Wolverine's logically possible, all the X-Men are logically possible. I could say that this is logically possible, that women could seize all the means of production, all weapons, and enslave men. Logically, there's no contradiction. The descriptor for reality, though, is that I would say descriptively in reality, it's impossible that women could never overpower men collectively, take over any means of production, nor begin to produce weapons ever.
It didn't even come out. It's already dead. Right?
It's not even possible.
This is kind of nuts,
I
bro.
don't see how it's possible.
So your conclusion, though, is
I mean, I'm
based
not
off of
complaining.
this
15 more
scenario that you
levels,
Are
and
saying
we're
it's
good.
impossible, but you're saying it's logical. So,
Yeah,
but,
but you
I mean,
need to
I
understand-
disagree. I think it is possible, though. Like,
But try to
that's an
understand the difference
opinion.
between logical possibility, which just means
Right.
no contradiction.
Yes.
So almost anything's logically possible.
Yeah. Right. It just seems like.
Like there's a world in which you're a man and a misogynistic man.
Sure.
That's logically possible.
Right. Yeah.
So
no, but
so that doesn't tell us much, right?
but I'm saying like your force doctrine, though. Like you're saying. Okay, so let's say I agree with the fact that force is necessary to keep a
Necessary
society.
precondition. Yeah.
Right. So let's say I agree.
Yeah.
But then your conclusion that you're drawing is that therefore so because of this, then men are the enforcers, right? Because they're physically bigger. Therefore, then men give us our rights.
Yeah. Well, no.
Right.
I'll give it to you in this premise form. It would
Okay.
work like this.
Yes.
Women cannot collectively overpower men. Men can always collectively overpower women because the sexes need each other, literally need each other, cannot be disassociated. Otherwise, there's no humanity. There'll always be a banking of an enforcement arm which protects women and men and children, and that will always have to go to men because men are the physically dominant sex. So if that's the case, it will always be the case. You have to appeal to men for the very rights in which you think you have, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that what follows, based off of what you're
You
saying,
got the throne attack
makes
this time.
sense. But I'm still going to always disagree with the fact that women, like your initial statement that women cannot overpower men with weapons. I think that would be.
Can you name a time it's ever happened in history?
No, that doesn't mean it can't. Just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't.
Wolverine can't Wolverine can happen.
Right.
Superman
But
can
we can
happen.
go on with this forever, right?
No, but not really, because if we're talking about descriptive reality, do you honestly believe that you're only disagreeing with this because you just don't want to agree, right? Because you said, I agree that what you're saying, it makes sense.
I just fundamentally
but I still
don't think
disagree.
this is like a very
That's because it
applicable
refutes your
topic.
entire worldview, because you'd have to say that you have to appeal
I mean,
to
I just
men
literally have
for
so
your
many
rights.
pages here of like
Yeah, but
things
this
that
is
I
the
would
most
rather be
important
talking
point,
about. Like, I don't understand.
This
like,
kicks the pillar of your worldview out. Do you believe that you need to appeal to men for you to be safe or not?
do I need to appeal to men to be safe or not?
Yeah.
Currently in the patriarchal society, yes. Should we have to? Is it possible for us to not have to? Yes. But
Then
currently, do we? Yes.
And do men protect you?
Not always.
Yeah, but mostly.
Unfortunately.
But-
No,
but
not even mostly.
Aren't they the ones who are, aren't they? Yes, mostly. I'm sorry, are most women dying?
just depends.
Are most women dying from violence? No, so they're mostly being
It
protected
depends
from
on
violence.
what you mean by like protect though from harm. Like there's just a
Like
lot
you
of
live,
ways
like,
that
let's
women are
see,
harmed
like
by
you
men
live,
on a
like
day-to-day
you live in a
basis.
nation in which you're granted massive amounts of rights. You're protected while you sleep. You can dial 911, have officers there almost immediately in most places.
But you're attributing all that to men?
They're the enforcement arm of all of those collectives, yes.
Okay.
So like police officers, you would agree, vast majority male, right?
Yeah.
And that women tend to underperform in almost every standard because we lower standards for police officers so that women can be them, even though they don't actually perform very well against their male compatriots, do they?
Sure.
So if that's the case, then you're still appealing to men, aren't you?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't really want.
Yeah, I know. You'll just concede, concede.
I mean, fundamentally, I don't think this is very interesting.
It's kind of funny, right?
I mean, there's a reason this isn't taught in philosophy
It's like a man's
classes,
verbally assaulting you, just
Oh
rolling
my
over
God.
and taking it because you got
I'm not
nothing.
taking it.
Smug dummy.
Roll it over.
I would
and
actually
take-
prefer to leave.
You just
The
do
worst
it
part of
dead
dummy.
fish on me, right? You, like
Kind
a
of
bear's
dummy.
attacking you, went dead fish because you just can't refute the arguments.
It's not about that. It's just about not being disrespected. If I feel like I'm being
I'm not
disrespected, I'm not
disrespecting you
gonna
by
talk.
asking you questions about your worldview.
No. You're just being, how do I say, very demanding and overbearing because it's actually.
I know. I'm like,
I mean,
we're
I
in a
listed
debate,
a lot
I
of
need you to
topics
answer my questions.
that I would rather talk about, and we've been talking about your
Why
topic
do
for
it- why-
45 minutes, and I've barely even had an opportunity to steer where this
Do
conversation
you have a bunch
goes.
of topics that you brought?
Of
I
course.
brought.
I barely had an opportunity to steer where this conversation goes. If that's not the biggest giveaway I've heard all night. Yeah, and that's exactly where you're crashing out right now.
One. Why can't we talk about mine too?
We are.
Oh, great. Then what's your complaint?
You're hiding a little behind the mic. Can you try to?
You don't know now what your complaint is? Did that argument not work very well? You brought 10 topics. I brought one. You don't want to talk about my one topic, but we should talk about your 10. Fantastic. Fine, we can move on, but unbelievable.
We will do a couple chats here, and then we'll go to our next topic. Then
Bring in the chats. I'm going to go have a smoke.
Alrighty, sounds
Maybe
good.
you should just. Can you pause it, or should I stay here while he goes out? Can I take a break after him?
Yeah, we can,
Okay,
we
cool.
can do that.
That's fine.
Okay, so we have Xerxes here, or actually,
Xerxes donated
maybe we should read it on
$100.
these.
Hi Kylie, are you a communist or anti-capitalist? Can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist towards white people? Is misogyny worse than misandry?
That is a great question. Yeah. Sorry, can I answer it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or, you know what? Why don't we do this? Just because maybe Andrew will want to weigh in.
Yeah,
on
he'll
your
probably
answer.
have things to say.
We'll wait.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's see if any of these. Here, I'll let this one come through because this one's kind of just general.
Red
I guess.
Fox donated $100.
Thank you,
Appeals
Red
to
Fox.
humanism, naturalism, theism, and relativism. What a mess. Your worldview incoherent and destructive. Your pretentious presentation is a turn-off. Bring on Mrs. Wilson. not one step back.
Anything you want to respond to there?
No, I just wasn't like prepared on this subject, and it's an interesting topic, so I will learn more. I mean, I'm always open to learning more, so I will go do my research.
Got Jason Cassell. Thank you, Jason.
Jason Castle donated $100.
Thank you, man.
People sleep peaceably in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. This quote sums up reality, but you refuse to concede because you don't like men. Dumb.
Yeah, I really, I do believe that men are important figures in our society, and I admire a lot of the bravery of men. So if you want to call me stupid, whatever you want to call me, that's totally fine. But I never said that I hate men. I do believe that men are important, and I like men. Of course, I'm a dad. I have a partner who is a man right now, so yeah.
All right. And if you guys want to get your own message in, you can do so. Streamlabs.com/whatever. We're doing $100 TTS. We have Jordan Flores here. Hey, thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it.
Jordan Flores donated $100.
Thank you.
Can someone tell her that the restaurant kids menu crossword puzzle isn't an IQ test? Also, ironically enough, when she mentions quitting every 15 minutes, it
That's hilarious.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm not like mentioning quitting. I'm genuinely trying to leave here because I do not enjoy this environment. It's very hostile. And I know that the restaurant menu is not an IQ test. It's kind of a funny joke, though. But thank you.
Okay, we have some super chats here. Honest question for the feminist. How is feminism in any way about equality when every single policy and law it advocates for is literally a move away from equality? Even Charles Fourier, who coined the term feminism, was a staunch misandrist. Maybe you did a little typo there, but do you want to answer Manny's question here?
Yeah, so, I mean, again, that's an absolute. Not every policy is about a move away from equality. Feminism has never been about female supremacy. It has been about the importance of creating equality between the sexes and creating protections from, you know, for women in various areas, economic, political, whatever it is. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but.
All right. We have Andrew back here. Manny, thank you for that soup chat. We have two from Lucas here. And,
oh, that was close.
Some on Streamlabs. Lucas, thank you, man. Honey, you don't want to go toe-to-toe in credentials and alphabet soup with me. I assure you. The alphabet soup is far more expansive than the law degree that Brian and Andrew might possibly be aware of. That, notwithstanding, as logician, rhetorician, and debater Andrew continued, is superior to me by order of magnitude. Rest assured, that piece of paper signifying your four full-fledged years of imbecilic indoctrination is meaningless. Oh, but hey, how many genders are there? Would love to hear your take on that. Do you
Me too.
Want to respond to him on that, or Lucas on that?
Bathroom break. If you have anything to say, because remember I was gonna.
Yeah. Do you want to do a quick response to Lucas? Or,
yes.
And then feel free to take a break.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that for me, I believe that sex is biological, so it's what's assigned at birth. You know, so it's like male, female, and then gender. I think is really like open to interpretation, but like definitely, you know, man, woman, trans woman, non-binary are the ones that I really like. You know, see pretty often, but you know, there's room. I mean, I just think it's very individual. So, but yeah, good question.
Okay, yeah, feel free to take your break. We'll read a couple chats here. All right, we've got.
I don't know how I got these.
Guys. We have one sec. Where is it? This one's for you, Andrew. Chat for you. From USMC.
User donated $100. Andrew, if you had some cleavage, maybe you could garner some soft feelings too. Also, N's dipstick is touching the right side of her nose when she wants to be fed an answer.
USMC, thank you for your message here. We have.
Well, the thing is like, it's not like you can't look up 1,000 different debates that I've done easily.
Whoa, no!
Right, and know that you're coming into a debate with somebody who definitely is going to crush your worldview. I haven't even been mean. Like, it's just like, how is it that these women are such girl bosses, but at the same time they're so fragile and just break? You know, it's like you barely even touch the surface; they just break, they just crumble. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. You know what? 1 sec. Put it on. I need to put it on intro for just a sec, guys. No, it's okay. I'll do it.
I'm so dead. No, god damn it! fuck's sake. That's what I get for going to penitence. I should have just stood there normal until I was fucking 60.
Sorry about that, guys. Folks, we're
Son
back.
of a
Just a little
cunt.
private word there with Andrew. Let's see.
I was officially chastised for
No.
for the idea.
Poison should
Only
not
for
kill
the
you,
idea
dude. It never
that
used
I wasn't
to.
reading enough of these super
Fuck's
chats because you
sake,
guys aren't
stupid
sending enough of
bullshit.
them in. So do that immediately. We're on a what we call on the Crucible an obscene profit break, and with obscene orthodox-looking beard comes obscene profit break. And don't tell me you haven't been entertained.
Yes, guys.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, the viewership has been gangbusters. It's 13,500 concurrent just on my channel. On I don't know what you have.
Nobody cares.
And,
Brian, do you mind, real quick, while we have such a large concurrent viewership, if I do just a couple of shout-outs? I would really appreciate it. I'd like to shout out some
always support us. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, they don't take that.
Xerxes donated $100. Hi Kyle, what's men worse than...
How
Sure.
do you, what's, how
Yeah.
do you categorize yourself, I guess?
I'm reluctant to use any like label in terms of this, but I think that there are like definitely cons to capitalism, but
Fuck's
there are a lot of
sake.
pros, like you know, like ingenuity and like invention and creativity. So yeah, but I think that there's always room for improvement in a system. But no, I would never describe myself as like a communist or anything like that.
Okay, and then there was the...
just wasted 2 hours.
Can women be sexist towards men?
Yeah, good question. I think that women can definitely like have like not like men and have like a lot of like maybe prejudice towards men, but I think like just the term sexism generally refers to like a systemic issue. So like, you know, how for decades and decades like women couldn't you know, work in certain fields, or they couldn't get a job, women couldn't open a bank account until 1974. That's like sexism because it's a systemic issue. So that's the way that I think of it. Obviously, I'm sure he has different opinions on that. But yeah.
Men, but you're not here to elevate women over men, even though
No, I would like for women to like
they
be
can't.
equal.
But they can't be sexist though. Only men because it's systemic.
There was one more, right?
Yes, but it seems like...
She's completely
Do you want
ignored
that
him,
book?
dude.
Here, yeah, we'll go. How about we'll go through all
Because I
of
feel like we
them?
might go for a while on that one.
Yeah,
That's
so
funny.
we'll get back to it. But can minorities, so I guess like Black, Latino, whatever, can minorities be racist towards white people?
Yeah, like there's definitely a level of like maybe strong dislike or like maybe like prejudice towards white people, but I would say the same thing about like serious like racism is like systemic. Like there were laws to uphold it, like, you know, Jim Crow laws and a bunch of other laws to uphold, you know, even like the institution of slavery, which is really, you know, for like hundreds of years. And so because of that, the racism that is embedded into like our laws, whether on purpose or not on purpose, in the United States is systemic. And so that makes racism primarily that way. And yeah, so I don't think minorities can be racist to white people. I think it's prejudice, though. I think the just terms are different. It's like, you know what I mean? Like the hatred or the fear exists about certain groups, but the term is the way I explained it.
Okay, and then the final one was just, is misogyny worse than misandry?
Yeah, I would say so. And the reason why is because misogyny is built into laws and policies as well, versus misandry is just like a lot of the time is rooted in genuine fear. It doesn't make it, you know, okay, but I think like it's better to, you know, see people as they are. But I think misogyny is again more of like a deeply systemic issue, and a lot of violence, gender-based violence, is rooted in misogyny, which cannot necessarily be said for the other way around. Obviously, there's always exceptions to everything.
Got it. And then so Andrew, there was the can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist
Yeah,
towards
so I
white people?
reject.
And then-
Yeah, so I categorically reject these definitions. These are what are called institutional definitions. What they are is they're definitions in order to reinforce a worldview rather than actually give descriptions for what is reality. So if we're talking about race, for instance, right, and racism, if you're talking about what are perceived racial groups, why couldn't minorities be racist towards the majority? Well, what academics do is they play this pretentious game where they're like, well, you have to have institutional power. Well, that's also...
Can you just, I hate to interrupt you, Andrew. Can you just
Yes.
repeat what you just said to me privately there?
Yes, I will be needing to leave at 6 p.m. So for anyone who is leaving, or who is watching and not 6:30, because I have a lot of reasons, and one is that I have to drive 2 hours
And the other is she got her ass handed to her and she thought she was smart, but she turns out she's not, and she's embarrassed. Right?
Tonight,
That's the other one.
in the dark. So I would like to leave at 6 p.m. and I'm making that known. And I hope that our agreement can be fulfilled.
But can you specify? I mean, you agreed to do
6:30. Yeah,
6:30.
Oh my god.
That was the agreed upon.
I went a little too high.
Right,
Your 50
yeah,
might be too much.
I mean, again, asking me to continue to explain myself is a little bit tiring, but there's a lot of reasons. I mean, I have some health issues. I just sitting here for this prolonged period. I was not told, by the way, that this was going to be 3 hours. I thought it was going to be an hour max. So I agreed.
We didn't specify that it was going to be
These
an hour
fucking
max,
explosions
so
every
No,
fucking time. I hate them so
actually
much.
was very poor communication on your end. But anyways, I'm telling you that I will
Not
be
poor
leaving at 6.
communication on your end. You're going to a show and didn't bother asking how long it was going to be.
No, I did when I got here, but I will be.
Wait. When you got here?
I'm leaving at 6. Okay, so we can have as much of a debate as we want.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand
And if
you're
that's
leaving
not
at
satisfactory,
6.
I will leave now. Like, I'm just letting you know. Like, this is not an environment for me that I am
Oh my
enjoying.
God, you whine so much. You're such a whiner. You just whine and cry.
But yeah,
about
I'm just
everything.
letting you know. I don't.
But what was what was the other thing you said?
I can't do a debate. He's going to ask me questions about my worldview I wasn't prepared for. I'm just here to teach and monologue, and I don't want.
It's fucking ridiculous.
If the I signed something about coming
So
here.
she
about making
agreed.
appearance,
She agreed to 6:30 right in front of me. And now she's retracting it. It's like, what is going on? I don't know.
And mind you, Andrew has just already done 2 debates. He did one on Friday and
flew
Thursday.
in also for my opponent.
And
very kind to me.
that
You're
is kind.
welcome.
Thank you.
Those debates.
I also don't live here. I flew in. I'm in Chicago, so.
Right. Those debates. Wait, I'm a little confused. You flew in.
I flew in. I have family that lives an hour away, so I spent a little bit of time with them this morning, and then I'm going to see them again before I fly out tomorrow.
Well, okay, we'll discuss that after the show. But if you looked at our channels and the length of our previous debates, the past 2 debates that we had were
Have gone
like
quite
4 or
long.
5 hours.
Yeah.
So
I mean, again,
you have a different
I
assumption.
have health problems.
Yeah, but why
I
would
mean,
you
are
have
you
a
serious?
different
Like,
assumption?
are you fucking serious?
I'm fucking serious. Why would you
I
have a different
health
assumption?
issues.
Why would? But why? How would we know that?
I'm telling you now.
Of course, but don't you think that if you saw the last 2 episodes, they went 5 hours, why would you presume that yours was going to go less and that we would know you
Because I
had
have
health issues?
Because I'm telling you, I have.
But when you get to the show,
Oh my God. Wow. Unreal.
This is an initial. This is a disclosure now, but. Look, so we're going to continue the conversation, but there was one other thing you said to me there in private.
you're fundamentally a dishonest person. Like, fundamentally dishonest. There's no reason for you to hold that presumption at all. On top of there being no reason for you to hold that presumption whatsoever, you get to the studio, then say you have health issues. It's like, yeah, it seems fundamentally dishonest.
I mean, that's just kind of something that you don't want to disclose because it's a little embarrassing.
Oh, now she's crying.
Are you-
The
you
fuck out
cry?
of here.
Look, I'm not asking you.
He doesn't give a shit either.
It's a really good day. I'm leaving.
Hold on.
No.
You're gonna cry. Hold on. We're not. Look.
I thought you were a strong woman.
Kylie, do you want to just take like 3 minutes to gather? I mean, you agreed to. Yeah, but that you can't do some technicality where, well, I showed up for 2 minutes and I'm just gonna leave and get the benefits of. Look, Kylie, just take a 5-minute breather. You still there, Kylie? Look, do you want to take a 5-minute breather? Come back and we'll talk more. Okay. All right. Here, I'll do some chats. I'll read some chats. Let's see here. We have. Oh boy, there's a lot. And I think we were about to get into a really good segment there when it came to is misogyny worse than misandry? Can you be sexist towards men? Can women be sexist towards men? So let's do this. Here we got. Wait, Kylie, you. Okay, that's fine. All right. All right. So we have Red Fox here.
Red Fox donated $100. Brian, great job as a mod. Andrew, I am sorry you have been putting in so much work and this is the quality of your opponent.
Yes.
Glad your family is safe. Not one step back.
Look.
Bring on the blood sport.
And for those of you, I know there's probably a few of you in chat who are like, how did you do that? Well, here's the thing, right? It's like,
I've been engaging in good faith, engaging in a typical debate. They're, you know what I mean? And the whole time it's been all about tone and Andrew's bad and this and that. It's like, you know, and then we get to it. She lied through her teeth. She agreed to 6:30 before the cameras rolled. I'm telling you, she not only agreed to it, but basically, I mean, they discussed it. And she was like, yeah, 6:30. Then she changes her mind, right? And then kind of was very dishonest about the reasoning behind it. And, you know, there's a form of female manipulation which happens when they're like, I don't want to disclose any health issues because it could be fair. It's like, well, then why did you agree to the show?
We didn't ask about that.
It's yeah, no, but of course not. It's all fundamentally dishonest. And so it's like, you know, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to look at her when they turn on the waterworks, when you know it's clearly manipulation, and be like, oh, okay, then. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I've had two really good faith interlocutors we've gone back and forth with. I don't hold any ill will towards them, but it's like, you came to do the debate. I flew out here to do the debate. Do the fucking debate. Stop. You know what I mean? Just do the debate.
Yeah. And I think we've been probably very, I don't know if charitable is the right word, but
accommodating.
Almost
bent over backwards.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, really at the beginning she was trying to dictate terms. And look, to the audience, I know you guys didn't like that I was trying to kind of placate things a little bit, but in, you know, like I was telling Andrew, just in furtherance of ensuring that the debate actually happens, if you got to, you know, walk back an inch, you know, to be able to make it further, then so be it. But let me do these super chats while they come through. Yo, Gerald, appreciate it. Coastal Operator, thank you for the membership. Okay, JJ Mad, thank you for that message. Let's see here. We have. I'm honestly kind of lost on some of the chats here. Okay. All good? All right. Whoops, didn't do that. So, okay, here's where we left off, right? Xerxes was, can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist towards white people? Is misogyny worse than misandry, excuse me? Andrew, it seemed like you wanted to.
Yeah. So it's just academic doublespeak. It's just it's a way for them to hold dualistic standards. So, what they mean by racism is exactly what they mean by racism across the board. It's just that in order to make whatever they consider the oppressive class not the oppressed, they call it something else by saying there's not enough institutional power. But if you were to ask them something like, well, what about over in South Africa, right? They would still say that, nope, whites really have the institutional power there no matter what. So it's like, it's never, and I've been in these debates multiple times, it's never a consistent definition. It's an academic doublespeak. When it comes to misogyny, worse than misandry, yeah, right. The only reason that she says that is because she believes in a bunch of stats which are completely false. They're totally false. We've been over them multiple times. Women do just as much damage with their misandry as whatever she considers misogyny to be. And the truth is, it's all just demonization. Yeah, I don't know why she's crying. I don't know. I have no idea.
No, I'm not crying right now. But...
I'm not crying.
Okay. It seems very manipulative, by the way. I'm just pointing that out. But,
yeah, you're entitled to your beliefs.
Would you like to engage with the misogyny being worse than misandry?
Sure.
Topic.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just read out the statistics that I have here about violence against women, and that's basically what my belief that misogyny is worse. Misogyny kills, and misandry annoys is sort of a phrase that people say. I think both definitely aren't healthy, but 1 in 3 women experience violence in the home or just generally in their lifetime. World Health Organization, 50% of women are murdered in 2017 were killed by an intimate partner, United Nations. A lot of child brides
there's
with victims being women married to older men, as well as 71% of
fucking heart there for me to use?
Women often used for sexual exploitation purposes, and that a lot of that is rooted in the belief that women are property and objects that men can do what they want with. And yeah, so that is why I believe that misogyny is worse. I think, again, though, I will concede, I think both can be harmful.
And can I just point out real quick that sexual liberation is a key cornerstone of feminism, including OnlyFans, things like this, and that's been linked heavily to sexual trafficking. And still, the left does everything they can to promote that women should be able to engage in prostitution, even though it leads to those very same outcomes, which is insane. On top of that, she says misogyny kills, misandry annoys. That's not true. We look at post-divorce stats for suicidality, for instance. Same thing. Even when it comes to men's health, they do unalive themselves at higher rates, right? Now, I would still argue that that's mostly because they're better at it, but also because, and what I mean by that is that, like, women will basically not use, they just won't use guns, right? And men use guns. But yeah, I would say also, when we're talking about misogyny versus misandry, what's really interesting about this is they'll often only point to the stat of death as though that is the only stat which is worth looking at. If you look at what's going on in society, we also have to look at children, the effects and outcomes of children. The demonization of men through misandry often will lead to men or boys, young girls, things like that, losing respect for men. It also leads to men losing custody of their children, which leads to bad outcomes for children. Like, even if it were the case that I accepted all of her stats, by the way, that also proves that feminism is not doing a good job protecting women. It literally failed its promise of protecting women. But on top of that, can we just point out that she doesn't bring up the outcomes for children ever? They never bring up the outcomes for children, which are completely and totally awful when we have these split family homes and the glorification of single motherhood, which feminism has done. They only point to the fact that, well, misogyny can lead to the unalivement. Also, can I just point out, what about the fact that there's about, 1 million women plus a year who murder men's children in the womb? I just want to point that out while she says, well, this is basically misandry is just harmless annoyance. But at the same time, remember, having 1 million abortions a year.
May I just ask, I'm trying to
I was listening.
Were you listening?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I was listening.
Okay. Do you want to
Sure.
refute or counter? Or
I think that
respond?
like being pro-choice, the way that it's defined about taking life is always going to be open to interpretation. I think people will think different things about when life begins, and so ultimately the crux of that, it seems like you believe in God. Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think that because of that, we will never see eye to eye, because I don't consider it to be murder before a certain point. Like, obviously, like, if the fetus is viable, if there are certain points where
I only ever use secular arguments. So even if it is the case that I believe in God, I've only ever used secular arguments.
So what would your argument be?
That the case for sentience makes no sense, and that scientifically, the established scientific consensus, the legitimate scientific consensus, non-sociological consensus, is that this is a human life at conception immediately. That is the scientific consensus. You can look at any source you want. That's the scientific consensus. So if that's the case, right, then we should treat it as though it's a human life.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's going to vary from person to person. I think that there's a lot of people in the scientific community, and again, the scientific consensus does vary on when life begins.
It does not.
Because the religious idea is
the consensus does not vary. There's no source you could ever look to, and I'm willing to be corrected right now live. There's no source I've ever been able to find which refutes that the scientific consensus is that human life begins at conception.
Oh, thank you.
There would be no other way to determine human life. Other than that, it began at conception. You wouldn't even be able to determine it another way. But you can go ahead. What does scientific consensus say? When does human life begin?
Sure.
I'll wait.
So it's saying that there are 3 different perspectives: the scientific, philosophical, and religious. Scientific, most biologists agree that a new, unique human organization comes into existence at fertilization.
Organism.
So human life at conception.
However,
at conception, right?
But they're saying that a new human organism, but there's people that have different agreements. That doesn't necessarily necessitate that doesn't mean life.
Well, what is life? It's alive?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, is it's different for everyone. They're saying that the human organism forms at conception, but that doesn't mean it's life.
Well, what is an organism? Is it alive?
I mean, they're talking about human life.
Yeah. Okay. Begins. But what is life? An organism would be alive, right?
I mean, but again, there's a difference between human life and an organism. Don't you agree?
Isn't
Human
well, if an
beings.
organism is alive and it's a human organism, then it's human life, right? How could it not be?
I mean, yeah, you can believe what you want. I think just different people are always going to have different opinions on it. And
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
I was just
don't,
pointing out the scientific consensus.
Yeah.
And I was correct, right? Scientific consensus by most biologists, which would be consensus,
Yes.
say that a human life begins at conception, right?
Sure, yeah.
So then what we're left with from the secular perspective is sentience, and that really makes no sense. That's it. So I would always use the secular argument.
Okay.
I've always said it. Yes, it's killing. But I'm okay with it up until 12 weeks. Go for it. Right?
Secularists can't determine when sentience begins. Since they can't determine when sentience begins, there's no reason for us to assume it doesn't begin at conception of life.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's different arguments for like. So I understand your argument's more biological. That makes sense. I understand your argument. I mean, there's different reasons people argue for being pro-choice and pro-life. So pro-life, pro-choice. But you know, there's different ways of looking at it, and I don't think we'll ever agree. So I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, but good. I enjoy hearing about your arguments and what you have to say. So I've never been, you know, yeah, I never heard that specific point. So.
Kylie, you mentioned that there were some topics you would have, other topics you would have liked to speak on. Is there, from your prompts, would you like to bring any of those up, or?
Yeah. Would you, so do you really believe that out of the 4 components of the 4 principles of general feminism, which is working to increase gender equality, that's number 1, and expanding human choice, number 2, how do you suppose that those 2 things could be problematic?
Yeah,
Because-
let's start with expanding human choice, actually.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite ones. So you're not really for expanding human choice, right? Like, just only kind of? Like, you don't want me to have a choice to be able to drink and drive, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you don't want me to have a choice to stop at a stop sign?
Like, sure, yeah.
Yeah, like short of some, like, externalized emergency. So what choices do you want me to be able to have? Let's start with those.
Sure. Anything related to agency, like
Well, I
within
mean-
reason, without harming others. Yeah.
But I mean, me drinking and driving doesn't harm others,
Opportunity.
right? Does me drinking and driving actually harm others?
It can.
But everything I do can harm others.
Right.
So that's a strange argument, because when you're talking about freedom of choice and you say, well, we can limit this choice because it can do harm,
So
that would be every
so
choice.
let me clarify then.
Okay.
Expanding human choice such that it promotes autonomy and agency without infringing upon the rights of others or the safety of others.
Yeah. Now you see why I was so specific about rights. Because
Yes,
it's
sure.
definitionally part of what
Right,
you believe, right?
Being specific is important.
So, yeah, it's being specific is super important. I was very specific about rights. That's why I wanted to know where they came from.
Right.
Because I looked at your definition, which I wrote down earlier, which was the 4 parts. And I'll
Right,
read
right.
it to you, the
Sure.
4 parts, if you don't believe that I wrote it down.
No, I believe you. I believe you. You've definitely been paying attention.
But
so.
you kept on saying, like, I don't think that this is pertinent when we're talking about forced doctrine and rights. But the entirety of your second pillar of feminism revolves around choice and rights. So everybody should have a choice unless it expands to infringe on someone else's rights, right?
Like a living person, yeah.
Yeah, like a living person. Okay, we're going to leave abortion
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all that
just-
aside. We're just talking about, we'll just say, like, you're alive, at least we'll agree you're alive when you come out of the womb.
Sure.
Right? We can agree to that. So, but here's the problem, right? It's like, let's take something easy, like guns, for instance, right? Should I be able to own an AR-15?
Depends on who you ask and which state.
I'm asking you.
Do I think you need an AR-15?
Nah,
with
that's
a,
not what I asked. Should I be able to own one?
Should you be able to own an AR-15 that has, because there's specific types, right? There's like ways you can prevent the AR-15 from firing rounds.
No, I mean a
after
fully
round after
automatic
round.
machine gun.
No.
Okay. Why are you taking away my choice?
Because like that would be an example of the specification that I made about how it infringes upon the safety of others.
Okay, what about a semi-automatic?
That's a good question. I don't really know why anything that even that large and semi-automatic would be useful, but I don't know a lot about AR-15s.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to hold any potential ignorance you have about the operation of guns against your
Sure.
argument. After
Sure,
all,
then-
I can say tractors do a lot of damage and not know anything about tractors, but still know they do damage, right? So I think that that's a legitimate argument for you to say.
I mean, I know, yes, but yes.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Well, what is it chambered in then?
I mean, my dad is like has a lot. He has like a gun safe, and I grew up
5.56?
like shooting and stuff.
So what caliber an
Actually-
AR-15 shoots?
No, I don't.
Okay. So.
I mean, again, I'm not familiar with AR-15.
It's probably not
really,
5.56, is it?
Yeah. So
You
we
wait?
would say, like, functionally, you don't know too much about the product we're talking about.
Sure.
I'm fine
What's
with
the
that.
regular? It is
I'm just
308.
pointing that out.
Yeah.
to
It is
be
also
hyper
5.56.
charitable.
That's
but
right.
How
Okay.
is that, considering the fact that I will never, and almost nobody who ever owns an
5.56 and
AR-15 will use
.300
one in a
blackout.
violent act, why is it worth limiting our choice?
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Do you know, for instance, almost all gun crime is committed with handguns, and almost all of it is committed by one segment of the population with handguns. When it comes to long
What
guns,
segment?
that would be the black population mostly.
With handguns?
With handguns,
And
yeah.
then with shotguns, is that what you're saying?
No. With rifles
Yeah.
or shotguns, you're more likely to be beaten to death with hands and feet than a rifle or a shotgun, including an AR-15. That's if we took all of the mass things, I can't say what they are, but the mass things that happen. If we took even all of those into account, you're still more likely to get beaten to death with hands and feet
Interesting.
than you are to. So, but how does that expand my choice then, though? That this is an operational thing that I want, and somebody definitely wants to sell it to me. and
Oh,
want to
I need
buy
a
it.
better version of this.
Why are you limiting my choice?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. I feel like it's very philosophical at that point. I do think like the stigma around owning guns, like I'm definitely for stronger. I just don't understand why anyone would need to own like a fully, like just the fact that if anyone got their hands on it, it just is scary. I don't know why anyone would need to be able to shoot that many rounds that quickly.
Well, you believe in rights, right?
Yes, the right to own guns I do believe is important.
Yeah, so that would be a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Right,
That's our
sure.
Second Amendment, right?
Yeah, no, I mean,
and that
sure.
is a right.
Sure.
And wouldn't it be infringing?
I'm not trying to take it away. Like, yeah.
Well, you're trying to limit my choice with that right, and you haven't explained how exactly it infringes on anybody that I own an AR-15.
I mean, there have been, yeah, I mean, I think the most notable example, wasn't it? I mean, I'll have to specifically check, but the one in,
Well, I can grant any like mass, homicide event that may have happened with an AR-15.
Yeah.
Sure. What does that have to do with me?
right. I think the point being, I think, is to determine if something infringes upon the rights of others or the safety of others should be, is something that is up for like debate. And so I'm not here to tell you like what does or doesn't, what is or isn't, like I'm not like a governing agency. You should probably ask somebody who knows more about
But
that
it's
than-
the second pillar. The second pillar of your ideology.
Right,
is
I'm talking about human agency in terms of like not like the right, like I'm specifically talking about the ability for someone to get the job they want. Like you immediately brought it back to guns. I'm talking about the ability to have the equal opportunities to like have someone take care of your children while you go to work and stuff, so that you can advance your career. Like
I think that's
you
fair.
know.
I think that's a fair point to make.
Right.
So if like a woman wants to get a job at a firm where a man controls the firm, doesn't want to hire her because she's a woman, you would say that that's infringing on her choice.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I think that that's completely fair. If it is the case, though,
I
that's
feel like
a
I don't know enough about guns to be able to like accurately come up with something. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Well, we could use anything that you could ever know about. Gun-wise, we just use that
Okay.
instead of an AR. But
Yeah.
the point is that if I wanted to have a firearm of my choice,
Yeah.
right, and it wouldn't actually hurt anybody, the expansive of choice seems like you're saying that business owner doesn't have choice because she has the right. Right? However, if it harms him and his business, it's the same argument you're making for the AR-15. You're saying because other people may do bad thing with this, right? May do, like horrible things. Some people may. The vast majority of people do not, right? We need to govern their choice in order to have safety for society or safety for individuals.
Right.
How is it, though, that if you tell people who they have to hire, you're not also limiting choice? How's that work?
It's not saying who you have to hire. It's saying who you cannot discriminate against. Like, the
That would be
1964
who you have
Civil
to
Rights
hire.
Act. I think that racism is designed to combat, or that legislation is designed to combat racism and sexism.
Yeah.
Versus so the protection is more for the person. Like there's more protecting being done for the person who is being hired than there is harm being done to the business by being told they can't be racist. So that's how it outweighs it. in
Can
my
you
mind.
demonstrate it?
Sure. So if I'm a woman and I'm equally qualified as a man and I go in to get a job and they're telling me that I can't be hired because I'm a woman, then that causes immense psychological and financial harm, right? For the company to have to hire me instead of the man, even though I'm equally qualified, that does not actually harm them in any way because I have the same qualifications and abilities as the man does.
Okay, so,
right? So
I
in my
want
mind,
to go buy a fully
does that even harm the company? I don't know.
Well, I think it does.
How?
Because it limits the choices and demoralizes the agencies at the top who may not want to hire you for whatever arbitrary reason.
But like,
they have.
let's say specifically, it's like they don't think women are good at the job.
Sure, let's just say that that's true.
You think that should be protected?
Well, I mean, from their view, it's going to hurt them, right? Like, there's no doubt that that's going to hurt them. You may not agree with the reasoning why it hurts them, but you can't disagree that it's going to hurt them.
Subjectivity versus, like you're saying, for the subjective experience.
It's all subjective there.
No, but the subjective, no, I mean, not necessarily. Like, the objective, there is an objective truth that discrimination is harmful.
Wait a second.
You don't agree?
Wait a second. Hang on a second. Then that would also be an objective truth, then. That if people are forced to do things they don't want to do, like hire people they don't want to hire, then I would make the same argument.
You think that's as bad as, like, racism?
Did I say as bad or objectively harmful?
Okay, so let's...
So when I say, like, I want to go buy an AR-15, and you say, no, you can't, right? That's doing the exact same thing. I don't understand. Like, what's the distinction here? It sounds like you're telling me what I have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people see it that way. I do have an interest in public safety, though, so I think that sometimes, certain actions, if they're racist, sexist, harmful, cause a lot of psychological or financial or other physical harm, I don't think that those should be protected over the beliefs of the inferiority of a person.
Are you aware of
based off of a characteristic they can't control?
Yeah, are you aware of how many DEI laws there are?
I mean, I know there's a rollback now that Trump is in office, but sure, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to hiring practices or non-discriminatory practices, right, there's hundreds and hundreds of laws, both the local, state, municipal, and at the federal level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds which govern this behavior.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that none of those, which all of them are designed to expand choice, are infringements upon the hiring practices of people who want to hire individuals. Like, if I wanted to have a male-only firm and it just wanted one, why is that actually a problem?
Right. I mean, I guess to your point, there are, like, women-only gyms, you know? And
yeah, if I want a male-only firm, and literally I'm public about it, I'm like, I just don't want to hire women because I don't really like them that much. If I just said that, like, outright, I just don't really like them that much, and I just don't want to work with them, and it's my company, I fucking own it, I built it, I invented everything. What is actually the problem with that? Why can't I just do that? Why do you want to like infringe on my choices?
It's like the 1964 like, Civil Rights Act is probably going to be a problem for you. I don't know.
Well, I mean, do you know what freedom of association is?
Freedom to associate with who you want?
Yeah, do you think that that's an inherent right?
I think for corporations aren't people. So I don't...
Corporations are people. What else would they be?
They shouldn't be people. I think that's where we disagree, because in some cases the Supreme Court has upheld that the corporations like have the same rights as people. So if you own a company and you're religious, then you don't have to pay for like reproductive services or birth control.
Yeah,
right?
what else would you couldn't classify them as anything but people? People are the things which run corporations. Corporations are people.
I disagree. I think that corporations are entities. They are run by people, but I think that they should be held to different standards.
Is there any
than people.
conscious entity that you can think of that talks and can speak like you and me and make decisions like you and me that's not people?
Yeah, sure. No.
No. So that, I mean, if that's the case, they're making the same types of decisions that you and I are making.
But
why wouldn't they be assumed to be people?
Because they have different sort of like standards of operation. They have laws they have to follow that are different from people. Like in terms of the government's eyes, I believe it should be considered not a person. I think it's fundamentally the way that it operates is different. I mean, it's not one, it's like a
just the skills is
conglomerate
bad,
of things
right?
and people who work in a company. So like,
So I don't have a corporation, let's
This
say
is just
then,
a skill.
and I have a private business practice
right.
where I'm a landscaper, and I just there's a woman who comes in, she's definitely qualified for the job, and there's a man who comes in who's slightly less qualified for the job, but I just kind of want to hire him anyway because I just don't really like women. Why is that not something I should have the freedom to choose for myself? Why?
I mean, I just think we're operating at a different moral capacity. I mean, a lot of my things that I say are rooted in morals, and you're making yours vote like in sort of like laws.
I'm asking you for the moral argument.
I'm telling you that I believe it's wrong to make someone feel ashamed and not hire somebody and give them different outcome based off of their race or sex or
But you
sexuality.
don't believe it's wrong to tell people that they must do a thing they don't want to do.
Not at all. No, I don't. Because
So then it's not about choice, then, is it?
I suppose if you want to make the argument you're making, then no.
Yeah. Then it's not really about choice. Okay, so the second pillar of feminism is
Right,
not
you
true.
just debunked it like so fast, just like that.
It's pretty
So
false.
easy
Yeah, it's
for
pretty
you.
false. You just said it's not really about choice. It's
Sure.
really about an agenda, right? What was the third pillar of feminism?
Well, I think we're getting close to the end. Is this what we want to talk about for the last, few minutes?
Well, we have another 30 minutes.
Sure.
It's 5:59 right now. We have.
All right. Well, I might just have to take another break because I'm not feeling so hot. Is that all right?
Oh my god.
There.
But I'll tell you what I would like to talk about next, though.
Well, one thing here, I think it would be fair.
I just told you I have medical issues, though. Like, I genuinely need to take a break.
Hold on. I'm fine with you taking the breaks.
Okay.
But given the frequency and the duration of said breaks, I think it's reasonable to ask for an additional 10, 15 minutes to make up for the breaks that have occurred thus far.
Sure. I will give you 10 minutes more. So we can go till 6:40. But
That's
other than
fine
that,
with-
I
that's fine
truly
with me.
cannot stay longer. Like, I have.
Yeah, we get it. You've got
Yeah, no,
you've got
look,
medical
do
issues.
you want to go ahead and take the break and we'll let some
Yeah.
chats come through? Okay.
So there's like literally everyone else in the fucking planet.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Since we are getting close to the end of the show, make sure you get your messages in now. There's quite a few. Andrew, if you can just stay for just a sec.
I'm staying.
There's quite a few. We'll try to get them all in. We'll do a bit more. So streamlabs.com/whatever. $99 TTS. Also, like the video if you're enjoying the stream. I need to do a quick sidebar with Andrew here really quick. I'm going to put it on intro screen. Give me 10, 15 seconds. We'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. We are back, though. I'm going to read a couple chats here. Ripter, the problem with feminism is that men overwhelmingly allow women to redefine what masculinity should be, while women often concede no such ground to men who have a preference for how women should behave. How is this equality, since she's gone? Andrew, do you want to quickly,
Yeah, very quickly. This is why I always tie them to virtues, and thus far, nobody has argued this definition. It's a big defeater for feminist ideology as well.
All right, Ripter, thank you for that. We have Lucas. Here it is. Truth is, the little lady is weak and intellectually feeble, and otherwise mired in echo chamber with her views never challenged. Just a hunch here, love, but an oral argument in front of SCOTUS is probably not in the cards for you. Now bring out the therapy dog. Okay. Lucas, you maybe wanted that directed at her, but she did have to step away for a moment. But the audience did.
I need 5 minutes. So does my cat burn. Significant snowfall expected. Wonderful.
to my home away from home.
Or snow coming. Holy fuck. Get me back under this blanket. Oh. How with that?
You get to see it, and we do have a bit of a time limit here, so I'm going to see if there's any Streamlabs messages that we can let come through.
Get bring in the super chats.
Let's see here. One sec, guys. There's a lot, so I'll try to get through to all of them. One sec. Shoot. We have USMC.
User donated $100.
Alright, fuck it, let's play some
Fan of Andrew,
Battletech.
even though I'm older than him. Member at Crucible. This lady hasn't had an argument since you hacked her phone reception. Lolly lolly lol.
Yeah, we we've got what Faraday cage in the studio, so they can't. It allows our signal to get out, but all right. Thank you for that, Christopher Murphy. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not a Faraday cage then, is it?
Christopher Murphy's about to come through. USMC, thank you.
Christopher Murphy donated $100. I'm a proud Crucible member.
Thank you.
You and Rachel are finally getting the recognition you two deserve. Keep it up. Brian, don't apologize for being.
Or should I do
good
Project
host.
Diablo 2?
You're the man.
Oh, I appreciate it, Christopher. Thank you. I'm
Dilemma.
trying to be as fair as I can. All right, here, I'll let the...
I've actually had someone offer to pay me, because I'm assuming if I leave early, you won't pay me. But I've had someone in my comments offer to pay me the amount that I was paid to be here. So I'm going to go because I have medical problems. I'm not feeling good.
What if somebody in our chat offers to pay you
more?
Do you think they would?
Yeah.
Well, they would pay me and then...
Wow. Do you think they would? Oh, what the fuck? Grifting. Fuck.
Yes, if someone offered, I would stay and I would cry on camera. But I don't know if they will.
This is why we have the wage gap. This is literally why we have the wage gap, ladies and gentlemen.
But I highly doubt that someone will offer that.
I wonder, so they're offering you...
They're offering me 50.
So if you stay for another 2 hours, what would that cost?
Oh my God.
Like $500?
No. Oh my God. More.
On top.
Like probably double.
Double
500, so 1,000.
The original, okay, double the original. So I think we would need, in order, would you actually, if it was doubled, would you?
If it was actually doubled, I would stay, because again, I do have a problem, like, so I could
you've said
stay
that
a
20
little
times
longer.
already.
2 hours.
I would just have to
2
take
hours
breaks.
beyond, so we're talking 8:30.
Sure. Then I would need like triple, because I like.
Troy.
Triple?
You're a tough negotiator, Kylie. You're a tough negotiator.
I like
this girl over here, tough negotiator.
I genuinely.
I just realized this is the lady that tried to sue them. Pretty sure.
do have issues though. Like that's not a lie. So I just don't like to talk about it. But I have a hard time. Yeah. Like I could like.
It's crying again. Oh my God.
Yeah, what is the issue anyway?
I don't really like to talk about it, but I've had like concussions and stuff like that.
What the fuck? Yo, she's so full of shit. She's so full of shit.
So
concussions?
It's like a brain, like
TBI.
Yeah, I mean, traumatic brain injury. Yeah, it was a traumatic. It's like I get like really bad headaches and like.
Do you want? We have like
difficulty breathing.
Tylenol or ibuprofen. We could give you.
But yeah, I don't really want to go too much into it.
Okay.
But I have had someone offer me, but I just don't think this is a good environment. So I think I'll just take the offer that the person has given me of the original amount, and I'm just gonna head out. I think so. Yeah. I just I think my health is more important than whatever you've offered me, which is not much. So.
I mean, I don't think it's fair. You know, we've been very generous here at the whatever podcast. I don't know if that's a fair categorization. So you said a double. So if somebody does essentially, somebody want to send in like an Ethereum.
And again, like this isn't really my network, so I don't think anyone's going to offer it. So, but I guess, you know, nothing is impossible.
We're gonna install fucking.
Are there any takers in the chat who want to see this? Wait, let me ask the chat. Why don't I pull the chat? Chat, does anybody want another 2 hours on top of, so like 8:40 Pacific time? Is it standard time or?
I think, yeah.
Is it standard time or is it daylight?
All
No,
right.
it's standard.
I know how we can raise the money. So here on my notepad, right down here, okay, we're going to play Hangman. I'll play Hangman. Chat, we're going to play, okay, yeah, we're going to play Chat Hangman. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to play Chat Hangman. It's only 4 letters. That's it. You send in $100. It gives you the letter. I'll put in the letter, but we got to do it quick, okay? Got a better.
I need to leave. Fun. Loves my fault. About
Blah, 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 blah. She's leaving.
Actual issue, I would.
There's a lot there, but
I mean, it moves themselves.
when Claire become a female.
I think if a
Rest in the USA, your answer? Can you stay for Andrew's club?
Okay,
Stay.
you have to clarify you're not kidding. Yeah,
Well,
I'm leaving. I mean, what? No, I'm going. But I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you for the experience.
Are you oppressed? Do you want to just answer that? You don't need to say into the mic. Just yell it out, maybe.
There's a new version. Do I want to? Oh my god! Do I want to update to the new
closing
version?
statement.
I'm not sure that I want to do that.
But for Champagne Pop,
Wow.
For Champagne Pop, you guys were here for those. For Champagne Pop, I will send you the Andrew Wilson notepad with a special note right here for all my feminist little notes that I took, along with the complete and total dominant victory. I win. I fucking win. Just saying. It does say. I just want to point. I win.
I think that was a pretty. I mean, that's a pretty decisive victory.
Pretty
Andrew.
decisive.
I'd like to congratulate you on your victory as the moderator. here.
Pretty happy about it. Not
and-
upset a bit. The thing is like, why are they so fucking? Yeah, you know, these are the fucking ass kicking. Oh, women can fucking be in the military and ninja up men. They fucking get in a debate with them, and suddenly they're fucking crying and shit. You barely say anything. Barely say anything. Fucking tired of it, dude. Tired of it. Fucking She-Ra on the one hand, and then on the other hand, they're so sensitive they just break immediately because you're just talking about, you're having a fucking debate. What does she think a debate? You know what it is? I know what it is. They think a debate is they hit the mute button on TikTok and then just talk at you. That's what they think a fucking debate is.
And there was like both of you were doing it. They're little like mocking each other.
Which
But
is fair. It's a debate.
It's rhetoric.
Yeah, it's a
it's
debate.
rhetoric. Look, she had a bit of a tone.
The
you had a
men,
tone, it's-
the men do it. The men do. Hey, we want equality. Was there not a man yesterday who we were going back and forth? Lots of mocking going on, shit like that.
Well, that guy on Thursday too.
Yeah,
but I mean,
and did it look like anybody was going quiet? Quiet.
What you know? What's interesting, Andrew? You've raised this point before. Is that you're treating them as equals because when you're debating a man, so you conduct yourself in the same way.
Exactly the same way.
And so you're giving her equality, basically. You tend to word this a little better than I do.
I'm treating her exactly like I would treat a man, which is exactly what she demands I do. Which is wild to me. And we've had so many debates now. Nobody can say any different. Nobody could ever accuse Andrew Wilson of not being the same universally with men and women. The thing is like, look at the reaction, and they pretend that they want. Give me a fucking break. They like a fucking cheap chair. I barely even pushed on the worldview. I barely even pushed.
Greetings, stranger.
I had one
We
topic
don't
to
see
get to
your
my
kind
topic
around
first.
here.
The rest of it's going to be a critique back. And what happens?
Actually, I think it makes reference to a necromancer because I'm even more.
Fucking ridiculous.
Andrew, let me ask you.
Greetings, stranger.
Can you ask them?
I'm not surprised to see your kind
We
here.
need to We need
Ladies
likes on the
and
video.
gentlemen, especially those of you watching live from the Crucible, who right now are putting W's in the chat, and you better get the fuck over here on whatever and put W's in the chat here as well. Please like the video and send in just hundreds and hundreds of dollars for the kindness of Brian. He did, by the way, of his own dime, fly me out here. He did take care of the hotel rooms. We do want to play the kickback game. Remember, the Crucible's motto is always, we take care of the people who take care of us.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. And by the way, I was getting a little heat in the chat at the beginning of the show when I was kind of trying my best to.
It's an impossible position for Brian to be in. For those of you who think, well, that's not really fair, or Brian's being too nice, or something like this. Brian's job is to keep the debate on course. It's a way harder job than you think when you have such ideological distinctions. You're trying to keep the peace. Cut him a little slack. I've been in his chair hundreds of times. Not that chair, but been in the moderator chair hundreds of times. And I'm telling you, it's a hard job to fit.
Guys, if you want, get in some chats here. $100 TTS if you want. Maybe we'll, if you're fine with it, Andrew, we'll probably try to wrap this earlier than we have been usually. Yeah. But maybe we'll lower the TTS a little bit, let some audience questions come through.
Let them roll, man. Yeah. And by the way, I win.
Oh, were you playing Hangman? Or no,
yeah, well, that was the four-letter. That was the four that was going to be I win. I thought it was clever.
Here, I'm going to read.
Pretty good for a guy with an average IQ against a 150 IQ. Whew.
You know what's funny, actually, Andrew? That woman on Twitter who she challenged you to do a
IQ test.
IQ test.
And then and Brian contacted her, who was Jiggly, and said, "Okay, we'll do it." He would get a person in here who was unbiased to give the IQ test, and guess who didn't want to do one?
Yeah, she said, I've been waiting on her to try to give me a date.
She's not gonna do it. She's not gonna do an IQ test because she was a DEI hire.
We have Kakashi. Thanks for that super chat. Thanks to Andrew and Brian for pressing feminist women and men for their weak worldviews. From the outside looking in, it seems like what these debates are asking feminists to do is uphold worldviews to a standard. Sometimes the answer is not. It depends. It's relative. Thank you, Kakashi, for that. Lenny, thank you for the gift of membership. Appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, if you want.
And thank you, by the way, to once again the Whatever audience for being kind enough to host me. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. I know that there's a bit of cross-pollination where you guys come over and chat with me in the Discord from time to time. I really do appreciate that.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. We'll do like Q&A for a little bit. We're gonna lower it to a $69 TTS. Give me a sec to get that going. I'll let some chats come through here. Maybe Andrew can answer some of them. And I do apologize. I know some of you guys directed these chats at her, but she left. Nothing I can do, but I'll let them come through. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
Jason Castle donated $100.
Thank
A
you.
hostile environment. What? Are you implying that you feel threatened by Henry and Brian because they're asking questions? You really are, boss. You are trying to hurt their reputation. Real boss.
Well, and Brian did do you know why Brian tried to extend it? He was trying to extend it so that she could meet her agreement, so that he could pay her out. That was the ultimate fucking kindness. He was trying to extend it to make sure that she met her end of the obligation. And she just refused. She just adamantly refused. In fact, told Brian, stuff what our end is in our deal. Somebody else offered me a higher bid. I bid you adieu. It's like, you think, well, Brian, why is Brian trying to keep her here? Well, he's just trying to make sure that she upholds her end of the contract, right?
Yeah, and not to mention also, we have
That's
a
kind of a
lot
misclick, but whatever.
scheduled things for Andrew so far, but we have this scheduled for him today. He flew all the way from Michigan. Flight, the hotel, all that. Not to mention his preparation for the debate, which Andrew does significant preparation for the shows, and don't want wasted time and money out for either of us. So that's just, anyways. We have Michael G here. I live for the rage quit. Now we get quality bro time.
That's right.
Her asking the moderator if she could leave is proof her worldview shattered. The patriarchy wins again. I guess.
I can tell you the exact moment it was. One of you guys can clip it. The exact moment was when I said, "How is that not you appealing to the patriarchy?" And the thing that she said is, she went through it and she was like, "Well, it is true that we have to appeal to the government, which is mostly run by unit." And then went like this, and that was it. That's when it shattered. Just so you guys know, you can look that up. I took a little note in my notepad. It was right then that it clicked.
I should actually, I've got Patrice there. I should actually put
Black, Crystal.
There, Crystal.
The pink one seems a little gender, Brian. This seems a little bit gender.
All right, we have. Thank you, Michael, for that. Appreciate it. Let me get everything changed, but I'll try to get these coming through here. One moment, guys. And guys, if you're enjoying the stream once again, like the video, we have Christopher Murphy for the fund. Hey.
Christopher Murphy donated $100.
I tried.
For the fund.
Well, it's going to go into the Brian Back Pocket Fund, which he deserves. He took, you know, he spent several. For those of you who don't know, let me give you a little bit of backstory. Brian has spent several weeks. In fact, it was over a month. You know, pre-setting these up in order to meet with my schedule appropriately so that everybody could kind of converge at the same time for the purposes of getting these debates done, the panels done, this and that. It's a lot of work, you know what I mean? It's a lot of work, and you can imagine flying people from all over the country from different locations into one location, setting them up with hotels, airplane tickets, all of that. Yeah. It's a ton of work. You know what I mean? So credit where credit's due.
Thank you, man.
We, you know, a month in advance, all of these were planned. So far, I gotta say, they've done pretty well.
Yeah, these have been some really good shows, and yeah, there's a lot that goes into doing the guest booking, and you know, there's people who are in, they cancel, got to bring somebody else in, and well, especially the and you've probably encountered this because you request to debate people. It's difficult to get left-leaning Democrat friends people to step outside
their meat button.
Yeah, so it's difficult to get opposition who will debate,
who will actually show up and debate. And he's right. Not only is he right about this, but let me give you an interesting example. So you guys have been live with me many times during the talk invasions. You might as well call them mute Andrew invasions, because the second I make a point, muted and then over talking. What happened here was immediately, I can tell you how this went. It was this idea of social dominance. So the idea started with, like, you will not do this, and the idea of you laughing and scoffing at the very idea that you're going to govern how I debate. That was it. The second it was the realization is, well, I can't control the tone, I can't mute, I can't threaten, I can't abuse. That's when it was over. Right? And so then the worldview collapses shortly after there, because you don't have any control anymore over what the opponent's asking or what the debate, you know, is over. Where I take it or where you take it is no longer specifically up to you. This whole thing, all of this, by the way, just so that you know, was about one thing. It wasn't about no chick being fucking sick. Don't be stupid. It wasn't about no fucking health issues. Don't be stupid. It was about one thing, and that was, I want control and I don't have it. And that's it. And for any of you who want to know what feminist ideology is really like in front of a patriarch, you just saw it. And, well, in front, not a patriarch, but in front of the patriarchy, right? In front of anybody who won't kowtow to a feminist. That's actually what usually happens. And then they go appeal to simps, and the simps need to come beat me up and do this to me, you know what I mean? That's how they actually run their ideology, their ideological worldviews, their NGOs, all their bull. That's how they run it.
All right, guys, we've gotten the TTS lowered, $69 TTS. On that point, though, Andrew, do you think some of that was performative manipulation?
Of course, but it starts with this idea. The idea was like, you will do this.
Is that enough to earn
and the second there's no kowtowing, and I say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have a legitimate debate like I always do. That's it, right? What do you mean? I can't threaten? I can't coerce? I can't browbeat? I can't do this? And then the second that, now what happens when all of that fails? What happened? The waterworks, the final form of manipulation. Oh, I can't coerce, I can't threaten, I can't do this. This guy doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care if I rage quit, right? He doesn't care. He's here to have a debate. Then came the manipulation. That's the waterworks. I have the health, you know, and I'll cry. But what did she say? I'll cry on camera for enough money. Don't tell me it's not fucking manipulation. I'll cry on camera for enough money, Brian.
Did she say that?
Yeah, she said I'll stay and cry on camera if it's for $1,000.
Oh man. That's
It's
wild.
unbelievable. And like you guys, you know exactly what I'm telling you. You see how many hundreds of these have you seen now with me and feminists? It's always the same shit. If they can't control or dominate, right, they lose their fucking minds.
Kaibaka, again, I'm sorry. I don't know why Streamlabs keeps doing this. She looks like she gifted 20. Yo, Kaibaka, thank you for your 20 gifted memberships over there on Twitch. We're gonna let.
Do you see
some
Michael
chats
G?
come through.
Bro, that's so funny.
I'll pull it up in just a sec. Let me get these Streamlabs though. We have Peacecraft here. Hey, Peacecraft, thank you.
Peacecraft donated $100. I strongly support the woman's right to pro-choice, and you should pro-choose to get the flowers out of the debate chair after getting your bunnies paddled. Refund the degree.
Almost for that, Mr. Peacecraft should be allowed back in the Discord mystery. Just for that comment. You know, make it so. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can see Peacecraft already seething. I do love you, Peacecraft. You know that.
We have Lucas here on Streamlabs. Thank you, Lucas.
Lucas donated $100.
Appreciate it, man.
1/hellno. Screw the tone policing and her playing the crying woman card.
Yeah.
Toughen up, Buttercup. There are a shit ton of female attorneys that are total beasts. Do you think Camille Vasquez, Johnny Depp?
To which he continues.
And it's hard for me to argue with that because I've had feminists across from me who go
Bro, the
right for
PD2
judges,
wiki is
and they're
slow as
brutal
fuck.
debaters. I'm like, you know, fucking yeah, here we go. You know what I mean? Let's fucking do this. What a fucking disappointment. What a fucking disappointment, Brian.
Right. And you know what? She could have just made arguments.
Yeah.
She could have just made arguments.
I would have loved that.
That would have been good, but half the time it was tone policing and yeah. So we have Lucas with his continued message here. Thank you,
Lucas donated $100. 2/... would have whimpered out like this manipulative snowflake. You should be embarrassed. The world has no obligation to coddle you and cater to your weak constitution.
Especially when you're saying that women are not in a position of privilege, but are instead the oppressed class, and that they deserve the equality with men. You can't even sit across with one and have a fucking debate. You guys, you don't even have a perspective because it's on camera. This table is really long across, right? We're not that close to each other at all. Like, there's just nothing, you know what I mean? Like, the whole thing is fucking cope. That's why the waterworks happened. You really believe this? Do any of you really believe that suddenly this chick forgot she had a medical condition that she didn't previously disclose? Suddenly she's crying because of this medical condition, and on top of that, didn't do any research on how long these debates go, even though Brian asked her, haven't you done research? And she's like, yeah, the last two have been about 5 hours plus. So she knew.
Welcome.
It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Also, I want to add one point of clarification. I originally reached out I reached out to her March 28th of this year. So that's almost 2 months ago, asking if she would like to come do a debate on our podcast, and let's see, yeah, and I think we locked it in.
Well, how does that feel for an almost 100 IQ guy, if I'm lucky on a good day, against a 150 IQer, Brian? How that must all of those degrees and all that big IQ, you know, to some guy who fucking is drinking some mixed vodka and soda drink.
Very masculine drink you have there in your hand. Purple.
That wasn't like a shot, was it, Brian? That wasn't a shot at me,
No,
was
not
it,
a
you
shot.
Fucker.
Not a shot. It is a masculine.
It's very masculine drink.
We got Shaw here coming in. Hey, Shaw, thank you, man.
Shaw XD donated $69. What are the odds she was soliciting excuses to leave each break she took?
Exactly.
Seems pretty high to me. I suppose in fairness to her, having your worldview dismantled is pretty
There's no way he's not right.
I've been there.
Oh, well, a couple things. You remember when her phone went off?
Yeah.
I guarantee you she probably didn't end up using the excuse, but it was like, Oh, somebody's calling me.
Follow me.
You know, you ever like, how do I get out of a situation? Okay, call me in 10 minutes. Tell me I gotta go.
What happened
It's
was she
probably
made
that.
the excuse to go into the bathroom to make the text, and then, right?
Yeah.
That's The whole thing was, it was set up for sure. He's right. Tell me he's not right.
Well, and what's weird though is who would offer to like the conversation
Simps.
was pretty tame.
It was.
It was especially look maybe at the beginning it was well, even at the beginning when there was a modicum of heat, it wouldn't have warranted I need to leave. But then that passed. The conversation, she was losing the debate, but the conversation was fine.
Yeah.
Conversation was fine. No need to leave at that point, but whatever. We'll let the rest of these chats come through. We have...
But you know what she'll do?
Sancho
Right after
donated
this.
$100. Wait. She can handle teaching at 3 Chicago high schools, but the slightest upset and she gets crippling headaches.
man.
What a load of
Oh, a total bullshit.
Wait, that's a really
Total bullshit. Well, not just that, bro. Like, Sancho. Let's point this out. That Brian was extremely charitable and came down on her end. And was like, no, this is going to go, Andrew, you're going to A, B, C, and D. And I was like, okay, I'll conform to the moderator. Now, that's part of my agreement. Part of my agreement when I come on the show is that, yes, I will adhere to moderation. And I've always been pretty good about doing that. There's some times where I get maybe upset with the moderator, as every debater is going to do, right? But that's part of the agreement is to adhere to moderation. That's what makes a debate fair. There is no fucking way that this wasn't a setup, dude, where she was setting up an exit strategy when she realized she was losing and losing quickly.
And with the phone, also do you think that, and it hasn't come up too much in previous debates, we should disallow phone usage? Do you think that like neither person can use their phone?
I think
because she was on it. I think it's fair.
I'm okay when people are bringing up stats.
Yeah.
And she's like, let's pull up the stats. You got to have some way to do that.
Sure.
In a legitimate debate, you should be able to pull up the stats that you want. But what happened was I crushed her with the stats immediately. And what got her immediately was she was like, well, I just looked those up and I can't find them anywhere. Do you know how long that comprehensive analysis is? And I'm like, there's no fucking way. And one of the chatters points out, he's like, go to page this, everything Andrew's saying is right there. Oh, but I looked. She didn't look. She was not prepared for the argument, and neither are most of these sociologists who are feminists. They're never prepared for the argument that these people are fucking wrong about their stats. They're wrong about the things that they're saying. They're not telling you the truth about any of this. Feminism has led to far more abuse of women than anything a patriarchal system could ever even envision.
So you think allow the phones?
I think you should allow the phones for the purposes of stats. I don't think that like GPTing an argument is legit. Yeah. But I think that if we're doing statistics or we're pulling up studies, I need to be able to look at what she's referencing. She needs to, I'm fine with that.
Got it. Got some chat.
That seems fair, right?
Intel Wild donated $69. The only thing 150 about this chick is the weight scale when she
I guess this is the roast session. All right. What do you think about this, though? And we could say, and I don't know if this is too little or wouldn't be helpful, but instead of phones, no phones, each person can request to look up to 3 studies, or should there not be a
so
limit?
the way that I always did it was I would always say, take your 3 best support studies you're going to reference, and then send those in before the show. I'll send them to your debate adversary. He'll send you his.
Yeah.
Then both of you can have your refutations, but anything external to those refutations are unacceptable.
Okay, got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's how, because my studies come up a lot.
Yep.
So,
what is when you're debating somebody, is there an argument, like if somebody does say, well, where's the study? Isn't there an argument that you can make, like, I don't need a study?
Of course, you can use logical argumentation, you can use even intuitive argumentation, you can use all sorts of different arguments, and you can also say, well, it's an appeal to authority anyway. The second she said,
You're right. Sociology suffers from a replication crisis. You're right that it's about 60-70%. That's enough intuitive evidence for us to fucking dismiss anything we're reading. You can imagine if I was like, here, this will cure you. 70% chance that it kills you. What would you take the pill?
No.
No. So,
Absolutely not.
so why would you believe the study? If I said this is true, but there's a 70% chance it's wrong, would you bank on the truth of that?
No.
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 No. That's it. No.
And didn't you bring this up during the debate the replication crisis with a lot of these studies? They do the one, and then there's a bunch of bias too. Like they're seeking.
So here's
an
how.
answer.
Yeah. So here's how this works. The problem with the falsification of science, and this is not the way science is supposed to be done, by the way. The problem with the falsification is this. If you have like a newer study, especially a sociological study, there's nothing that's going to come for a while that refutes it or looks at the methodology. That's going to take a while, usually a year, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. But because this study hits the market, people reference it, they then ask this question, where's the refutation to the study? This is what current science tells us. But that's not true. It's not scientific. It's not really scientific at all. And the truth is they present that as being evidence knowing that a refutation is likely right around the corner. That's how indoctrination works. That's why so many people know so much that isn't true. I started the debate by pointing out there's a refutation for this. She made this TikTok video not very long ago. I point out the refutation to the study. She didn't even bother to look up the refutation to it. That falsified it, said that it fell under the replication crisis, essentially. And what do we get? We get like, no, that's just not true. Well, have you looked at it? Well, no. How do you know it's not true? Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? She never even bothered to look at her own sources. It's affirming the bias. They always affirm the bias. So always be careful when somebody says, well, here's what the data says. And then it's like a study from 2023, 2024. That's the most recent, but that doesn't mean it's fucking correct.
We have a big Z here. Champagne pop it after the
donated $1,000.
Thank you, man. That's
Pop champagne.
So,
Congrats
the notepad?
on the win, Andrew, and thank
We
you
sending him
for
the
show,
notepad?
Brian. Enjoy.
Do you want
I didn't message that.
Do you want the I win?
Wait, I think should we?
We got to raffle the notepad. You want the I win? The big, and I'll sign it for you too with your name. Do you want the I win notepad? Because we'll send it to you. I wish we could have her Cope notes though. That would be even better. The Cope notes. Yeah, the Cope notes from her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would have been great. Oh, you got it, bro.
There we go. All right.
Brian, can I ask you something? And the audience is dying to know this.
What?
You've opened like 200 bottles of champagne and you still fucking suck at it. How is that possible? How is it possible? You still 200 and you still suck at it.
That was a sub 30-second.
Fucking ridiculous, dude.
Look, you know what's happened. And this is backed up by science.
Backed up by science.
You're supposed to store champagne bottles on the side. Otherwise, if you store it vertical like this, the cork starts to dry out. It becomes very difficult to open it. And so, you gotta wait for me. You gotta wait for me, Andrew.
I was testing it to make sure you didn't spoil it. That's backed by science. The latest studies say.
So, that's why it was so difficult to open them. I've now been storing them horizontally. So, cheers to you, Andrew. Cheers to Z. Thank you, Z. Salud.
There's only one way to do this cheers. Hang on.
Cheers to the
hang on. Cheers to the Whatever Podcast audience. It is through you guys and all of the viewers that all of this is made possible. And I sure hope to God you're having a great time because I'm doing everything I can possibly do to make sure you do.
Salud. Cheers.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty entertaining.
I couldn't have haters if I didn't entertain you two.
Got a lot of chats coming through, so I'm gonna get them. Guys, if you want, $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. Hooplinaro, thank you, man.
Hooplinaro donated $69.
Appreciate it.
Andrew, if you could recommend 2 books, one non-fiction preferably about logic, critical thinking, parsing out ideas, and one fiction, what would they be?
I would recommend Faith of the Fallen as the fictional book by Terry Goodkind. That's a great one. It's just a great story. And then it's a little libertarian for my liking, but I would still get it. And then the first one I would recommend, I believe it's by Will Durant, and it's called The History of Philosophy. It's a fantastic book.
God is Not Great by Alfred
Hitchens.
Hitchens.
I really like it, not just because he goes into the
Alfred
arguments of
Hitchens?
it, but he goes into
Oh,
why.
Alfred. Fuck is his name again? Richard
various
Hitchens.
philosophers
No, that's
started
Richard
coming to
Dawkins.
this through their
What the fuck is his name? I forgot.
Pretty interesting.
The Hitch slap.
have
I forgot his first name.
USMC coming in. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Christopher Hitchens.
$69. She was a cheating boss. When she is discovered, then she melts. Easy to see.
You know, it's
watch the video. Lol.
You know what's interesting, Andrew, is 2 decades ago, when I was in high school, I was on the wrestling team, and there's a strategy that you can employ in wrestling. It's called stalling. This is also something that you see in other martial arts, MMA, jiu-jitsu. I think a lot of what she was doing was stalling. She knew probably pretty quickly that she was outmatched, and some of her
way out of her league.
Some of her tone policing stuff, the breaks, stalling, because she didn't want to actually engage with your arguments, and I think that's what a good portion of it was.
I don't disagree. I also think, though, like, I don't want you to undersell, because I've dealt with so many feminists, this idea of control. You have to understand, like, think of it from their perspective. They're on TikTok and Instagram, places like this, where they'll have controlled conversations where all opposition is muted, spoken over, dominated, right? Here, that's not possible. Imagine the panic you would feel.
Yeah.
You know? Wait, this person, I can't
sell
just
him.
mute him? I'm going to have to actually engage? This is going to make me look fucking terrible.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That would instill a massive sense of panic in somebody.
Yeah.
And how many times, Crucible Crew, have you seen this? These people panic because they actually have to defend the world. It's fucking crazy.
Well, I've seen your TikTok invasions, and I've participated. Just, I'll have 1 or 2 hours.
Sure.
I'll hop on TikTok and I'll just hop into these. And
Always welcome on the
they'll give
invasions.
You'll get like 10 words in, and they're like, oh, and then they mute you, and if you they mute you, and then they just talk, and then they eventually kick you. The criticism sometimes, here at the Whatever Podcast, we get some criticisms like, well, you guys have kicked people out, or you have an option where you can mute somebody, which has happened like a dozen times, even total.
For people who are super problematic,
it's often used not because somebody is winning an argument, but because they're like literally yelling into the microphone, or they're just hogging.
Well, but isn't that kind of like the most diplomatic approach when you think about it? The most diplomatic approach is not to try to shut them down or this or that, but say, hey, the show has to make some money, and ha ha ha, somebody muted your mic. Yeah. That feels very diplomatic to me.
Yeah.
And non-abrasive.
And not to mention also, because it's a panel show, if one mic is muted, other people can speak too, which is kind of the point. So, but I mean, you've encountered that yourself. You've debated with Dean and DP.
It's been hundreds and hundreds of times the Crucible Crew has run into the problem. Now, we have a way in which we deal with it. And usually with those particular people, we never have that problem again, interestingly enough, because there is a way in which to deal with it. But the truth is that I'm not going to undersell it, because I think for sure there is a sense of panic which wells up when the control aspect is gone and you actually have to do the defense aspect.
Yep. Got feminist love.
Again, I'm pretty sure she sued them after this. Unsuccessfully, of course. Or tried to sue them. Claimed she was gonna sue.
Got put on the pod after the recent Jade Dyer episodes, and gotta say you guys are both awesome.
Thank you.
Keep it up, and thanks for the entertainment and wisdom.
Of course.
Thank you, feminist lover. Interesting name there. Got Spyro. Thank you, Spyro. Appreciate it.
Spyro the Master Programmer donated $69. Not only did we witness why a lot of feminists can't actually defend their positions, You also just saw why software/websites/video games, tech in general, has degraded. This thinking is a mind virus.
By the way, because you don't know this, I know Spyro pretty well. I would actually consider him a buddy. And Spyro has been working behind the scenes kind of tirelessly to expose what's been going on in software, video games with the woke mind virus and why that stuff seems like it's so shit now. Highly recommend his channel. I think it's called... Now, you can hop in my Discord if I'm wrong about this. I think it's called Spyro Floropolis, maybe? But it's a great channel. And he hasn't updated it as much as he should because you're fucking lazy, Spyro, but you really should get back on that.
Well, I mean, don't they just
I know
get
that
into, like,
feeling.
the HR departments? But I mean, I've seen it.
No. It's things like this. Like, you can't say, you know how, like, you have hard drives on your computer?
Yeah.
You can't say slave master drive now.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
like shit.
don't
I'm
get
not
me
kidding.
started.
Yeah, that's what
No,
I'm
I know
saying.
exactly what you're- In the chat doesn't like all my World of Warcraft references, but you know what's crazy? So, I think we actually reacted to this on the dating talk. I don't know if you were there. So it used to be World of Warcraft. I came out 2004, 2005, 2 decades
Long
ago.
time ago.
The character creation screen, you know, when you create a character in a game or whatever, it used to have the gender symbols, the male or the sex symbols, male, female. They've now, there's a bunch of other examples.
Bro, they got rid of the troll joke about killing dwarves because, ooh. Bunch of SJW freaks, dude.
In this game, Blizzard is completely captured, ideologically captured. They've redone a lot of their art assets in Hearthstone, in
make them more
World of Warcraft.
homogeneous.
They've changed the name. So for the gender symbols, the sex symbols, they changed it instead from those to like just body type. So there's body type 1, body type 2. There's no longer male, female, man, woman. They've renamed items. Like, for example, there used to be Finkel's Skinner. Stupid. And they changed the name because it was a reference to the Ace Ventura movie, which he was making a joke about transgenders back in the 90s, by the way.
But,
So,
well, I would say this. Spyro goes... Like, these are good references.
Yeah.
But he goes in depth into the programming side
like
of it.
the what's going on in the
Yeah,
company.
what's going on
Okay.
inside of the programming side of it and how detrimental it is and why you see such shit coming out for programs because it takes them... Like, he explained it to me one night, and he's a fucking smart guy, right? Like, so it's hard for me to keep up with him, but he's like, look, if I broke this down to you, how these programmers have changed the language, we can't communicate anymore. It used to be a universal language, right? And now you have to learn all sorts of new code and this and that. For the purpose of what? Nobody's even going to see it. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
You know what I was just thinking is maybe we should have tagged in Oliver. Oh, but
he's gone.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Oliver's gone.
All right. More chats coming.
Being a
through.
fucking gremlin. You being a gremlin, bro.
No, I was just saying. We got most of the debate out of the way, so at least that was
Christopher
good.
Murphy donated $69.
Thank you, Christopher.
I
Appreciate
would
it.
give my left nut to see Andrew and Crowd Attack Team a full panel. You're doing God's work, Brian.
I just want to let you know.
Alright, let me kill Bloodraven and then Battletech because it finally got updated.
Yeah, I was. We'd love to have Crowder on the show. I think that'd be epic. All right, we have.
He might be able to maybe do it one day.
Total Patriarchy donated $69.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Very entertaining. Thank you both again. Brian, is that lovely blonde lady that usually sits behind you?
You gotta pay the sim tax.
Is ever going to be on the schedule?
Well, here's the thing. We've actually had Homath on the show. It was back in like 2023, I think. He did a call-in. He doesn't show his face on camera.
I have a Bloodraven,
I'd love to have him
Join my army of the dead.
to begin with, but then the added complexity of, and I'm not. He wants to keep his,
which is fine.
His privacy totally fine. But it does sort of complicate it. But I love his content. His content's great.
I've talked with Homath several times on the phone.
With him too, yeah.
Very, very, very sharp guy, right? Enjoy his company a lot, but we're going to respect the ideas that he has around, his anonymous status. I think that's fair.
Thank you for that, though. You do have to pay the sim tax, though, for mentioning I think you're mentioning Felicity. So, Sancho. Thank you, Sancho.
Sancho donated $69. She originally said she had a 2-hour drive back. When Brian pushed back on her travel, it switched to her people are an hour away. She was flailing for a face-saving way to GTFO.
Gee, he's right.
Well, the other thing is that so what we do is we offer to cover in the same way that we cover your flight and hotel.
Yeah, sure.
We cover their flight and hotel.
Of course.
And so, but if my I'd have to look at the message.
Didn't give me a suite though, Brian. You didn't give me a fucking suite, Brian.
It's a nice hotel.
It is a nice hotel.
It's a nice hotel.
But Brian, you didn't get me a fucking...
Oh, look at this diva over
You didn't
here. Look at this diva over here. But let me see where it is.
You can't spring for the talent. What the No. It is a nice hotel.
You know what, Andrew?
Plus, Jake is down here with me, and we have a big announcement coming soon. But I'm not going to say any more about it.
No, we got... Wait. What's confusing to me, though, is so when it came to the compensation for the flight and hotel, she mentioned driving. The offer was to fly her from Chicago to Santa Barbara. Why would she be staying like she would have had to fly into LAX?
So the excuse was, I have family who's X away, and I wanted to go visit them. But what's the distinction in visiting them 1 hour or 2 hours away? I have no idea. Like, oh, the show goes. But it's when she revealed, I know how long these go, but for some reason made the assumption that it's not going to go that long for me.
Right.
She brought a laundry list of things to talk about that she wanted to discuss. Does she think that this takes 3-4 minutes to debate these issues out?
Yeah.
We barely even got into that debate. I've been in this studio debating with one person for like 9 fucking hours before.
Yep.
I don't want to hear shit about this like couple hours. We barely got to nothing. The long-form debate content requires on each of these topics oftentimes like a long back and forth as we deconstruct the various worldviews, reconstruct them, get the positions, understand where the person's coming from. It's not so easy. It's just like, oh, there's 90 minutes and it's settled. And so Brian runs these long form, and we sometimes have 4 or 5 hour debates. And you know what's really funny is like, I'm an old man. How come these fucking 25-year-olds can't keep up with me? That's what's fucking bullshit.
That's why the wage gap exists.
That's why the wage gap exists.
That's why the wage gap exists. I make this argument on
This
the
is
show
why I
all
get
the time.
fucking hired everywhere. If I walk in with my resume, they want a fucking robotics mechanic anywhere in the United States. When I walk in, they're like, oh, it's a 12-hour shift. And I'm like, it's not 14? It's not 14?
Yeah. Hey You says...
The fuck?
Thank you, Hey You.
Where'd the...
Hey You donated $69.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
The stats
There's
are
one you can
extremely
see.
Important. I'd prefer if they were on screen.
Yeah.
Remember, many of us are learning from the facts being shared, and it helps us support our arguments against feminism, etc.
But here,
IRL.
okay, but here's the thing, right? What happens is the reason people are so resistant to send in their studies, especially to the opponent, is because they try to use fucking studies like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? They're like, oh, it's Blue Eyes White Dragon.
It's my trap
study.
cards.
Well, I have fucking, Brown Eyes Brown Dragon study, and that negates Blue Eyes Blue Dragon study. And that's not how it's supposed to work. How it's supposed to work is that you send over, it's like a discovery, almost like court. That you say, here's what my arguments are going to be in my studies, right? You can vet those and vet the argument. I can vet yours and vet the argument. And then you can really go at it. If people did that, we could put those studies up on screen. And I could say, like, go to page, 221. Here's where you can vet that information. And Brian could pull it right up on screen, right? But just remember, not everybody's willing to do that. And so the thing is, like me as a debater, I have to be prepared for fucking everything, which is insane. And always perform at a high level, which is insane. But I would vastly prefer to be like, here's my top 3 studies and here's my arguments. Here's what forced doctrine means, this and that, and just go at it that way. But it's difficult to do, guys. It's not as easy as you think.
We have Justin Martins. Hey, thank you, Justin. Appreciate it.
Justin Martins donated $69. You should use her feet to order Meanie Head Andrew a pineapple pizza so we can watch him cry too.
That would make me cry.
That would have been kind of pineapple pizza. Where is it? All right. Thank you, Justin Martins. Jim Walsh here. We tried. We actually already tried to get you pregnant. It was not effective.
Jim Walsh,
No, it worked.
1,162 donated $69.
Thank you, Jim.
I bet a year's salary she was on coke. She had destiny jaw and couldn't stop wiping her nose.
I mean, I did notice she would. I don't think she was on anything.
Wait, you noticed what?
Well, she, at least a dozen times, she'd kind of not. I didn't see anything, but like, she was constantly like touching her nose like this. I don't know if that means anything. That probably doesn't mean anything.
Well, the problem is that I'm a very beautiful man, so I was busy looking at the monitor.
Yes.
Actually,
He was distracted.
the reason I often look at the monitor during debates, if you guys are wondering, is because I'm old and I've been shooting guns for years and years and years, and my left ear is my more dominant ear, and so I actually am. The reason I'm looking this way, and you'll see me look this way often, is because I can hear people way better.
Got Chaw. Hey, thank you, Chaw. Appreciate it.
Chaw XD donated $69. I'm a software engineer at a game company. My company is Philly with women who have never played games and hate players. I also was made to work for 3 months renaming repositories for DEI reasons.
That's pretty much how it goes these days.
Yeah. Just data repositories? Really? Is that what he means? Data repositories?
Yeah, that's exactly what he means.
Is Spyro stuff related? I mean, this.
Well, that wasn't Spyro, though.
No, I know it wasn't Spyro, but it's kind of related to the stuff that's going on with gaming companies, for example. Is his stuff related? I mean, this goes way back to like Gamergate.
Well, Spyro's a brilliant. He's a contractor software engineer, and he's brilliant.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to get into everybody he's contracted with. That's not my business to tell.
Right.
But he's been in with some of the larger contractors out there between every sector you can imagine, which would include like military, others. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he knows his shit.
Like defense contractors and stuff.
I'm not saying that.
Oh, yeah.
Did I say that?
No.
No.
It's got Crojas. Hey, thank you, Crojas.
012094 donated $69. Asian game developers don't care what feminists think. Marvel Rivals releases female heroes with giant scoops and butts with zero care for what screeching feminists cry about. What do you think of it?
Well, I think that it's like the Mustache
It's
Man
what's
on
saving
Twitter,
gaming right now.
that most people don't give a shit about Mustache Man. They just think it's really funny to watch people freak out, right, about Mustache Man. I think they just think it's really funny, and so they do that, right? And I think in some ways Asian countries actually are trolling the United States, right? Like you'll notice that some of the old Dead or Alive games in Japan or China don't actually have like the breast enhancement thing. But in the United States, there's actually codes for the breast enhancement. I think some of it's like, I think they're trolling us. Am I crazy? I think they're trolling us, dude.
Could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I know in like World of Warcraft, there was a warlock pet that was a succubus.
Yeah.
Succubi? Succubus?
Succubus. Or
it's like the
incubus.
female demon or whatever.
Yeah, that's the succubus. The incubus is the male.
And it was always a female, but then like, because they're like, oh, well, this is centralizing and objectifying a pixelated
cartoon
demon in a video game. They introduced.
Bro, she literally like, I think she still does that in Classic, no?
The male, so the incubus, I believe, like you said, it's called. Just stupid stuff. I don't know. They're changing the original game too. Let's see. We have Lucas here. Lucas, thank you, man. Appreciate
Lucas donated $70.
You have a second one coming in?
I'm sure it's probably just me being old crotchety flowers, but I have no patience and tolerance for an incompetent, sniveling weak weasel. This chick was the epitome of Chihuahua syndrome. Tough.
I don't know. I don't see the second one coming in yet, Lucas. So I'm gonna let Yikes come through, but I'll put yours up next. Thank you, Lucas.
Brother
Appreciate it.
$69. This is how you know feminism is weak. Imagine MLK fighting for civil rights, and the moment someone challenges his worldview, he threatens to walk out or has a magic or started to cry.
Actually, this is a really good point, right? And this is a good case of the idea of how women treat men versus how men treat women. The demand is that I treat this woman like an equal, so I did. But you can imagine
if it was me in that same stance, right? I came in the very first night. I hadn't slept in 24 hours. I was sweating. I was all fucked up because I hadn't slept. And I could barely even process what was coming at me, right? But I'm like, gotta do that shit. You gotta get through it, right? That's part of how it
And
goes.
so
It's
it
part
came
of
to
work.
be that the Countess,
Different-
who once
totally
bathed in the
different
rejuvenating
mindsets
blood
about
of
how these
100
things are done.
virgins,
And it's like
was buried alive.
from her view, at the same time, she must be privileged and treated as an equal. And it's like, well,
I may have
both
played
those
this game a little
things
much.
Don't actually mesh, right?
I mean, it ties back into her, I think, weak arguments as it relates to the wage gap.
My brothers will not have died in
No
vain.
arguments.
Well, yeah.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
More willing to work through when they're sick. They're more willing to work overtime. And
well, speaking of what she said on wage gaps, I want you guys to remember this framing. She starts the framing by saying this: there could be 3 different reasons for this, and I wrote it down. And the first thing I wrote was like, no, there could be 50 reasons for this. There could be 100 reasons for this, right? But the framing was there can only be 3. So what she wanted me to do was select from one of the 3. Like, fuck it, I'm not selecting from one of your 3 bullshit reasons for the wage gap because that's all how you frame it. Fuck that. Here's what's actually going on. That's the right way to argue. What she did was try to frame it as a false dichotomy. In this case, there was a multitude of dichotomies. It was 1, 2, 3 instead of just 1 and 2. But so it's like, you know, what are you doing here?
yeah. Yeah. And to your point, you know, Andrew, you've been doing a bunch of traveling. Like you said, you came in that one day, you hadn't slept for 24 hours.
Yep.
You still did the show. I was sick last week.
Still did the show.
I had a terrible sinus infection. I had a fever. When Jim Bob, it was Jim Bob, I think it was when, Jim Bob and Oliver were debating. My fever was getting so bad, I had to excuse myself and go.
Oof, level 96.
I was on the verge of
Pepperoni.
throwing, but
you're gonna work.
I still came
You
and
still
did it.
came and worked.
Still came and did it.
Still came
And I
and
think-
worked, and that's the thing. Is like I got off the plane and was like, "Oh my god, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I literally can't even think." You know, you guys know what I mean. Where like you're so tired, you can't really process information well anyway, and you're
Yep.
just on
Your
autopilot.
brain is just like,
That debate was over. I was like, I still won the debate.
why am I still awake?
But holy shit, man!
I
that
get
was
it a lot.
Hours of debating too.
Yeah.
And just pure autopilot. That was just pure autopilot.
All right, we have Lucas here with his follow-up chat, and we're gonna get this here wrapped up.
Lucas donated 70.
Last call if you guys want to get one in.
/ shit or
Last
loud barking until you called her out on her bullshit. Bravo, Spirus Inanimate. Andrew, in my opinion, Will Durant is arguably one of the best somewhat recent historian.
You think so? I enjoyed the guy has a bit of flourish for storytelling too. It's not just a matter of you know how you can read some historical accounts and they're really fucking boring. The guy has a bit of a flourish. I really enjoyed it. And by the way, it's my wife who picks up a lot of those books for me. Hey, what she'll do is she'll be out. She'll be like, I just saw this and I thought you might like it. And I'm like, I don't fucking. And I find myself at night. I grab the shit and I'm like, hey, yeah, she was right. This is actually pretty fucking good, right?
Yeah. By the way, this is one of our. I mean, I think there's been a few episodes where we've had more than this. We still have just under 12,000 concurrent viewers just on my stream. We've peaked at about, I think, 14,000. I think it would have been great to keep going. Unfortunately, she just did the. I don't know if it was a rage quit. What would you call that?
That was a rage quit.
Was it a rage quit?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well that's a rage quit.
And in fact, there are other rage quits which were way less legitimate than that. That was a fucking rage quit.
Yes, yes. Oh, while we have the viewers here, I do want to ask, guys.
Debate University.
I'm asking for. There's that. But
Yeah.
I need to ask for some assistance from any viewers who may be able to help. For almost 6-7 weeks now, my Twitter has been. I don't know how to exactly explain it. Basically, every single video or photo I post, if I post any media, it gets put behind a sensitive content warning.
Yep.
My entire Twitter profile, X profile, is behind a what they call an interstitial, a content warning. I think there might have been 1 or 2 posts, not even my own videos. I was just doing like a reaction commentary on something. Got flagged. I've reached out to X. They don't have support. If anybody's watching who has a contact at Twitter, X, maybe you've worked there. If anybody can just maybe send me a DM either on Twitter, that's at whatever, or you can DM me on Instagram at whatever, or you can email me Brian.
Was it still Twitter back then?
at
No.
whatever.com. If you're able to help me get my my X Twitter account fixed, I will name my firstborn son after you. And if you're a woman, I will name my firstborn daughter after you. If you're a woman
What?
who... Huh?
What?
Wait, what do you mean?
Firstborn son, yes.
Not firstborn daughter?
The firstborn daughter.
What if it's a woman who helps
You
me out?
always name the firstborn daughter after the grandmother you loved.
Oh.
Everybody knows that.
Oh, okay.
That's like, those are the rules.
Well, then if it's a woman who helps me out, my son is going to have a really weird he's going to have a gay name. April.
April? Yeah, his name's gonna be Sue.
Becky.
It's gonna be Sue.
Okay. Yeah, I'll name my son a female name if it's a woman who helps me out. But yes, I've been having issues with my X account. It's been scuffed. I've tried all the avenues I can. So if anybody can help me out, get in contact with me if you're able to help me out with my X account. It's been 7 weeks, so help a brother out here. Help a brother out. Help a Caucasian out.
Also, go to Debate University. Buy it now.
Yes,
Hurry
get
up.
that.
Don't listen to Brian. Buy it as much as possible. Buy Debate University. It's great. It's fantastic. It's awesome. High production value. So we're going to be adding to it soon. So go buy it.
Yes, get to that, guys. Okay, we have Michael G here. He writes, her right-wing dad owes Andrew a case of single malt. Oliver was a champ compared to her. Men are better feminists than women.
Isn't that interesting? But here's the thing. In my opponent's credit, she did say that her objective is to win as many men to her own side because she obviously knows that that is the case. That more of the smart feminists actually are beginning to realize that they need male feminists to come in and make the arguments of dominance because of force doctrine. They literally need that. Isn't it hilarious and ironic at the same time?
Yep. And then we have the state of things. Let's take it one step further. Women are so privileged that once they're taken down to the privilege of men, they're disrespected and shouldn't even dignify entertaining the men they're equal to.
Right, which is the like pre-assumption there is that men are dirt and garbage, right? Men, they're dirt and garbage, and they shouldn't even be dignified with an answer the second they become equal to men. Isn't that fucking hilarious?
Let's see if we have, looks like we have something from Kevin here. He says,
Kevin89 donated $69.
Thank you, Kevin.
For the first time, men were the deciding factor in the presidential election. Do you think women like this are aware of how off-putting they are to the average male voter? If not, then cool lol.
No, actually, listen, they don't. They're going to double and triple down, quadruple down this ideology. I will say this about Oliver. Oliver, when I was, after the show was done, I went on the balcony to have a smoke. He came out with me and Jake, and he literally said, it's because leftists are so fucking cringe, and he's a leftist. That's why we keep losing. Like, they don't really realize, the average person who's watching it, like, imagine, like, there's ladies out there watching this right now, their husbands are working their fucking asses off, they get home, and they're like, this is how they expect me to treat this guy? Or husbands who are like, why would I want my fucking wife to ever be like that? You can't say the word Indian? Like, what the fuck? That's how people, normal people, think through that prism. And it's like, it's so wild to me that they double and triple down on that.
Yep. Let's see here. Okay, guys, final thing. If you want to support the show without platforms taking their cut, Venmo, Cash App, whatever. Yeah.
Let me ask you something.
Sure.
Okay, so you get home. It's like a fucking 10-hour shift at the factory, right? And what you've been doing at the factory all day, some heavy-ass labor. Let's just say that you're a high-low driver, right? And then you do stocking on top of that. So you get out of the high-low, you have to get off of it, on, off, on. You're driving this thing all
That was
around.
literally my
You
job.
extended your shift another 3 hours tonight. You get home, your wife has a meal cooked for you.
Not
You're
at a
like, "Oh, thank
factory,
God."
but
You're so exhausted. You sit down, You take that first bite, you haven't eaten all fucking day, okay? You take that first bite and you're like, oh my God, anything would have been delicious, but this is extra delicious because she tried to make it exactly tailored how you want. You take that first bite, right? And you say, man, this guy at work today, we were talking about Indians, and she's like, Native Americans.
The wife says this.
Native Americans. Like, now the food tastes bad. Now the food is awful and horrible.
Oh, you got to throw it out.
Like, everything around you now is just like, you imagine the shot, like you're about to take that second bite of the delicious meal, now it just tastes like fucking ass. You don't even want it. You throw it to the side. You throw the whole fucking plate on the ground. Like, the whole thing is just like, you're just done right then and there. It's Native American. You know what I mean? Imagine coming fucking home to that. Imagine that shit. Just saying.
Yeah, that'd be fucking terrible.
It'd be fucking terrible.
The way I thought you were going was she fucked the steak up. And she overcooked the steak.
No. It's a beautiful steak, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Even if the steak is beautiful, the second she says, now it's Native Americans, it's fucking garbage. And you're going to throw it on the ground.
You gotta throw it on the
fucking worthless. And fuck that shit. That's it. It just ends. It ends the whole experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what you want to hear is like, yeah, those fucking Indians. That's what you want to hear. That's what you. Am I wrong? That's what you want to hear. Just saying.
Yeah, it checks out.
Checks out.
All right, guys. Go to, guys, Twitch, final call on this, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us. Guys, if you enjoyed the stream, it's been 25 minutes since we last had a Prime sub. Can somebody, I think it's bugged, boys. It's been a while since I've done the bug thing. I think it's bugged. Can somebody check in the chat to, if they have a Prime sub?
I don't believe that one. The DBosity, I don't believe that.
Oh, well, that's a follow.
Yeah, fuck that. Where's the sub still?
Yeah, we need some Master Manham thing for the Prime.
Yeah, I don't believe that
thing
either.
For the tier 1. Kaibaka, there it is. Kaibaka, thank
No, look at that. The
gifted.
blue meow. No way. That ain't real. That's not real. We need another couple.
We're in the Matrix right now. We're in the Matrix.
There we go.
And I thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. All right, thank you guys. Just check if you have a Prime sub available. Twitch.tv/whatever. Join our Discord. Discord.gg/whatever. I post a bunch of the cool behind the scenes here on the show. There's various happenings. You know, there was the Priscilla incident. There's like stuff that wasn't captured on camera because we had to go to when she was here. So we got some like, you know, stuff that you don't always see on the stream when people are rage quitting. Some girl was like crying in the hallway after she was being obnoxious, and she I think, what did she called me the N-word and a bunch of it. She probably shouldn't have done that, but so Discord.
Brian, you got a bunch of white flecks right here, bro.
That's why.
Oh, bro, what about your ADD though?
Look, I haven't.
Can we get it? Can you give me the roller real quick? Give me the roller so that we can make sure. Brian, you gotta roll yourself, bro. No, you gotta roll yourself. Look, everybody can see it, Brian. You gotta roll it, bro.
Head and shoulders hasn't been working, but now I'm all freaked out. By the way, guys, before the show, I'm always making sure Andrew looks sharp. So, you know, I double check if he needs. Sometimes if you want to do your hair, you know, it's a little. And also I'll foam roll. I'll get the foam roller for him because sometimes you know, got to keep them. I'll offer it to the opponent.
Then he hands it to the female assistants. The most awkward thing ever is I take it from her and roll myself. Right? It's the most awkward shit in the world.
It's not,
Brian.
It's not that bad.
What?
Okay. All right. All right, guys. Kindly like the video here. Let me just double check. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. Thank you guys for the Prime subs. Really appreciate it. All right, guys. We're gonna get this wrapped up. Let me just double check here. Make sure we're all looking good. I'm just trying to think if there's anything. No. Just really the only thing is, guys, if anybody can help me out with my Twitter account, that's pretty much it. Send me a DM on X or Instagram at whatever.
Spyro Mystery, you guys, take a look at that. It's been, it actually, like, that's a critical resource for booking. Take a look and see what you guys can do diving into whatever Brian's problem is.
And that's also the propaganda arm for Andrew Wilson clips. Millions of views.
No. Over 1 billion views.
On X from...
Well, no, on your YouTube it's like billions.
Oh, yeah.
But on X alone, I think it's over 1 billion views.
Well, I was doing like 100 million impressions on X, and then they do the content interstitial.
Done.
I'll get 10K impressions. It all takes time. Okay. Spyro, thank you for the. Oh, it's just at whatever on X, Instagram. You can also email me, Brian at whatever.com. All right. Thank you, Spyro, for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, guys, kindly like the video on the way out. I'm assuming you don't want to give your closing.
No. Here's my closing. From all of us here at the Whatever Podcast, to all of you out there in whatever podcast land, I'm going to give my own exodus here. You guys have a wonderful night.
All right, guys. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Tomorrow, Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific, Dating Talk, and we'll be there. Got a fantastic panel. And then we have a debate Monday, and then
to part 3 as Kylie continues her 1-minute tirades online, discussing how victimized she was from losing a debate and feeling disrespected. It was worse for her than, well, other horrible things. Andrew, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Well, I have a response to this. A woodchuck would chuck all the wood that a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. How do you like that? You know what? Just for that, you owe me another $5 because that was awesome. That was fucking awesome. Okay, send another $5. You lost. You took the L on it. Mike 3 for 10 says, hard to wrap my head around why this isn't incredibly embarrassing for her. Victimizing herself and making excuses for her debate performance, digging a hole so deep she'll lie to a court judge. They will. I want you to note the very first thing that she said, that we see here, right here. A response from one of her viewers who says, it's like digital SA. Digital SA. Right here at the bottom, it says, being on Red Pill Media felt like being SA'd. Being on the podcast to her, being on Red Pill Media felt like being SA'd. That's what she said.
That's exactly what going on this podcast felt like.
So I'll just read this again. Being on Red Pill Media felt like being SA'd. It's like digital SA. Her opening is...
That's exactly what going on this podcast felt like.
These people are so deeply in series.
Is that what it felt like? Is it? Well, Kylie, when you said not to talk to you like that, that felt like digital SA. It's what it felt like. 150 IQ? Right. Yeah, right. Digital Roman helmet. They're so stupid. They're so dumb.
Me feel violated in so many ways, disrespected and used. And
yeah, that's exactly how I felt when she was digitally herself without my consent. I did not appreciate that. You know, it's really funny on this podcast. The only people I can think of who've ever been SA'd on that podcast is me. The only one I'm aware of who's ever been SA'd on that podcast was me by women.
in addition to them having me fly across the country and front the bill myself with the promise of paying me back, which they didn't.
Well, here's the thing, right? So I'm just going to point this out. Basically, every time I've ever gone on whatever, I have fronted the costs, and then Brian has paid me back after the content is made. There was a time where I had to cancel content, and so guess what he didn't do? He didn't give me any money. Now, why would it be the case that Brian wouldn't give me any reimbursement money for me not making him any content. Why would that be the case? Now, me, of course, I was extremely upset by the fact that I didn't do my job and so didn't get paid for not doing my job. I know. It's crazy. Crazy. Don't know if this actually went through, Google. I cut back on my drink consumption. Rather give it to someone who gives me entertainment. Excellent. See, we're both helping each other out. Just from hearing this, I feel like I need to go to digital trauma therapy to survive. Or yes, I've not only survived many bouts of digital SA with women, but actual SA in the studios from women. Where they actually do that. But isn't it crazy that the time that I broke my end of an agreement, now this was due to an emergency, don't get me wrong, that doesn't actually entitle me to get reimbursed if I'm not making the, in other words, if I'm not holding up on my end of the agreement, there's no reason that a reasonable person should have any expectation of reimbursement. By the way, I never even bothered to ask. There was never any clarification needed. You don't do what you agreed to do, you don't get paid. Now, this works in reverse, too. If you do come on and do what you're supposed to do and don't get paid, then you have some grievances. Or if the other end, you know, goes after the contract, then you have some grievances. Wait, she was in studio live in person? And it was digital essay? Yes, correct. Digital essay. That's correct. Yes. This won't go anywhere. I doubt she's getting legal advice. No lawyer would allow her to make such claims in her video if this were going somewhere. You act like these people
have a brain.
I mean, what you act like is that these people live in a world where operating off the advice of an attorney. She has a 150 IQ. She knows better than the lawyer, stupid. Batman gifted a Crucible membership over on the R side. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I would say she digitally essayed the entire audience every single time she was being provocative with her breasts. She was essaying everybody who was watching digitally. They didn't consent to that. They showed up for a debate, not to watch this troglodyte toggle her boobs back and forth in a live studio. They didn't sign up for that.
She did like at least 100 times, man.
I made them so much money that they asked me to come back 3 times.
Well, okay. She didn't make me any money, and I didn't ask her to come back ever. So there's that. I guess when she says they, she just means Brian. Maybe she doesn't understand the proper use of pronouns. Many of these people don't. Many of them don't.
Within 24 hours. And when I told them to pay me back, they sent me a threatening, abusive email.
Ah, yes. Threatening and abusive email. Now, luckily for us, Brian posted an email so that we can read it and see how threatening and abusive it was.
Felt not like a human being.
Ah, it felt like not like a human being. I see. I understand now. You felt not like a human being. What does that even mean?
I was harassed on the basis of being a woman, told that I was stupid, talked over.
Yeah.
Well, but we didn't. You weren't called stupid because you're a woman. You were called stupid because you your mouth opens and stupid shit fell out. You know. There's a difference.
I did tell her she was stupid. But where's the lie? No lies told. Then she posts this. Depression, disruption in close relationship, loss of interest in sex, and fear and anxiety cause physical, mental, and behavioral reactions.
all of which may lead the assault survivor to feel as though he or she has no control over her life. Most importantly, all of these reactions are normal responses to the traumatic event you have experienced. It's digitally essayed, ladies and gentlemen. A brand new form of madness.
Talked down to,
Why is she complaining about money? She looks like she eats well.
and I was made to cry 2, 3, 4 times.
You were made to cry. That's a very interesting way to frame that. I was made to cry. Well, no, nobody made you cry. You just cried. And then when I pointed out that I didn't believe you're crying and that it was just a form of manipulation, which went along with her. So, listen. I very rarely make this claim. Rarely. Right? Because it's mostly just nonsensical. But if there was a classification, a realistic classification for a narcissist, Kylie would be the very embodiment of what that is. The whole world revolves around Kylie's feelings. Kylie can be digitally essayed in her mind, and it manifests as a reality, and so therefore, she was indeed essayed digitally. And there's nothing, of course, you can do about the frame of feeling. The idea that I feel this way, therefore real, therefore happen. There's no defense against it. You can't falsify how a person feels. You just look at the objective reality of what happened or didn't happen, and nothing more. And this is one of the biggest problems with this entitlement of just thinking the whole world revolves around you. It doesn't. And it doesn't revolve around me. It doesn't revolve around the chat. Or it doesn't revolve around this. It's like an ultimate real form. If you're going to call somebody a narcissist, that would be the behavior you're pointing at. Not, oh, you're confident and you can argue well. The level of manipulation this woman deploys is unreal. What's even more mind-boggling is people actually believe this true. I feel completely violated by her insane for the grift, brother. Appreciate that. Brian says, hi, Andrew. I'm a huge fan. Well, hi, Brian. I'm a huge fan of letting you be a fan. I appreciate that.
I went open to the back and just saw. I really tried.
Right. And I am going to just point out, look, I know. Like, I've seen all these cry hard women, right? They're not try-hards, they're cry-hards. I've seen all the cry-hards on X, right? When they go after guys like Steven Crowder, and they're like, oh my God, it makes me cry, blah, blah, blah. I just want to be very clear about this. I don't give a shit. Not even a little bit. That stuff, to me, just forms of manipulation, means nothing to me. Nothing. It's just you being an idiot. But I went and I cried. I don't give a shit. And they really have no defense against it. It's only when you try to go in and defend. You try to be like, look, I really didn't do anything wrong. Don't do that. Just look them right in the eye and say, you. Go cry then. Go cry. Go cry. I don't care. Go cry. I don't give a shit. No defense against that at all. None. This idea that you perpetually have to put up with from women because otherwise they'll cry. Let them cry. Let them cry. Go cry. Get it out of your system. When you're all done crying, come back and you can address reality. Stalker12 gives 5 Crucible memberships. Very kind of you.
Join my...
You know facts.
I shall make weapons from your bones.
About in a
Took me a while to find it.
feelings. Yeah, what was I thinking?
My bad.
What was I thinking? Which is worse, her or Desiree? Personally, I'd say the latter. She's worse than Desiree. Actually worse.
Oh, thanks so.
Like far worse, in fact.
Good day.
I felt afraid. I felt trapped. I felt disrespected. I felt assaulted. I felt traumatized. Well, I felt traumatized by her tantrums and stupidity. Exactly.
Digitally S8. Fucking retarded.
Go towards us, and no platform fees, no cut. You can via Venmo or Cash App. The link for those are in the description. That's going to be whatever pod on both. And I'll give you guys a little shout out too at regular intervals. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Also, guys, drop a like on the video if you can. We're also live on Twitch. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. You can also follow us on Instagram. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that is in the description. When we do have a Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. Now, I'm going to, let's see if that's, yep. Guys, we post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Here's our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. And we posted on Sunday's episode, we posted the behind the scenes of this girl attacking, assaulting, and arguably battering Andrew. I don't know if there's any criminal defense lawyers in the chat who want to weigh in on that as it pertains to California statutes relating to...
Uh-oh.
Bro, holy fuck. Stop that, dude. No. Good job. Okay, discord.gg/whatever. Guys, you can check out the behind the scenes there. I was capturing it, like trying to kick her off. She refused to leave. We almost, can you stop talking? We almost had to call the police on her, and she was just saying a bunch of totally unsavory things. So you can see the behind the scenes of that on our Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. Mick, can you take it off the fade? No. Okay, right click on center, please. Hello? No, dude, stop, Mick. Yes, right click, transition override. You just had it.
There you go.
Hit none. Okay. All right, so I apologize, guys. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, oh wait, actually, do we need to have the guests introduce themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, any education, and your political or social leanings. Starting with you, go ahead.
My name is Savannah. I'm 24 from Tucson, Arizona. I am a social worker at a psych hospital, animal rehabber, and I do OnlyFans. And I'm kind of independent in the middle, so.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Honey. I'm 27. I have a mental health care background. I currently work at Bella's Hacienda Ranch. Bit of a career change there. I would consider myself leftist.
Bella Hacienda Ranch. Why does that sound like a... I'm gonna look that up. It's a Nevada... I knew it. It's the Nevada brothel that, fucking... Louis Theroux did a documentary on. I knew it was the whorehouse. Oh my god.
What do you do at the ranch?
I'm a legal courtesan, which is the best way that I can say that on YouTube, I believe.
Okay, got it. All right,
really careful with
Andrew, what about you?
I want what is that? I don't know what that is.
A courtesan? A woman of the night.
Yeah.
She's a woman of the night.
Okay.
At
a courtesan. Okay.
A courtesan.
Yeah. My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I engage in conversations, debates all over the world. And I'm happy to have this debate today with you too. So I appreciate you guys coming.
All right.
Thanks
and I'm
for having
Brian
me.
Atlas, 35, host of the Whatever podcast, washed up, over the hill, has been YouTuber. That's pretty much it for me. All right. So I guess we're going to get into some of our first topics here. You guys seem to have specific disagreements with the podcast, it seems.
Do we?
That was my impression, but
Oh, like me, us, with this podcast?
yeah, like the dating talk podcast.
Oh, I mean, I did initially, but since the last time I was on, I realized that you weren't that terrible. So
Not that terrible,
Yeah.
slightly terrible though.
Yeah.
What are the things I'm terrible about, or in terms of my views or whatever?
I don't think that you're that bad anymore. I think that just.
Okay, what about this guy next
Can you
to me?
speak up a little bit though?
I guess
Can you
our
speak up a little bit though? And then she went quieter.
about
Yeah,
the
sorry.
whole
Like-
opinions, voting.
No,
and
the opposite of
some
that.
political stuff. I think religion as well. It's kind of hard to disagree on that.
That's
but,
funny.
I think we could have a conversation about the morality behind religion.
Sure.
So.
Sure. And then, what about you?
I don't have an issue with either one of you. We've never met or interacted. My initial impression of the podcast was simply through clips I've seen on like TikTok and Instagram, but of course those can always be taken grandly out of context. But after watching a little bit of it, it's way different than I imagined, so I'm happy to be here.
Did you both describe yourselves as feminists?
I've never described myself as a feminist, but yeah, I like women.
That's not really the
Sounds
same
like-
thing.
Quick definition is like feminism would be the movement towards an egalitarian society, deconstructing the patriarchy.
No.
No. So, do you think women are an oppressed class?
Not in America.
Okay.
I'd have to agree with him, yeah.
Okay.
Not in America.
Not in America.
So you think men and women have perfectly equal rights, or at least women have as many rights as men?
I would say so, yeah.
Same for you.
I don't disagree.
Okay. And you don't categorize either of yourselves as feminists, is that correct?
I would have to say no. There's a lot of corners of modern feminism that don't like me based on what I do for work. So
Okay.
that's kind of tough to navigate in itself.
The sex work conversation. And what do you guys think about? Do you think there is a patriarchy?
She had an opening statement actually.
Oh, really?
Wrote.
I did. I wrote.
Oh,
I
yeah.
wrote-
We can. Sure.
Like
we
to
can.
hear
We can,
it,
we can do
Okay.
that.
All right. Okay. I said that I think morality should evolve with society, and I think that empathy is the foundation of a just world, and I think that Trumpism is rooted in division, cruelty, and a lack of accountability. And I think that religion is used to justify harmful and outdated beliefs, especially about women in other countries. And I don't reject the idea of a higher power, but I don't think that a text written by Bronze Age nomads should dictate modern morality. And my stance on politics is about what I believe is right and wrong based on reason and empathy. So I just would like you to consider whether it's truly moral or just convenient for maintaining power when it comes to religion.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you have an opening statement or?
I would keep it very brief. I didn't write anything out. My perspective on religion is that I actually find it slightly delusional in most senses. I would consider myself an atheist, to keep it simple. I actually grew up in the Catholic Church. I know that's a little bit different from Christianity in some aspects, so that's totally fair. However, I think whether whether you're questioning or unquestioning in your belief of a God in a traditional sense, I personally find it unrealistic, and people don't question it enough. I think delusional is the best way that I can describe it. I'm interested to hear your perspectives, because in what I've learned about you, just in my research before this, I'm actually really interested to talk to you, and I am coming at this from a non-aggressive, non-argumentative way. I hope to portray that at least.
Probably going to get pretty argumentative. Just not going to lie.
That's okay.
Like, it's
okay.
probably going to be pretty argumentative. You had views on immigration too, right?
I had some, yeah.
Yeah, let's start there.
Yeah, I would like to.
Immigration. One really quick thing I do want to do a quick secondary thank you to Ogle, who popped a crystal ball for us in our debate just about an hour ago. So thank you again, Ogle. I do appreciate your patronage. Let's just get into the immigration thing now. What prompted that conversation in your last appearance? So Mick, are you able to pull up the tweets? But can you go to the one that's about immigration? Do you know how to do that? So, here,
Death
remember
in
how I showed you
displays.
on the other monitor, there's going to be a bunch of tweets? And how, if you just minimize the Discord, can you show, here, Nick, tell me what is currently on the
these guys
monitor,
are so dangerous. Fucking
Okay,
little
can you minimize
shits.
the Discord and tell me what you see on the monitor, and then I'll be able to tell you where to navigate to. Sorry, guys. Just Matt, thank you for the soup chat. Do appreciate it. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, like I said, $200 TTS read is 100, TTS is 200. Do you have it? Do you have the Discord minimized? Okay, that is definitely not. Can you just pull up the Chrome tab?
Whoever's doing the prediction is
It was everything?
day one, maybe?
No. Okay, here. Okay, just stay there. So, minimize the Discord tab now, okay? No. Here, go up. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, this guy's fucking useless.
Yeah, go up to the Discord.
Here, I show you a roll tab until I. Elon Musk on February 18th posted, haha, wow, in response to the White House posting, ASMR, illegal alien deportation flight. Scroll down a little bit on this, Mick. Scroll down. Okay, and to which you responded, you have no empathy for men, which led off to a conversation you and I had about immigration. So, are you in favor of illegal immigration?
Didn't you say that morality is based around empathy?
Yes, I did.
So wouldn't that be an immoral position? Or is it just a moral position because you don't have any empathy for this group of people?
What do you mean? I said you have no empathy talking about Elon Musk just because, I mean, I'm not for illegal immigration. That's not something that I'm advocating for, but I think that posting it in that way, as if it's funny to do that to people and just pick up their whole lives, I don't think that that's funny. I think it's tragic. And I understand that we have to do it, but I think that it could be done in a better way that's not immoral.
So your problem was that he was just laughing about it?
Yeah, I do have a problem with that.
But I mean, it is kind of ironically funny, right?
How?
Well, because if you break into my house,
right,
and then the cops come and take you out, I'm probably gonna laugh at you, right?
Okay.
Would you laugh at somebody broke in your house and then?
I do think that's a little bit different, though.
But would you laugh at them?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, where's your empathy for them then?
Well, I think that's a little bit different, because those people aren't breaking into my house to live a better life. They're breaking into my house probably for a bad reason, I would assume, anyway.
Well, I mean, it's a good reason for them.
Right.
Like, their reasons for breaking into your house is they want your stuff for a materially better life, just like the immigrant, right?
Right. Well, I guess that's subjective based on scenario, but I don't think that it's right to laugh about that in particular when it comes to immigration.
So you're not for illegal immigration?
I'm not, no, well, obviously not. I mean, I don't think that, it is what it is, though. You know, if we could stop it, then I think that would be great, but that's just not.
But they're trying to stop it. That's why they're fucking doing that shit. Oh my god.
I don't think that that's possible. I don't think that'll ever be possible.
What about deportations? Is that okay?
I think that depends, really, for me, morally. I think obviously criminals, that makes sense. That's been in place for a long time. But I think when it comes to kids like in the DACA program that have grown up here and have never lived like, in their home country and they don't speak that language, I think that deporting them is
Motherfucker.
immoral. I think that's wrong. And I understand that
Yeah.
it's their parents' fault, you know, when they bring them over here. It's a selfish decision. But to put that on the kids kind of just seems unfair to me.
Doesn't it seem unfair to me?
It's an unfair situation all around. But
so how come? This is what I don't understand about the empathy and morality crowd. And I really don't get this part. When you say, "Well, Andrew, we really got to be empathetic towards these people and their plight," and it's like, but at the expense of me and mine. Where's the empathy towards me and mine? And then it just kind of becomes, well, their shit's worse.
Right.
Right? It's like, but isn't there supposed to be empathy on both sides?
I totally think that there should be, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to pick a side when it comes to stuff like this. 'Cause,
Ice.
I agree with both of I agree with that, but I think that the implications for deporting somebody that's lived here for their whole life and they don't speak the language of their home country versus you having to deal with that person in a Walmart, I feel like it's a little bit of a different situation when it comes to.
Well, I
how
understand it
detrimental
sucks
is.
for them.
Yeah.
Like, I get that. They're going to have a lot of readjusting to do. You know what I mean? But, for, not every DACA recipient is under that, by the way.
No, not all of them.
But the thing is even for the ones who are, right? If you are to, this is one of the big kind of like primary problems maybe we can dive into with your empathy is morality thing. What about looking forward 30 years? So it's like right now we can be empathetic towards these people, right? That's true. But what if you send the signal that this is now okay? And so more illegals come in, you have children here understanding that, well, these kids in 20 years can make the same claim as the former DACA recipients. And now we have to make all of them citizens as well, bypassing all of the other people who are in line. Not much empathy for those people, right? And creating now a perverse incentive for more people to come and do it. Seems like it's the least empathetic thing to do.
Well, what would your solution be then when it comes to
Send them back.
deportation and legal immigration?
I would kick out every single illegal immigrant who was here, everybody here who wasn't a naturalized citizen.
Okay.
Gone. They have no business being in our nation. Nation is, from my perspective, it's culture, borders, language. That's how a very famous talk radio host Michael Savage used to frame it. I largely agree with that assessment. Culture, border, language.
Right.
So in this case, illegal immigrants who come in, they don't have the same culture. They often, like even at the hotel I'm staying at, half of them don't speak English, right?
Right.
And they've already violated the borders. So, like, what for me, that's already criminal. So when you say things like "let's deport the criminals," I'm like, well, there they are.
Okay.
Right? They're already criminals from my perspective.
Right.
They've already broken in here. So.
When it comes to parents that come here and they have a kid here, though, and they raise that kid here, obviously they made a choice to do that. It's a selfish choice because they know that that could be a possible implication. Do you still think that that's fine to...
Well, the law of the land is that if you're born here, you become a naturalized citizen.
Right.
So
that's not. So that would be.
I want to repeal that.
Okay.
I would like for there to be a different interpretation that says that a naturalized citizen is you have to have a mom and a dad, and both of them are native to the nation, and then they have a child. That child becomes native to the nation.
Right.
That's I would get rid of the soil policy altogether, but that
Okay.
natural born would require your mom and your dad both be citizens of the nation, and then you become a citizen. That's like my ideal citizenship policy.
Fucking stamina, man.
So when it comes to immigrants,
It really is only
working
annoying the
here,
first
do you not think that
2 acts,
they
maybe?
are good for the economy? Do you think that they are harming it?
Sure, slave labor is good for the economy.
Okay. It's different.
Well, not really. So it's because they have no documentation, they can be paid under the table. They send remittances back to their home nation, which is untaxed, right?
Okay.
Totally untaxed remittances in the hundreds and hundreds of millions. If not, I think it's billions actually that they send back in remittances, but don't quote me on that. It's at least hundreds of millions.
Okay.
They're sending back to their home nations. That's non-taxable. The employer is able to squeeze out American citizens for the jobs because now they can pay under the table.
Right.
And then they do work visa programs, but they're totally rigged. So
Right.
the work visa programs are totally rigged for various companies. The whole thing is a massive clusterfuck when it comes to that. So yeah, I don't think that that's good policy. I think that you're just kind of promoting slave labor, essentially, by giving people perverse incentives to have people come across the border, and then they have children here, and now we have a conundrum, right? Like, oh, what do we do now?
Well, I definitely am not advocating for slave labor. Or people getting paid under wage. I don't advocate for that. But just for an example, like, let's
Why
just
is there a
say
but?
You have a construction company and you have 100 illegal immigrants.
Ooh.
You're paying them under minimum wage, and then we deport all of them. So in what I think logically is, I don't think that these businesses would be hiring 100 American citizens and then paying them a just wage. I think that they would be spending the same amount of money but hiring less people, which would just make everything less efficient.
Then why don't we just bring everybody into the United States?
Well, I don't think that's really an argument.
It's not. It's a question.
Well, I am not advocating for that.
Yeah, but why not? If it just is going to perpetually increase the GDP and it's going to perpetually increase the amount of cheap labor that businesses can get, why not just bring everybody here, or bring hundreds of millions a year here?
But do you understand my point, though? Like, do you?
No, not really. You're just saying, if you have a business and the business has 100 employees, right? And suddenly the business owner had to pay a fair market competitive wage, he would have less employees.
Yeah.
That seems like it's the advocation against slave labor.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that this is how I think it would go. I don't think that these businesses would hire American citizens at the same rate and pay them a higher wage. I think that it would.
But isn't that why we want to get rid of illegals, so that businesses have to hire our citizens at a competitive wage?
But do you see how it would make things less efficient? And again, I'm not advocating for paying people below minimum wage, but unfortunately, it is what it is. So just thinking about it in terms of that, would that not make
I guess.
Yeah, so if you want to understand the implication of your argument,
You've got to be shitting me, bro.
What you're doing is you're advocating on behalf of rich industrialists. So if rich industrialists can pay people who are not American citizens less money to do jobs that then they make more money off their back, and they don't have to actually employ the American public, they gravitate towards that. You actually have created a perverse
Oh my God, where'd these guys come from? What the fuck?
For illegals to come here, be second-class citizens, and get paid less than the normal American.
Right.
Like, that seems totally, like, contrary to what you actually want.
Well, I'm not advocating for that. I think that just thinking about it logically, like, that's how these people run their businesses. That's why they hire illegal immigrants, so that they can pay them less.
Sure. People violate the law all the time in order to make more money.
Which I don't agree with, but I'm saying, like, would that not make things less efficient if you had less workers?
Yeah, yes, it would make things less efficient if you had less workers. But however, this could easily be applied to slavery. Ending slavery is bad. because it would be less efficient, because we would have less workers.
Right.
Right?
I do find a big distinction between slavery and illegal immigration, though, because those people are here by choice.
Sure,
getting
but
paid.
the consistency of the argument is the same. So that your value that you're arguing is about
Shit,
efficiency.
I pressed the wrong button.
Right.
So
That's
it's
fine.
like,
I needed
okay,
to- I
great.
needed one
Yes, it
anyway.
is more efficient, but also here's another scenario which would also be more efficient.
Well, sure, but that's a comparison that just.
So it seems like efficiency is not really what you're trying to argue then. You must be trying to argue something else. Because if you take efficiency and you say, well,
I think
this will hurt the efficiency of the business, it's like, so is taking black people out of cotton fields. That hurts the efficiency of the cotton field, right?
In that scenario, in a slavery scenario.
Let's do it again.
obviously I'm
For
not
fuck's
advocating
sake.
For that, but I think illegal immigrants, they want to be here. They came here. They want
got
to
to be
work,
leveled.
They want to make money. They're contributing to our system.
So did slaves.
But not by choice, and they're not getting paid.
That's
So
true,
there's
but then
a very big difference.
Then the value here must be something that's not efficiency. You must be arguing something that's not efficiency then. Because you keep on saying, well, it's less efficient. It's like, I can grant that, but
That's
then...
just an example of how I think that illegal immigration has done something good for our economy. Whether I think it's morally just or not, I think that you can say that it's
I
made
agree.
things
Illegal
more.
immigration can be super helpful to the economy in some aspects, but it can also be very draining in other aspects.
Yeah.
For the instance, these people are not paying into the tax system for basic things like government subsidies for emergency care. Right, it happens in emergency rooms. The finest hospitals in the world, which were bankrupted by illegal immigrants, using them basically as the emergency room as a health facility, right?
Yeah.
There's all sorts of net drains also that they get, including fraud for Social Security, fraud for stealing people's identities, all sorts of fraud that drains the system, not to mention remittances, which aren't taxed. So the thing is like, if you're making the moral argument based on efficiency, I think that's not what you mean. You
That
don't
was
mean
just-
efficiency. You're just pointing out an example of how they can be a boon.
Yeah, that was just.
But
an
I would just
example.
agree. I would just agree there can be cases where they definitely help the economy.
Okay.
They're just in net. Even if you made the case, and I agreed with it, that they mostly assist the economy, that's not the only dynamic of the problem we're looking at.
Yeah, definitely not. That's just an example of why I think illegal immigration has been good in some ways.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead.
Like specifically where I live as well.
Where do you live?
I live in Tucson.
Oh, in
So-
Arizona?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's right on the border. And obviously we have a lot of illegal immigrants.
And the people who live in the border towns hate them.
They sure do.
Yeah, they sure do. Why do you think that is?
'Cause they got there legally.
Well, because they destroy their property, they butcher their cattle, they do all sorts of horrible things to their private property. They do a lot of theft on the way over. They just loathe them. People in border towns are always demanding more and more security inside their towns. They can never get enough because, I mean, you can imagine how unsettling would it be if you go out for your nice, Starbucks frappe or whatever it is in the morning, right? And it has the double shot of espresso or whatever the shit it is that girls get now.
Uh-huh.
And you sit out and you're in your like little stocking, whatever, your blanket and shit, and you're on your deck and you look out and there's families of illegal immigrants crossing your backyard destroying shit.
Okay, I'm sure that has happened to someone. I've lived there for a very long time. I've never seen that happen. I've never heard of that happening. I live on the northern side, so Nogales, I think
So not the border side.
Yeah, not the border side, but Nogales, the crime rate over there is a lot higher, but I think that it's very community based. They don't really leave that. The crime stays in that area.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a lot of
Which is also
cartel
bad.
crime.
It's also bad. So it's like all the arguments that you can make as a pro for illegal immigration, you just have to kind of bite the bullet that you want to concede our sovereignty, because that's what it does. It concedes our sovereignty. I cannot go to Mexico tomorrow, absent paperwork, and work there illegally, right, and do whatever I want.
I mean, you wouldn't want to, though.
But even if there are tons of Americans who want to, especially rich ones, because the power of the dollar versus the peso is so high. If you're a multimillionaire, you go down to Mexico, you can live the high life, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Mexican government, though, they want their money. They don't want you to come into their country without sufficiently greasing the palms of the Mexican government, which then is supposed to trickle down to its citizens, whether it does or it doesn't. You can't do that with them. Why is it that we should have the inspection? They can do it to us.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah,
that was
I mean,
a
I
big
agree.
one.
I don't think that I don't think that we should just open the borders and let everyone in, but I think that you have to recognize the pros and the cons. There are both. We can't just say that illegal immigration is bad, period, because they have
Would you say,
helped the economy.
let me ask you a question. Would you say that slavery is bad, period?
Yes.
What about the
would.
pros?
Well, the pros are very one-sided when it comes to slavery. I think illegal immigration, there can...
Nope, they're not. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
So you have two nations at war. One's an aggressor nation, much larger than the smaller one, right? And they attack, like let's say Russia attacked a smaller nation like, I don't know, Ukraine, let's say.
Okay.
Right? They attack, and the Ukrainians, during a counterattack, they're able to take over a large swath of Russia with tons of civilians who are all loyal to Russia.
Okay.
They have three options. Option A, imprison them, right?
Okay.
Option B, kill them. Or option C, let them go so that they can continue to assist their enemy in making weapons to kill your side.
Okay.
Those are your three options. Would it be more morally just to go ahead and imprison those people rather than kill them or have them run back to make weapons that were going to kill you?
How do I know? It's a tough question.
I know much.
Is it?
I think,
Yes.
I'm not really sure what I would do in that situation, honestly.
Now, let's say you did imprison them,
Okay.
but you only got so much food and so much resources. You're fighting a war.
Right.
Is it just then to have them assist against their will?
I think I would let them go.
You would let them go to assist the enemy in killing you?
I'm not.
It's very dumb.
Here's the thing. I am not a war leader. I don't belong in war. I'd make bad choices because
Right.
I don't want anybody.
Because empathy.
die.
Because empathy.
Okay.
That's the thing, right? It's like, what I'm giving you is an example of if you were to have two nations, they're at war. One's an aggressor nation, attacks a smaller one.
Okay.
It seems to me like they would be totally justified if they counterattack this other nation rather than letting their men go and continue to come back and fight another day, to imprison them and then force them to work against their will.
Okay. So in that scenario, you would say that slavery is just.
Sure.
Okay.
Wouldn't you?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say that maybe it would have to be done, but I wouldn't be happy about it.
Well,
you just sit up late.
Maybe.
Forced labor, not slavery.
Well, no.
So what I'm saying is that there are just times to enslave people.
Okay.
And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't see. And so when people say, like, you got to take the pros and the cons of something, but then they make an unequivocal moral statement like there's no pros to slavery. It's like, yes, there is.
I mean,
But there's way more cons why we shouldn't do it. I get that.
because wouldn't that just be cherry picking in a way?
Which one?
I mean, trying to find a good outcome of slavery when there are so many bad ones. Trying to find one good one just seems.
Well, it's just showing that the principle is not consistent.
Okay.
So like we're just checking the consistency of the principle. So I abhor slavery, hate it. I think it's god awful.
Okay.
It's just a
But
patch, though,
I still
right?
need to be consistent enough to think. Is it always under all circumstances?
I quite enjoyed that game when it
right,
first
that
came
are
out.
Realistic.
Looked
I can come up
fantastic
with bizarre
back then,
hypotheticals where
right?
It's like, would you enslave two people to save the world? Okay, fine, but that's unrealistic.
Right.
What about realistic things that happen with slavery, where you're like, actually, like, if I was in that, I'd probably do that, right? And so I'm just checking for the principle, the consistency of the principle is all.
I mean, it's tough because I mean, my moral is just I don't want that to happen in general. So that would be a hard situation for me to deal with. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I guess that would be the only solution. So.
Yeah. Yeah, empathy does not always provide the answers.
No, it doesn't. But it can lead you down a good path,
How you liking
I
it?
think.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think one of the other disagreements that we had when we were discussing immigration was the question of feasibility. Is it feasible to
Right.
deport the millions of illegal immigrants that are here? You had objections from an economic perspective. It's going to cost a lot to do that, and you also didn't believe it was feasible. I don't know if you have more to add to that, or Andrew, I mean, do you think that there's...
Yeah, it's totally feasible.
Okay.
Absolutely. We can deploy the United States military right to the border, orders shoot to kill. I would do it right away tomorrow.
Wait, shoot to kill?
Oh, yeah.
The illegal immigrants?
Yeah. It's our no, if on the border, they're trying
on the
cross,
border.
yeah.
I thought the ones who are currently
No.
Isn't it wrong to
just
kill
chilling.
though, based in
It's
your
wrong to murder.
religion?
It's wrong to murder.
Is that not murder? Killing someone is not murder?
No, murder definitionally is the unjustified killing of someone.
Okay, so if you can justify it, it's fine.
If you have good justification for it.
Is that subjective? Can I kill anyone and justify it to myself?
Well, I
and
would
it's fine?
consider justification. Well, I would start with the idea of what justification is.
Okay.
And then with the idea of is it an objective or subjective justification? But either way, I would be justified. So if you say, well, there is no objective morality, it's only subjective, right? And it's relative between people,
Okay.
then you really can't give me any reason why I shouldn't do that.
So, just example, somebody breaks in your house, you shoot them. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. That's justified. But you're walking down the street, you see a family of illegal immigrants, you don't like it, you shoot at them all.
That's not what he's saying.
He was saying
that would be unjustified, yeah.
if they're trying to cross illegally.
Okay.
So if they're trying to break in, just like they're trying to break into your house, I would view it the same way.
Breaking into the country.
Okay. Well, I don't have an argument against that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So.
I understand.
You're in favor of it?
I'm not in favor of
Okay.
it. I just personally wouldn't.
Well, do you think that illegal crossings would significantly go down if the United States military?
Or that it
was
would
on the
drop like a
border? So
rock
if you
to
tried
zero.
cross the border illegally, we open fire.
You're gonna
Don't you
get
think
shot
that-
if they spot you?
Well, then
Oh,
it sounds like I solved
done
the
tomorrow,
problem
dude.
Okay.
by not using empathy.
All right. Well, then let's put that into play.
I agree. Totally.
I don't know if I haven't even thought of that as a solution. I don't know if that's my position, but I would agree with you insofar as, Andrew, it would be a massive deterrence.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be massive deterrence. Okay.
Just
if I
like
cross
nuclear
the border-
bombs.
Right.
Why do you have nukes? It's not to use them, right?
Deterrence.
It's to stop people from using them. So the idea isn't actually to send them down there with orders to shoot to kill. The idea is that because they have orders to shoot to kill, they'll never have to.
Okay.
That's the idea.
I mean, if nobody has to die.
Wow. You're gonna have to like back up your words at least for like a day or two. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to shoot some people. It's just until they get the message. That's just you're gonna have to. Right? If you want to implement that plan, you're definitely gonna have to shoot the first couple.
Well, we hope. Probably some will.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably some.
Well, I don't think that there is a flat, simple way to fix the immigration problem. I
Pretty
feel
sure
like
that would fix it.
That's a way, sure. I just I think that would be really hard to pass.
Yeah, that's true.
Legally.
I think you're correct that it would be difficult to pass through Congress, an act of Congress, which
Yeah, it's definitely
mobilized-
very much unlike Guild Wars 2,
You know,
right?
the president's the commander in
It's more
chief,
like,
though. He doesn't. I'm not sure that
more
would
like
be
Diablo,
war
actually.
authorization. So I think he could actually unilaterally just order the military
Didn't he
and
try
order the border states to mobilize their national guard with orders to shoot. I think he actually could do that.
Didn't he try to get the military over there though?
The military's there now. They just don't have orders to shoot to kill,
Right.
unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
He says, unfortunately. What do you think? Is
Well,
that unfortunate? It's unfortunate.
that they can't kill them? I don't think that that's unfortunate. I'm not advocating for the killing of anybody.
Well, it's not an advocation of. It's an advocation to make sure there is no killing. I believe in force doctrines. The idea of, like, the idea of 5'1" men attacking 7-foot tall, 300-pound men doesn't seem that likely to me. It seems like they generally won't do that, right?
Right.
So it seems like if you're a 7-foot, 300-pound buff,
You
yoked
don't.
out dude,
Guild Wars 2 is free.
you're probably not going to get attacked. And the whole idea behind that is because the person
Well,
is
the game
worried
isn't,
that
but
if they do attack you,
there's no
what
sound.
happens? They get messed up real bad, right?
Right. So if you think if this is something that Trump could do, why do you think he hasn't done it?
I just don't think that he would be able to justify it politically.
Okay, why though?
Because I think that there would be an outcry, a general outcry against it, and it could stress his powers. Like, yeah, I think it could be argued that this, I'm not sure on this, right? But it could possibly be argued as like, you would need congressional authorization for this because of some reason. Possibly they could defund it, or there's any number of different reasons, or there could be some type of like humanitarian crisis that it could be presented as that would cause a bunch of problems for him. So there might be a bunch of practical reasons, but I don't think that there's anything morally wrong with taking your army, putting it on your border, and telling people who try to cross that border that there's going to be dire consequences if they do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. It's within the confines of reason. It's logical. It seems within force doctrine it would actually prevent more crossings and it would prevent more deaths ultimately.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a solution, my own solution when it comes to immigration. I think that topic is far too complicated for me, and I don't know enough about how things work or politics to really come up with a solution. But
I think the only other disagreement we had pertaining to that was that there were...
It's when games were still good, right? Bunch of DEI nonsense these days. Oh, but I'm non-binary. Bitch, nobody gives a fuck. Get on with the game. Give me 5 minutes, I gotta go to the bathroom. Five minutes. Okay. Excuse me. Man, it's freaking cold in the hallway, dude. Jesus.
Flights. They were flying the immigrants in. You thought that this was dubious, that there was no evidence of it. You didn't think this was actually a thing. I don't know if you still think that's the case, but
I still think
there were in fact flights flying
hundreds
in
of thousands.
illegal. And I don't know the precise number, but there were flights.
Have you ever heard of the migrant caravans?
The what now?
Migrant caravans?
I have heard of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's tens of thousands of people whose entire objective was to go through South America and Mexico, collecting as many people as possible in order to break into the country at a single point, make a political statement. The Democrats assured them that they would have hotel rooms, that they would be taken care of. They actually had Democrat liaisons who went to South America and would coach these migrant caravan leaders. It was a big clusterfuck, but yeah.
What we were talking about is, I think it was hundreds of thousands of immigrants.
They
being
say
flown
that
over
taste of
into New
vengeance
York.
is bittersweet.
But
I find it to my liking.
Why would they do that?
Because it switches voting demographics.
But they can't vote.
Well, that's funny. That's funny that you should mention that, but I'm not going to get into that on YouTube because of the terms of service. But the thing is they can't work either, but they work, right?
Right. But voting is you need a social.
You're supposed to need a social at work.
Okay, but to sign up to vote though, how do you do that without social?
You take your fake ass social that you got out of. So what happens is, here's what people do. They go to a cemetery, okay? And, well, they don't. Maybe they don't physically go, right? But what they do is they look through obituary records for somebody. Like, let's say your name is Javier Juarez, right? And you're roughly 25 years old, and so you go through the obituaries and you find somebody whose name is like, I don't know, Rodrigo something or another, and he's 22, right? And he has roughly the same types of features that you do, right? You can apply, you get a death certificate, you get the death certificate, and then you can manipulate that in such a way to get a birth certificate. You take the birth certificate down to the Social Security office, say, I lost my Social Security card, they give you back your Social Security card, then you go get a normal, real state ID. You've now assumed somebody else's identity.
Are there statistics that show how many people that have passed away have voted in this last election?
The problem is, right, is like they don't, they wouldn't count them as passed away because this is an active person who's not dead, right?
But they did die, though.
Yeah, they did die, but that doesn't mean that they've been officially counted, one. And two, when you're talking about the assumed identification, they're also going to be counted as a living person. You can have conflicting records inside of our record-keeping, apparatuses, and this happens often. Now, how many there are? Liberals will tell you that there's very few cases like this, but it's very, very difficult to determine how many there actually are of cases like this. Very difficult because they've already assumed the identity. The person is dead.
Okay.
Right? But it happens a lot more than people let on.
Well, it's one of those things, I'm sure it happens and I'm sure it's happened, but there's no stats on it. There's no way to get stats on it, so it's hard for me to...
Though there is a way to get a stats on this.
Okay.
That every single year, 1 million...
She's hard to listen to, I'm not gonna lie.
How many illegal immigrants do you think are here?
I think probably 5 or 6 times the estimate that they say.
Okay, what do they say the estimate is?
Brian, have to pull it up officially.
It's 11
Couple
million.
of million.
11 million.
No. So Mick, in the StreamYard, it's in the actual browser. Do you see where it says private chat? It's on primary monitor. It's on your primary monitor. It's selected. Do you see where it says private chat? No, hold on. So just switch this back to comments. Do you see that comments tab? No. Okay, yeah, we're on private chat. Look, 4 up, it says comments. Hit there. Okay. Now, here. I'm going to pull this up. I don't think it pertains to how many illegal immigrants are in the country, but this is from homeland.house.gov. So this is Department of Homeland Security, I believe. This is their source. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm multitasking a dozen different things here. So, Mick, I'm going to have you scroll down just a little bit. New documents reveal airports used by Secretary Mayorkas to fly hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens into U.S. via CHNV mass parole scheme. Scroll down.
CHNV.
Scroll down. Washington, D.C. Today, the House Committee on Homeland Security revealed documents obtained through subpoena of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, that identified over 50 airport locations, including our nation's capital, used by DHS to help process into the country more than 400,000 inadmissible aliens through the administration's unlawful Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelan mass parole program. The program was officially launched in January 2023, and the documents obtained by the committee cover the period from January to August, accounting for roughly 200,000 of these individuals. According to these documents, as of October 2023, there were 1.6 million inadmissible aliens awaiting travel authorizations through this program. Scroll down quite a bit more. Keep going, keep going. So according to these documents, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. The top 15 airport stop. The top 15 airport locations used for the program and the number of inadmissible aliens who flew into a port of entry between January and August 2023 were Miami, 91,000, Fort Lauderdale, 60,000, New York City, 14,000, Houston, 8,000, Orlando 6,000, Los Angeles 3,000, Tampa 3,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Scroll down a bit. The other airports used for the program, okay, that's fine. And I mean, that's pretty much it as it relates to the flights.
Yeah, and you can point out too that there was a time period here during C-19 when COVID was going on, right, where most of the ballots were mail-in.
Right.
And the mail-in ballot system is like the worst fucking idea ever conceived by man because the proofs there were very slight to have those votes counted. So having thousands of unsecured ballot locations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was, they can definitely participate in the political process whether they are supposed to or not.
Okay.
So those are the arguments, I guess.
Do you have a position on this at all, or?
I don't think I have anything to contribute that hasn't already been said. So I don't feel like it's necessary for me to jump in on that one.
Are there any other topics that you feel more?
Religion is her thing.
Religion? Is there anything? Okay, we can do that, but any
I'm
other?
going with the flow, though. So.
Yeah.
Are there any other?
People often lose interest on the religion topic. Right? I'm just being honest with you.
We can keep it quick too, also, if that's a concern. I mean, sex work is a topic that, I'm passionate about, but I'm not sure if that's a tired topic on this podcast.
Why are you passionate about it?
Well, I think there are a lot of different viewpoints from different kinds of sex workers on several different topics, whether it comes to legalization or, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like a control over that industry that we may or may not have, depending on what the circumstances are. Such as places where it's legal, like Nevada, or whether we're looking at protection for people who work independently, not necessarily on the street, but like online and things like that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're making a distinction between legislating it in multiple ways, right? So you're talking about, are we talking about protecting sex workers or this or that, or?
Yeah, there can be a lot of opposing viewpoints.
Yeah. I have the 100% number one way to protect sex workers.
Don't do it.
They don't be sex workers.
Okay.
It's 100% effective. Wouldn't you agree?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think I could answer that with just a yes or no, because I think there's slightly more nuance to it. I can only use where I work currently as an example, where we are very well protected.
Is there a chance, though?
A chance for
you to, in some way, be assaulted or something like this through the fact that you're a sex worker?
Well, there's always that chance.
Is there? But there's 100% chance that you're not going to be assaulted as a sex worker if you're not one, right?
Well, I think as a woman, there's always a chance.
Right, but it's not going to be based on the fact that you're in an industry where this is much more common than when you're not in the industry, right?
I couldn't give you a percentage, but that could be a fair statement.
Oh yeah, it's much more common. Assaults of sex workers.
For sure. Because I can only speak on where I work. You know, the security is great. We all have business licenses. We receive testing once a week. We're background checked by the county, whether that be a sheriff's department or a police department. It depends on your
Is this one of the
area.
ranches?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. So the thing is like, my understanding in those places, they have like literal guard dogs that they patrol the perimeters with. They have armed security. I don't know if that's true or not. This is just what I'm told, right? So I'm sure security there is, bar none, fantastic. Do you ever go into a room with a John alone?
Yeah.
Do you do that as part of your daily course?
I don't understand.
Do when you go into a room with a John alone, right? Is that part? Would you consider that a routine part of your job?
Yes.
Yeah. So then do you usually know these Johns?
No.
No. Okay. So then what you're saying is that yes, this place is really well guarded until you go into a room by yourself with a John, right? And then you engage in sexual activity, and your chances there of being abused obviously are significantly higher than if you were not in the room with the stranger having sex with them, right?
Yeah, I would say it also depends on what kind of services you're offering as well. That can make a big difference in
Just
what I
being
would
in the
consider
room.
the odds.
But just like being in the room with the John, doing anything sexual is going to increase your chances of being assaulted, right?
That chance is always there.
Yeah. So I have my 100% foolproof way to make sure that you, because I care about you, never get assaulted again, is that you never do sex work. And then I can guarantee that you'll never be in the room with a strange man again, unless it's by some volition of your own, not because you need money, where that man will assault you.
What about OnlyFans, though?
What about it?
So, I mean, obviously there is a point, in-person sex work, you're alone with a random man. That can be scary. OnlyFans, though, how can that be dangerous?
Parasocial relationships. So.
Okay.
So let's see if we can untangle this, right? I'm positive, right, in my streaming career, I have at least some people who probably have a parasocial relationship with me. You know what that term means, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing I can do about that. That's going to come with the territory. So the only thing I can do is be as responsible as I possibly can do or be by, if such a relationship bubbles and I can see it, by putting the kibosh on it, right?
Right.
Saying things like, I'm not your friend, I'm not your buddy, right? I'm just an entertainer, you happen to be a fan, right? This parasocial kind of relationship. Not that I haven't had fans that have become friends, because I have.
Right.
But I'm just saying, generally speaking, I try to put the kibosh on that immediately, right away. From your angle, though, right? A parasocial relationship is going to be way, way more likely because of the nature.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of what you're doing. So that puts you at a higher elevated risk in comparison to even other people in similar industries.
But I also don't use my my name or anything, my real name. So.
And do you think that would stop people?
I think it would make it a little bit harder. Sure. But I mean, I've been doing it for a while. I think some people definitely do have parasocial relationship with me.
I was just watching a story this morning. There was a guy, I don't remember his name, but he was like a bald dude, and he developed a parasocial relationship with an OnlyFans girl, and he began to spend his family's credit card money.
I've seen that.
Yeah, started spending his family's money on her. He became completely obsessed. He became totally irate, and when they tried to put the kibosh on the relationship, he was so invested that he actually murdered his entire family in order to continue this relationship.
Right.
Now, I'm willing to grant
Jesus.
Right, that there are musicians and other people out there who are so ridiculously famous that there's deranged fans who would do something similar with them and they're not in sex work. I'm just saying that the chances of it are way higher in your industry.
And wouldn't that be part of my responsibility as well, though? Like, being on the internet to make sure these people don't get connected to me in that way or attached to me in that way? Because I do try.
Well, I think the nature of what you do is to try to create this kind of relationship literally on purpose. So, and this is all by the nature of the work itself. It's not saying, so I'm going to try to be charitable here. I think you try to divorce yourself. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Savannah.
Savannah. Okay.
Savannah.
Savannah. That Savannah the person's trying to divorce herself from Savannah the sex worker. These are two different people. When Savannah the sex worker is doing sex work, that's not really who she is. She's this whole other person who likes flowers and unicorns and pretty nails or whatever the fuck it is, right? Like whatever that person is not this person. But this person who does do the sex work is being provocative, trying on purpose to be seductive, trying on purpose in order to make a person feel a certain way, a certain connection so that they open up their wallet and give you money.
Okay.
Right? And I think that that is part of the nature of that work, whereas for most other types of work, on camera, film, things like this, that is not the case.
How is this different, though?
Because this is not designed to seduce. This is not designed to introduce the parasocial aspect in. It's much more straightforward. So like, Sumo Hollywood actors are really straightforward too. I'm providing you entertainment, I get paid, right? I'm not really here to, I am trying to elicit emotions in you, but the emotions aren't specifically the idea of I'm seducing you and creating the context that there's something here between us. That's the feeling I'm trying to introduce. Like in your sex work.
This poison is brutal.
Do you ever moan really loud? Do you ever pretend that you're really into it when you're not? Do you ever, the answer is likely yes, right?
I actually do a lot of different kinds of services that actually lean far more towards, trying to be careful with my wording, kink-centered, I would say.
Sure.
It's far less of, the standard stereotypical
But
stuff
are you
for me
Bro,
personally.
but are you
still
pretending
poisoned.
on purpose to enjoy things maybe you don't enjoy?
Bro, what is this poison? It's brutal as
be
fuck.
into those things where you're not really into them because you're trying to elicit a response from the person that gives into whatever their fantasy is, right?
Me personally, no, because I don't offer any kind of service that I wouldn't enjoy delivering on. I do have that luxury. I don't speak for everyone. I only speak for myself.
So
on
you've never
that.
pretended to be more into it than you're not?
I
Than
don't
you
have
are?
to.
Oh, okay. Well, you would agree, though, that at least in your industry, that women are going to be moaning, they're going to be like screaming at the top of their lungs, they're going to be doing things like this, even though they
sure it does
ordinarily...
happen. Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it happens with you too, whether you admit it or not. But that aside,
Yeah, no,
coming back to this, the idea here is that you're specifically trying to get those responses.
Right.
Whereas I think that other forms of entertainment specifically are not trying to develop the parasocial aspect.
I totally agree about the safetiness of it, but I think taking measures to make sure that in case anything happens, you can protect yourself. I think, regardless of if I did sex work or not, I would want to have that protection.
Yeah.
So, I don't feel any less safe doing it, but I get to be at home, so.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, these are tiered arguments,
Yeah.
right? So the first tier is the safety of even the prostitute in this case,
Right.
and of the John are paramount. We have the overarching STDs which are in this industry, which including OnlyFans have an overrepresentation of STDs against the general public. Why? Because they do GG content.
Right.
And oftentimes they're not as rigorously even tested as the people in the porn industry are when they do that sort of content. So then we have to compete with that. With the amount of STDs that come in, then we have to deal with the trafficking that comes in with this. And then the list is just like endless of the societal ills that come with sex work. Whereas banning it, what bad happens when we ban this? That there's a black market potentially that opens up for it?
Well, I think South Korea is a good example of what happens when you do ban porn.
It's not really banned there. I know officially it is, but it's not actually.
But I think they have higher rates of rape and sexual assault, and they also have the law there that...
Then what, the United States? Definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I did... I could be wrong. I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong, because we're talking about stats off the top of our head, but can you look at the...
It's hard to pull things up.
Yeah, I see. I see.
Okay. Well,
I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong on that, but I would find it, like, kind of stunning if it was the case.
It's hard to pull things up because the guy we have is useless.
Underlying reasons for it that aren't as obvious.
That's kind of funny.
Portraying. Right?
Okay.
So, but yeah, it is true that in South Korea, it is banned, but it's not IP banned, really.
Right.
So people can still access it when they want. It's a very westernized nation, right?
Yeah.
And I would even argue that absent feminism and the various herbivore movements that are going on in these Asian nations, what do they call it now? Not herbivore,
Isn't that the term?
Well, that's for Japan, but whatever, where women are checking out and men are checking out of the Department of Relationship, period, because they don't want to be with these feminists, that you probably wouldn't see that sort. Yeah, you probably. Yeah, there you go. That you probably wouldn't see that sort of consumption. Even the IP ban consumption, you probably wouldn't see that. So there's other things that are going on in South Korea, which I would contribute to other crises which are happening there, not because of porn being banned. Yeah, that's actually a very popular position there, by the way, to keep it banned.
Right.
Like people reintroduce trying to get it approved again, and it just gets smacked down every time. So
Yeah, I think that there could be some regulations when it comes to porn in America.
okay, well maybe we can get agreement.
Okay.
So maybe we can find some agreement. Here's my perfect compromise plan, right?
Okay.
You have to show ID.
Yeah.
You have to upload ID in order to get on a porn website.
I agree.
Have to.
I agree.
Okay. Period. There needs to be some sort of verification there
I
for
agree
that.
with that.
Yeah, you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
What do you think will happen to the market though when
Well,
that
the
happens?
thing is that OnlyFans already does that, so nobody can get onto my OnlyFans unless they upload their ID that says that they're 18 plus. So, but as for Pornhub and that, I don't know. I've never really looked
The
at-
next thing I would implement is that at the very least, the age of sex work needs to start at 26.
26.
Yeah,
okay.
so if we began alcohol, if we raised the age of alcohol to 21, this is arbitrary. But we just think, well, you're probably not responsible enough to have a drink or a cigarette until you're 21. We can kind of arbitrarily set it forward from there, right? I think
Yeah.
that this is a huge decision that 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds probably shouldn't make, so let's make it 26.
Okay.
Would that work? No.
Oh.
No? Not gonna like that part.
Well, I see where you're coming from, but I do think when it comes to stuff like OnlyFans, like that has not been detrimental to my career, my schooling, or anything. And I started that when I was 20 or 21.
It's not about that.
Well, yeah, but obviously this is
It affects you,
my example.
but it affects me. It affects him. It affects everybody, right? All societal ripples are that way. So
Right.
the question is, like, should I have a say? Yes. And so my say is like, if we can't outright ban it, which I would prefer, right, then we can set such rigors to it that it greatly reduces the consumption of it.
Okay. I agree with the ID verification.
But not the age going up.
No, but I do see where you're coming from though. People that get into it the day they turn 18, it's
Yeah, no problem.
but people are allowed to make their own choices, and it is what it is,
No, we don't let people make their own choices if they're bad for society. We regulate shit all the time.
Okay, I don't see a 21-year-old making OnlyFans content. I don't see
if you
that.
knew a product was poisonous, but it just killed a person slowly over time,
Alcohol?
right? Well, sure, let's even take that.
Okay.
Right? If your like 18-year-old son like wanted alcohol, would you tell him he should have it?
Yeah, he can have a little. I mean, yeah,
you can have
he can
the
have
non-poisonous
a beer.
dose, right?
We can have a beer. Well, sure, but this is that. My rebuttal for this is that every person that consumes corn, they have the responsibility to consume it in a decent amount. It's their responsibility to not get corn rot.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's funny. It's like I can agree with you and at the same time still be right. So I'll explain. So I agree with you that the consumer also has responsibility just like the producer, right? But which one's way more easy to regulate? The millions of consumers or the few producers?
Right. I mean, that's true, but it's all the same with alcohol, though. You know, people are alcoholics, but it's their fault. You know, we're not going to ban alcohol.
Well,
because
but what
people
happens? Well, what do we see with alcohol?
Well, what
We
happened?
see national
when we had-
campaigns everywhere. Don't drink and drive. Don't consume this. This is poisonous. This is bad for you. We're not allowed to advertise it on television. You're not allowed to, you know what I mean? You can't advertise it here. You can't put it on YouTube. You can't, you know what I mean? There's all sorts of various things and all sorts of restrictions and massive national campaigns. You have Mothers Against Drunk Driving. The penalties for drunk driving are through the roof, you know what I mean? You get additional penalties you wouldn't even get if you were perhaps stoned or something else in certain states.
Right.
We have huge campaigns against this. Where's that for corn? Nowhere.
Well, the examples that you're bringing up, drinking and driving, people do die from that.
People die from this as well. I just gave you an example of a person who had a parasocial relationship and he doffed his entire family. But not only that, these behaviors ultimately aren't just for drinking and driving. The national campaigns against the behavior themselves. Drinking's not great, right? It's not something. There's open container laws everywhere. Like everything that you see in society is stigmatizing alcohol, except in a small case use specific type of thing. You know what I mean? And that's at the national level. Now, maybe there would be a good point from prostitutes if they were like, look, this is stigmatized at the national level and people still want to do it. At least there would be some resistance, but it's like, it's just glorified. Where is the state glorifying alcohol? Nowhere.
Well, I don't know if I would say that it's glorified. I think it's heavily censored. Like,
It's totally glorified.
You can't have people making corn on the side of the road. Like, that's not allowed. That's not legal. Like, there are.
And yet they do it.
There are things put in place.
I've seen the videos.
There's
I mean, what?
Restrictions which existed pre the corn industry for public decency. That's true. But when you're talking about what are we doing on a societal level to push back against it, societies use stigmatization and things like this in order to push out behavior that we don't like. We do this at the national level all the time. So if you want to see more LGBTQ people, what do? You have LGBTQ Awareness Month, and you have all sorts of like pro-propaganda or, that, again, negative connotation on the word propaganda, but everybody knows what the word means, right? You would have tons of propaganda towards LGBTQ. You'd have tons of propaganda towards those things, reinforcing that they're good, this is good, we want more of this, good. You see it all over the news, it's good. That helps propagate that into the ethos as this is behavior which we consider to be acceptable and decent, and we want to see more of it. The opposition to that would be if you had like pro-family and pro-nuclear family and pro-patriarchy propaganda or stuff like this, right? You'd see a lot more of that. So we adjust our conditionals based on what we see as stigmatization or not. When I look at alcohol, it seems like everything moves towards stigmatization. Everything moves towards don't be a drunk, don't be doing this. This is not good.
Right.
I have to read a couple chats. So we have, guys, if you want, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Spawny, we do these at intervals, but I appreciate your message. Yours is coming up first. Okay, Spawny. All right, CBP1 app was allowing illegals to bypass showing up at the border and flown in directly into the country. The dumb was worried. Biden was worried about the border optics. That is how Haitians overran Ohio and 8 cats and dogs. All right. Thank you for that, Spawny. Appreciate it. We have a super chat here from Kenneth Goudreau. Can I have you read the super chat for me?
Me?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
From the Crucible here, Brian, can I get a shout out to my son Maverick? Andrew loved seeing you on Piers Morgan. Sorry, off topic here. Respect.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Kenneth, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, I shout out to Kenneth, his son. Let's see, I'll do it into this camera. Yo, Maverick, you're a legend. Thank you, man. And your dad's a legend too. Kenneth, you're also a legend. Glad you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you. Could you read this one from Nathan?
Hey Brian, this is my first time super chatting. Big fan of the show and of you, Andrew, Rachel, and Jake the Rattlesnake. Keep doing what you're doing.
Everybody there is good except for Jake. He's scum.
Oh.
And he's
Australian.
Well, he's the fake king of Australia. He's younger. He usurped the title from his brother. He's much more base than he is now.
Okay. There you go. Well, Kenneth and Nathan, thank you guys for these super chats. And let me see if there's... No, okay, we're good on that. You know what, chat? Me and Andrew were... do you guys want somebody to crash the stream? So, we were going to try to do this Thursday, but unfortunately we were going to just have to postpone it. But since we have a bit of time tonight, do you guys remember... Well, of course you remember. Priscilla, the girl who attacked Andrew. We were gonna do, I'll just spoil it. So on what we were gonna do was gonna be a tag team 2v2. Me and Andrew, this was gonna be a super degen panel. Me and Andrew and Desiree. Me and Andrew, Desiree, and Priscilla. That would have been bonkers.
Yeah.
I don't know what you even call that, a Royal Rumble or something.
I call that divine punishment.
Something like that. But I'm Desiree's in LA, but Priscilla's in Santa Barbara. So, chat, do you want to... This is a redemption episode for Priscilla. You want her to come and crash, and then we'll have her join the panel. And what do you think, chat? But I think in order to do that, Andrew, do we need a champagne pop, or what do you think?
I think we should get one.
At least one. At least one champagne pop. The chat is mixed, so I'm reading the chat now. They're saying, hell no.
Don't listen to them at all.
Yes, yes, no. Yes,
it's
no.
It's not a democracy.
No, yes, yes, no.
It's not a democracy.
Well, guys, so it wouldn't be Desiree tonight, but it would be Priscilla. So, and then there's also the girl with the dyslexia. The girl who's sitting right there on last episode. She's also still in town, so maybe we could have her.
Good Lord.
Have her. What do you think, chat? Should
Guild
we have
Wars?
Priscilla, and then what was her name?
I don't even own it on Steam.
Who's the girl, Jen. Should we have her
The
just crash?
IQ of like 140.
The 140 IQ.
I had the CDs, man.
That
That game is that old.
But we're gonna need a champagne pop. Doesn't have to be Cristal, just regular champagne pop. I think we're gonna need a champagne pop for that one. So if you want to see a confrontation, us confront Priscilla on her assault of Andrew. Of her,
it's pretty bad.
It's
pretty bad. Oh, pretty awful.
For champagne pop, we will bring Priscilla here right now and spice up the Tonight Show a little bit. So yeah, Spiro, can I have you read this one for me, Sav?
Speaking of immigration, there's one country that will never, ever, ever be able to send illegal immigrants Australia because it's not real.
Correct.
Rattlesnake in shambles.
Rattlesnake in shambles.
Shambles. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Spyro.
Lying round earthers.
Can you read this one too? He sent in another one.
Speaking of immigration, I'm surprised Brixton is against it. Think of all the illegals that could make burritos for him under the table.
So I'm actually, listen, Andrew's not going to like me for that. Or maybe, I don't know. I'll know his position on this. I am in favor of illegal immigration as follows. Women between the ages of 18 and 29 who are athletes, gymnasts, pole vaulters, swimmers, nuts. I won't accept softball players from other countries, but I will accept.
What about yoga enthusiasts?
I will accept yoga enthusiasts, but track and field is acceptable. Not the long distance chicks. Not the long distance.
Just the most
chicks.
degenerate immigration policy I've ever heard.
What are you talking
Brian.
about? They're not sex workers, Andrew. They're athletes.
Just bring them all in.
Female illegal immigrant athletes, I'll accept from all. Eastern Europe would be good. Some Eastern European gymnasts, very fit. I will accept from it. You know what? We're going to prioritize Eastern European. We're going to Asian countries, Western. We can Western European.
Yeah, it's just a patch for the old one.
Right, you're thinking that's racist. No, it's not. He
I could theoretically
specifically ruled
install
out
it
Western Europe.
and just patch it.
Specifically ruled.
I wouldn't have to buy the
That's
reforged.
I'm okay with Western Europe, but Eastern Europe first.
But I haven't had a DVD drive in like
you're also
20
okay with,
years,
like,
so
chicks.
I
Latin
physically
America,
can't.
Acceptable.
Okay, see.
But I'd prefer,
It's not a racial thing.
let's start just to make things a bit more fair. The South American first.
Well, you want Eastern European first, right? Because
Well,
the South
in terms
Americans,
of-
South Americans are already coming in droves.
Yeah. So we want to make. I'm saying like if Mexico's Central America, right? Is it or is it
Bollocks.
part of North America? Is Mexico Central America or North America? What? Isn't it Central America?
I can't tell if nobody's answering. 'cause
No,
I
it's
don't
definitely
know.
Mexico's North America. Wait, hold on. Let
It
me
is
Google
North
this.
America.
No, I know where Mexico is. I just don't know if it's categorized as Central America.
Okay.
Is Mexico Central?
Well, it's still going to be a part of one of the two continents, right?
It is North America.
Yeah, it's North America.
It's not. I know it's not South America, but I was wondering if it was the distinction, if it was Central America, because Central America you got like Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, Guatemala. What's the other one? Or I'm
terrible with geography, man. I wouldn't.
Honduras, El Salvador. That's like okay.
Okay.
That's gonna get clipped. So yeah, but I'm thinking like Argentina.
You win.
I'm thinking like Argentina. Let's bring some gymnasts, pole vault, like Argentinian gymnasts, and then we move our way up. We get to like Costa Rica. Then we can get to Mexico with their female only athletes and gymnasts, and so forth.
Makes sense.
So there's that. Okay. Let's see if there's okay. So guys, really quick, read 100 TTS 200. If you want Priscilla, if you want her to come, we're gonna have a sit down with her. We're gonna have a convo. We need a champagne pump for that. Like the video.
Like we do, yeah.
Like the video, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever, Discord.gg/whatever, and then let's see here.
So you don't think Brian's too mean to the girls on the show?
They love the show.
I think
They're big fans.
I think it does depend on if they're mean to him.
That's true.
Which I guess I've only seen clips of like them yelling at each other, so I was like, oh, he sucks.
Well, I've noticed this. I've noticed this really funny thing, right? So, I've been working in industrial circles my whole adult life, right? So when I go in to do a job, that's just what I'm used to. So Brian, you'll see Brian, he kind of is very sharp with his language. Like, can you be quiet right now because we're doing X, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things like this. For me, right, I just think of it as this guy is the foreman. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I never took, but I've noticed that women have a really hard time with that.
Well, I know you're gonna hate it, but it's tone policing. It really is.
Totally.
It's the way you say it. If you say it with like a little bit of oomph.
Do you think that could be like possibly what the pay gap is? The gender pay gap is because women can't handle fucking tone. Like they just can't handle it. And so employers are like, I think we're just going to hire men for this shit and pay them more and incentivize them because then I can talk to them how I need to talk to them without them fucking like crying and whining about tone.
Totally.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Not I'm memeing. I don't really think that, but I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny.
Yeah.
You got anything for us? You got? Because you're like DM'd us. I want to be her debate partner. I'm waiting for a little.
I felt like it would be a little bit unfair for her to be on here by herself.
Yes, that's true.
Well, originally it was just going to be a 1v1, so I doubled it up because.
Yell at him.
I offered to, and you never responded.
Wait, what?
I said we could yell at each other if you want, but I'm not just gonna do that for no reason.
Wait, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
When I asked for the address, and I was like, also, we can yell at each other if you want. Like, we can have beef.
Yeah,
For entertainment purposes.
We don't stage stuff.
It was a joke.
All the beef is
Yeah, it was a
natural.
Okay, but originally you were like, hey, I want to be her debate partner. What do you want to debate?
She's good with religion. She knows a lot about.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how the structure works, given I can only watch so many episodes at a time before getting here, so I'm just kind of waiting to be prompted.
Yeah, in this format, it's open. It's an open debate because, like during a panel, it's not because there's so many people and you're getting to, you know, and it's not even designed necessarily to be a debate. There's going to be some debate that happens, but it's not always designed for debate at all. It's just designed for people to have
I think
an
most
open
of the clips I've
conversation.
seen, it was with the panel, so I think I got a little confused, and I don't want to interrupt anyone either.
Yeah.
Like letting your conversation.
Yeah,
with
yeah, that
her.
was fine.
I didn't feel the need to butt in on that because I felt a lot of good things were being said. So.
Yeah.
Is religion something we can discuss, or is that boring for you guys? We don't have to talk about
I'm not a religious debater.
Okay.
Andrew's probably a bit more well versed in that. What are your criticisms of religion?
You said it was delusional?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I think it is wildly illogical to me from my perspective. I don't understand personally why a God that seems to glorify suffering to earn peace and eternal life, what's deserving of worship?
Yeah, but how do you?
deserving of-
But this is a problem. Is like you use religious terms in order to criticize religion. Like when you say words like suffering. How do you account for suffering? Suffering just means shit that you don't like. That's it. That's all suffering means.
Well, I can narrow it down a little bit. I mean, if I
You're gonna narrow. You will, but you're just gonna narrow it down to subjective experiences I don't like or don't prefer.
I think
And if that's not what it narrows down to, I'm gonna be stunned. But I'm gonna let you narrow it down. So what is suffering?
I would say the suffering I was more referring to would be suffering that I believe is more unjust, not just because someone made a bad decision or messed up. I'm more referring to children and cancer and horrific things like that. The most common thing that I've ever been told is everything happens for a reason, and if this terrible thing happens to this young child, leukemia, things like that, that it was all God's will.
Oh.
And I personally don't understand that whatsoever, because what has such a young child done to deserve any kind of
That's
test
really
from
strange
God?
that you were raised Catholic.
Yes.
And they told you it's in God's will
Yes.
that people get cancer.
It's all part of God's plan.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, the problem is, again, so all of the criticisms that you would come up with for religion, right? You have to account for all of them. So when you say words like just, it's loaded. Like, what is justice? Well, I can give you two forms of justice. There's a Christian form of justice you're probably more used to, like empathy. Oh, you came in and you stole a bunch of shit from my house. Is it then just for me to go and steal a bunch of shit from your house?
No.
No. That's really weird, though, because I can give you a completely alternative view of justice that seems like it's totally within the confines of reason. If you steal from my house for me to be able to steal from yours, that seems completely within the line of reason. Seems totally logical to me. There's nothing illogical about it. There's no violations of the laws of logic, right? It's well within reason. What's the problem? problem is you just don't prefer that kind of justice, right?
Sure. I'm also not 100% clear on
That
some
it's
of
a
the
vicious
differences
circle.
between Catholic and Christian teachings. You know, I can say
Catholics are.
I don't like the
Christians,
starting
I would
place,
say.
man.
I've been told by a few people that there's like some different teachings.
Like
However,
everything
I
around
don't
me is like
feel
super
personally,
fucking
so
high
I'm
challenge.
totally-
People will not consider them to be Christians. Yes, that's true. Non-denom. So
if there's
I would just largely chop it up to three. There'd be, I chop it up this way. Okay, most Orthodox would just say everything that's not Orthodox is Protestant, but I just chop it up to there is Protestantism. These are all of the branches of Christianity which came from Martin Luther after the schism, and then there's Catholicism which came from Orthodoxy after the schism, and then there's Orthodoxy, the original Church of Christ. So that's how I would view it, right?
So how do you? I mean, I've read most of the Old Testament. I haven't.
Centurion's
finished
nice,
it,
yeah. It's a nice little
some
medium.
of the new one, but
Was
when
that
it
50
comes
tons?
to science and religion, I know that's always like such an annoying topic. But how do you justify the Bible through that?
Well, science
Yeah.
doesn't make. Science can't make claims about.
You could put an AC-10 on that bitch as well.
Like,
That's
science-
pretty hilarious too.
Science can't tell you if there are or not ghosts.
No.
It can only test whether or not there are or not ghosts here,
But
right?
it can
but it's not going to make ought claims, right? It's not going to make any.
All right, let's try this
it
training
doesn't
day. I fucking
test
hate
for
these
that.
missions.
So
Right.
if I wanted, so if you're doing a scientific experiment, it's got to be falsifiable, right? That's what makes it. So the thing is we're going to start with an observation. In this
At
case, you're
least
gonna observe
they're
you think
maxed
there's
out,
a
but
ghost,
it's
let's say you
the
think-
trebuchet is nice. The wasp
Right,
is
so
it's not a lamb, so that's gonna
hypothesis is
suck for me.
I don't know. There's an ethereal realm.
If it was a
that
lamb,
hasn't
we'd be in
passed on
better-
yet, right? Something like this. And then you're going to conduct an
Better
experiment. So
hands.
you go and you get equipment and you come up with electronic voice phenomenon, right? And you're trying to catch the spirit's voice on that or some shit, right? So you can even say like ghost hunting could be a rigorous scientific endeavor. It doesn't sound like one though, does it? You know what I mean? It's not really.
It's the mission.
to answer those kinds.
It's
of
a training
questions.
mission.
That's
I have
not
to train these three
Of,
rookies
like,
for
it
an
says the
employer.
Earth was created 6,000
So I only get one unit. The three other units, they're automatic. That's like their
well, that's young Earth
their own
creationism.
their own
But
units.
The thing is,
I just
the
control
thing
them
is like,
for the purpose
there
of the
are
mission.
People who fight over young Earth or old Earth creation. I've always considered it to be a silly fight to have because it really has nothing to do with the point. So the Bible warns us not to adhere to endless genealogies, so that we don't get bogged down in nonsensical questions like that. Right? It's just not that important from the Christian purview whether the Earth is 6,000 years old or not.
Well, maybe not, but the point is that it is older than 6,000 years. So there is really no argument when it comes
Depends
to
how
that,
you
which
build
is
them.
Just one example.
Most
of
mix
something
depends
in
how
the
you build
Bible
them.
that- I mean, when they wrote it, they
Like a
had
hunchback
no
can be
understanding of
amazing because you can put like 10 fucking medium lasers on it and it shreds. But if it gets hit in the wrong place, it blows up immediately.
I hear people say they didn't really understand things very well, but and one of the things I hear all the time is like, well, they didn't understand where babies came from. It's like, but the whole Old Testament is filled with his seed will go into her. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I think they kind of got where babies came from.
But what about like when they said that plant life was made before the sun? That was before we had an understanding
You
of
mean in Genesis?
Of photosynthesis.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact verbiage is in Genesis for which in the creation story which thing came first.
It was plant life and then sun.
Okay, sure. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to pull up Genesis in order for me to contextualize it. But I'm just saying that, again, these seem like the least.
I don't use gem jets
Say that the accounting of
on almost anything. Actually, on the tabletop, I do sometimes use gem jets because it can be handy. But in general, I'd rather have that tonnage for weapons.
It is also.
Because usually you need like at least 5 jump jets to be useful, right? And that's at least 2.5 tons.
But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that that was not actually the case. How does that really contradict with Christian ethics ultimately?
I don't think it contradicts the ethics, but I think that it makes the Bible like illogical. Like it makes it not as I wouldn't trust it for anything. I mean, more morality-wise, I think that it had some good ideas. Maybe the new one.
Yeah, but when people are making moral claims about religion, they're not referencing whether or not you think it's logical what happened in Genesis or the parting of the sea or things like that. They're not. It's not really what it's testing for when it comes to Christian ethics, and Christians are making moral claims, right?
Then what is it testing for?
Well, Christians are taking the virtues and the teachings of Jesus Christ, and what they're doing is they're taking these concepts and combining them into an ethical system called Christian ethics.
Okay.
And they're making ought prescriptions on that.
Right.
So even my argument will just always be, because I'm not a Christian apologist, there are people way better at that than me for the accounting stories and things like that, but my argument is always just like, even if morality is subjective, Christian ethics clearly has a ton of value. Even to consequentialists, it seems to have a ton of value. So even if it is the case that Christians were delusional, like you said, it seems like you want them to be, because they're super charitable. Super charitable, and
I don't think they're bad.
Yeah, exactly, and they keep society rolling, right? So even if it was the case that you thought they were living in a delusion, like who cares? From your view, it's like they should probably live in that delusion. It's probably better that they live in that delusion.
See, I think that religion can be really good for people, give them a sense of purpose. But I think that something I've said before is that I think it's like a betrayal of intellect to not let yourself question the how.
What is this wasp,
of
dude?
The creation of the universe.
If this was a lamb, I'd be okay with it.
You
But
should be questioning skepticism too, and the fact that you can't give an accounting
It's
for
not,
the things
so.
that you actually care about, like justice. Justice is your preference.
Acknowledge.
Right? The idea of justice is your preference. The idea of fairness is your preference. The idea of basically everything is your preference. Shouldn't you be skeptical of that too?
I don't think you answered my question.
Onward. What's the question?
What was my question? What did I
Got
say?
I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't. I'm not trying to deflect from any questions.
No, I lost it.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm just saying that I think ultimately, even from the viewpoint of the secularist or the subjective atheist or whatever, the secular humanist, that the most amount of value that people get is from Christianity anyway, because they can give you objective, unchanging accountings of things, and you basically necessarily say things need to change.
Well, I think that it's just important. Sorry, go ahead.
Here, Nick, can you pull up the tweets? We're gonna switch topics.
What happened? Yeah, religion's not a thing that we get bogged down on too much.
Oh, okay.
Pull up the tweets, Mick. It should already be on it.
Waiting for the right move.
Are you on the first tweet?
Ready for orders.
this Mickey guy has no idea what he's doing with Windows or something, because it's embarrassing.
What?
On my way.
Here, I'll switch it, but do you have it up on that monitor? Okay. Hit F11, please. Oh, did you control tab over?
Uh-oh.
Huh? Mick, hit Control Shift Tab.
Standing by.
What the fuck is that? Hold on.
Confirmed.
Yes, Commander. Move order received.
F11, please. Okay, yes, my favorite place to see a man is on the floor in front of me. Great question, Andrew. So this is, she actually responds to one of your tweets, Andrew. Should men be the ones sitting on the floor?
Order acknowledged.
You did? Oh.
And Nick, can you click on, do you know what, before we click on it, do you know what that tweet leads to?
No.
From Anna's, you sent this March 14th, like 4 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
Is it TOS?
No, that's a post that she had about a woman or being on a train.
Ghost Bear, what?
The woman was on a train.
Isn't that fucking...
So, yeah.
Clanners?
Yeah, I think it should be fine.
Okay, can you click it, Mick? Just so... with the mouse, click on the tweet from Andrew.
Receiving you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up. Yeah, click that. Yep.
No, I'm on a train and men are sitting in seats while women stand or sit on the floor. The declining birth rate is an mystery.
Was that originally your tweet?
No.
That's a different Anna. Okay.
Okay, let's do control tab over.
Yes,
next.
I thought that was a really stupid tweet.
Grown men who
Moving to
pursue-
position.
When you,
What was I talking about? I don't.
I mean,
remember
is this
that.
is this related to age gap, like men who date like 19-year-olds because they're technically teenagers? Or are you talking like about under like minors?
Yeah, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what post this was on.
Okay.
But I'm talking about like
Stoned.
minors. Whenever
Okay. Next, we're gonna get into next. Yes, my dad knows I do OnlyFans. The incels are gonna hate this, but the loves me, supports. Okay. Next, these were just some of the tweets from last time. Who we talking shit about today, man? Next.
On it.
Oh, that thing has AMS on a fire starter? What the fuck?
Fucking job.
I don't think that's cruel. I think, like, I don't think that's a cruelty. I think that that's a descriptive reality.
I don't think it is.
I think it is. Well, it's not nobody. I wouldn't put it in a monolith. I would say less people.
Okay, that's fair. That's
a lot,
fine.
a significant amount of people less. So, like,
Sure.
I think that it'll limit the amount of romantic partners in the future that would be available to you.
100%.
I think it would limit the types of family dynamics that you would normally be able to have with people that you wouldn't be able to have. It creates stresses on parents, and it creates stresses on siblings. And
All right. I agree, but to say they're unlovable, I don't agree with that.
Receiving you.
To say they're what?
They're unlovable. I do not agree with that.
On my way.
Well, no, I mean, there's going to be people who love, like, your parents will probably love you. Even if they disagree, even if they disowned you, they probably would still love you.
Mm.
I'm just saying I don't think it's cruel.
Okay.
I think it's descriptive.
Well, it's just one mod, right? It's
maybe not
will be
all.
done.
That's maybe.
It's not a
part, but
total
it's
conversion,
descriptive
but
to
it's like
say
a
that
add-on.
less
It
people
like
are
adds a
going
bunch
to,
of shit.
I think it's a cruel thing to say just because.
So I can
sex
change the
workers are
ammo.
aware.
There's different
I mean,
modes
I've been very open
occasionally.
About the fact that it is harder to date.
There's
with
more
men
stuff.
things.
More
But I
buttons.
think it's unnecessary to point those things out. It just seems like berating for no reason.
No, well, there is good reason for it.
Okay.
The reason is the promotion of stigma. So again, society only has so many ways that it can push behavior or not push behavior. And I think that everybody's essentially always trying to push their worldview all the time. For the most part, I think they are. I just think that the religious are just
Alpha Strike.
I think that stigmatizing things that we don't like is
Well, the
perfectly
Nork heat.
acceptable, and we
That
do it
should be good
constantly.
for further heats.
Here's a good example of that:
Ready for
smoking.
orders.
Now, I'm a smoker, and that's heavily stigmatized, right? You're not allowed to smoke in restaurants anymore. You can't smoke on planes. I never could when I became a smoker. But you can smoke in restaurants and bars. You can smoke basically wherever the hell you want. Now you can basically smoke nowhere. You know, you can smoke a couple of places away from everybody. That's it. The whole behavior is stigmatized, right? And it's based on your effect.
Firing
on
everything
your
at once.
perception of it. It's the same thing with sex work. It's based on the effect.
Your entire complement of weapons. It
So,
generally
I think it's
creates
totally
a
fair for
fuck
people
ton
to
of
do that.
heat.
I think it's open game.
It's called an alpha strike.
Well, I think they can do that.
So if I do
but
this,
do
now
think
it's no longer an
cruel,
alpha
so.
strike.
I mean,
Because I
guess
took
not
one
only
weapon
that,
off, right?
I mean, you
But
do
with these
have-
two, it's an
you're
alpha
not
strike. I
doing,
mean, that's
like,
not gonna give me any heat because it's
traditional adult content.
SRM 8 on
You're
a
not
20-ton
escorting,
mic.
you're not
You know what I mean?
prison.
It's garbage, but
You
still.
are, do you,
This mic is really only for the pro.
How long have you been working as a courtesan?
Mid 2022 or 3. I can't remember off the top of my head right
You've been
now.
at it for a little bit.
And,
Yeah.
And how old are you again?
I'm 27.
27. Were you doing any other
Fire an all weapons.
2023?
Online stuff.
That hit
Like
something
there's
good.
Online. Like,
cam sites, things
did
like
you do
that.
adult
Waiting for orders.
content?
I've never done corn before
Corn.
recently. Like there's like
Moving to
live
position.
cams.
You're
That was
doing,
more
like,
of a thing a couple years
Personal
ago.
cam, solo cam stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Like Chatterbait or whatever.
Yeah, like that. I can't can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
I
Did
would
any
say
stripping?
20,
Have you stripped?
No.
Okay. So you started.
Don't they strip inside those things? Inside
They
those?
can, but not everybody does.
But you weren't at a strip club. Okay,
No, I
so
was not.
you've been doing.
Rolling. Put my weight into it.
How are you gonna miss?
Well, it's not an escort.
Gonna need a
Have you ever
calibration
done
on my
like
targeting system.
straight up
Have you done street walking?
No.
Like where you're on the street
Go
corner? You haven't done
Let's
that
go.
or anything.
Let's
But
go.
you do work at a ranch. How many? And you said you started in 2023.
I believe
Do
so.
you recall which month?
Summer.
So like two.
I couldn't tell you the exact month off the
2
top
to
of my
3.
head.
You've been doing it for 2 years.
Heading
about.
out.
Yeah, I'd say
Fair
that's a
to
safe
say.
bet. Sure.
Engage.
Okay. And how many? How often do you work?
It can wildly depend. I would say usually once a month or every other month.
You only
depending
work
on the
once a
time of
month.
year.
Scored a critical
But you
hit.
only
Damn,
work
this
once
making
a month?
steak and hits, dude.
At a time.
Oh,
Being
I see.
Sorry, I
flanked.
misunderstood your question.
You stay on site.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. When I typically
Took a hard
I'm
hit
thinking
there.
like in terms of days.
Yeah, you
So it's a
got to
weird
change your
schedule.
mindset slightly because this is the legit.
Oh yeah, death from above rolls damage for you as well.
Right.
Yeah.
You gotta read the tooltip better.
But okay. So
Pretty
you
sure
work
it literally says it.
2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, or
Pretty much, yeah, ideally. It depends on the time of year.
Commander?
okay. And that's been your pretty consistent schedule for the past 2 years.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. How many people do you see per day?
That can wildly depend also. It can be be 1, 2, 3. It's
Guard, a
not a
critical hit.
crazy number
What's the
per
most
day.
you've ever seen per day?
Commander?
For wildly different things, maybe 3 or 4 people,
And-
but that's not all the
On
same
my way.
services.
And do you ever do any group stuff? Like a couple comes in, they want to sleep. Do they
Hit 'em
allow
hard.
And this guy's aim is steak and everything, dude.
I
do a
think I-
gang?
5.
Well, something like that, I think you would probably have to talk to the manager about. I've never had that request
Okay.
before, so I
But have you done
can't speak on it.
couples?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you done a throuple? Like 3 people come in and you sleep with all of them.
No, I've never had that happen to me personally.
Okay. And
Do I leave or do we
so
take the ghost
some
bear
days you
guys
don't work
on?
at all, and I'm
Ooh.
assuming you get paid per.
I don't think I want to fuck with clanners right now. That's probably a bad idea.
Contractors, so we can set our own price for what it is the person or
Okay.
people are looking for, and that price is what you specifically.
Is it like
set
a
to be.
barber shop where you
Order.
basically just rent out a room there?
On
You
my
pay
way.
them a fee to rent out the room, and then you get your own clients, or do they?
I literally have to keep
cut as
everyone
a-
alive, right? So it's kind of
There's
like.
room and
mm.
board,
order received.
but there's also like specialty rooms that have like a hot tub in it or something
Mm-hmm.
that you can also
Position
utilize
confirmed.
for
10-4.
bookings that would require such a thing. So you have your own room, but there's also rooms you can use that are on site, if that makes sense.
But do they procure the clients, or do you? Or is
Firing
it
jump
both?
jet.
It's both.
Okay, and they get a cut of the total price.
Heading out.
There's a percentage that's a cut, but it
Location
goes towards
confirmed.
to keeping the lights on.
Aye,
It's
aye.
a giant building, and the water bill. It's like paying utilities and rent.
I should have asked for money instead of salvage.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't realize it would be one guy.
What do you charge?
Mission
Is it like 30 minutes, or how does it work?
I can't give like an exact number. It's just a legality that I have to follow
Okay, that's
working
fine.
in a place like this. But it can totally depend. There are people who come in and they say, I only need 15 minutes. And that's totally fine. And there are some people who say, I want to spend 3 hours.
Do you have
doing X, Y,
discretion
Z."
negotiation?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Do you have discretion with negotiation, or is there a set minimum that the house requires?
It's completely up to me. There is like a small standard when it comes to certain things. Like if you want to use one of the big specialty rooms with the hot tub, they prefer it to be over a certain dollar amount simply because you're utilizing that and then blocking off for anybody else.
So, when it comes to the tweet, I'm just asking some questions here. Are you currently dating anybody?
I am.
You're in a relationship with a man, a woman?
A man.
A man. Okay. Is he also a sex worker?
He appears in some of my online stuff, but he does not work
You have
as
an
a
only-
porn star or anything.
You have
like
an
that.
OnlyFans.
I do, yeah.
Has he ever worked with another girl on her OnlyFans, or is this the first time he's been involved in sex work?
I believe this is the first time.
Okay. Is he a what's it called, a gigolo, or what is it, the male
Gigolo.
Gigolo?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Is he a male prostitute?
No,
Like, does
but
he work
at the ranch I work at, there is one.
There's a male. Okay.
Separate.
Sure, but aren't they usually gay?
I know.
I've
Oh,
never
that's- yeah.
had the opportunity to
Wait,
ask
so he. So you're in a. How
Ready
long have
for
you been
orders.
dating him?
About almost a year, I think.
A year.
I'm
So
receiving you.
you had
Yes,
been
Commander.
doing
Commander.
the courtesan brothel stuff for a year when you met him, basically. Okay. Did you? How did you meet him?
At a bar, I think. It was
At
like
a bar.
a bar and grill.
And did you guys like hook up that night, or?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a
And-
nice conversation.
Yeah, and he like got your number, and you guys set up a date for another day.
Yeah.
Did you disclose to him that night that you were a prostitute?
I did.
You told him?
Yeah, I'm actually I've been very lucky to never struggle with dating throughout any of my
Skip,
sex work endeavors.
you don't-
So
Is he significantly
Does it
older?
change every week? I forgot how it works.
Same age?
only
It doesn't.
He's
Okay, roughly.
30.
Wait,
Okay.
you've never struggled with dating at all?
No.
And
Being a sex worker.
opening
No.
line is BTW. I'm a prostitute.
Back
They
when
don't.
back when I
there's
had
there's
like,
no
a
guy.
dating app.
There's when you had dating apps.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. So you were on a dating app, and would you write it in your dating app like BTW, like?
Carefully, yes. I don't
Right.
remember exactly how I worded it because I believe it was
Yeah.
Hinge, so I had to be kind of careful because
Sure.
they would try to ban me for soliciting, even though that's not what I was doing.
I could see. I could see how you
Which
have
is
to be
fair.
careful. Yeah, but you would tell. You would tell. The
I would
people.
literally put it on my profile
Right.
in abbreviated terms
Sure.
and say I'm super upfront about it because
Okay.
I don't have to waste anybody else's time. If that's a deal breaker for them, that's
see.
completely fine, and I don't judge people for that being a deal
Where do I
breaker at all. That's,
engineering?
I am super
Never
upfront
mind.
about it.
Question for you. How many girls work at the brothel that you're at?
It depends. I would say it's usually between maybe like 5 to 8
On a given day.
on an average, I would say.
But like maybe there's dozens in total throughout the year. Is that fair to
Oh,
say?
yes.
Perhaps even more.
There's like a rotating schedule.
It rotates.
I
okay.
would call it, yeah.
And I mean, of the girls that work there,
It's all really expensive,
are they
bro.
married?
Shit.
Are they in relationships? Have you heard from them?
I don't go out of my way to ask everybody that I meet. We're all about.
I can't
minding
afford
our
any
own
of this
business
realistic.
and not
Oh, maybe
crossing
this one.
Professional and personal boundaries.
It'll take a bit, but we'll get it done.
I am aware of several that are in happy relationships. I can't tell you what gender
Mm-hmm. Sure.
those relationships are, but
Yeah.
not
and-
at all uncommon.
Okay. Because it would seem to me that the majority of men don't want to have romantic or sexual relationships with a active prostitute. But so your boyfriend
is complete.
like do you work, is it like 5 days a week? How does it work?
Well, the place I work at, Bella's Ranch, is open 24/7. So I can take a day off or a night off whenever I please. I kind of make my own schedule and
But you said it was like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off.
yeah, I'll travel up there to where it is and I
Okay.
will stay there for 2 weeks at a time.
Sure.
And work whichever days I feel like while I'm
I
up
see.
there, and then I leave and go back home.
Okay, and so go back, do you live with your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay, and so you go back home after a day of working, back home to where you and your boyfriend live.
Yeah, after the 2 weeks that I've been up there, I go back home and we live together.
Oh, wait, so you stay there, I'm saying, like, he doesn't live in that region, so you'll be apart
No.
from him for 2 weeks.
Yes.
You'll stay at the location, at the brothel.
Yes.
Is
and
the
then-
relationship open?
Open? What do you like? A completely open
Yeah, like you guys
relationship?
can just sleep with whoever you want. He can sleep with whoever he wants.
I wouldn't really know what to call it. We're both very open people. We're very comfortable, very confident people. Communication, trust, and
What the fuck is going on here?
Key in a lot of relationships, but especially in
Is
one
he
like
allowed to
this.
bone other chicks? Is what I'm asking.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, the half
So
dozen
it's an open.
that I didn't have room
With
for.
communication, of course, it's not like you can just be like, "I'm going to the
Do
store."
you, but it is overtly open relationship. So it's ethical non-monogamy. So he'll tell you, like, has he told you, BTW, babe, I'm gonna go fuck Becky?
No.
I thought you said you
I
have
mean, it
open
just hasn't come up
communication.
yet. It's
So wait,
completely on the
has he?
table, but
So I understand that he can sleep with other women.
But has he?
Has he slept with other women?
no.
But you
Wild.
said there's open. So it's Do you sleep with other men in a
How do I start the
non-work
fucking-
capacity?
I don't know.
Do you
But that's by my
do you
choice
sleep with him?
personally. Yeah.
I'm so
And you guys
confused.
have a
How do I start the?
sex life? I imagine. Yeah. Okay. And he's okay. Like, does he need like a 24 to 48 hour window after you fucked a guy? Like, maybe we can pause on the kissing. Maybe we can wait a little bit for sex. Or
It takes me like 2 days to get home, so we've never really had a conversation like that before.
But he'll kiss. Does he kiss you when you walk in the door?
Yeah.
Wait, all of a sudden
Do
it's
you
a
get
fucking
tested?
full. It was half of
we
a
get tested
skull,
every single week.
motherfuckers.
But do you, like, for example, let's say you, like, is there a specific day of the week, like Wednesday, or it varies?
I think it just changed recently, but it's one of the earlier weekdays, routinely
So
every
Monday.
single. Like, for example, every Monday morning at 9 a.m. And that's, I can't give out the exact
Yeah,
schedule of
we
when we
understand.
actually do that, but
Yeah.
every Monday morning, at 9 a.m., a doctor comes
Gets the
and we do
test.
all of our testing. There's blood testing and there's swabs. very
Sure.
thorough.
So, you might work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Subsequent to the test, right? You'll have sex subsequent to the test, and then you'll go home, and then have sex
Yeah,
with your
can I put it-
boyfriend.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
overlap the testing. I will usually leave on,
You leave.
you know, before I leave, I'll just do the testing again because it's just convenient.
Well, so just to be clear, every week you work, you'll have sex, then you'll take the STD test, and that'll be the last thing you do. Then you leave to go home.
Yeah, I make sure to include one in before I go.
Which, of course, though, even if you did do that, STDs can take days, weeks, or even months to show up. So even if you did the STD test, you did one, that was the last thing you did, and then you waited for the results. That's kind of an interesting component. But so he's okay, your boyfriend's okay with you having sex with other men for money while in a relationship, and he doesn't fuck other women.
He's more than welcome to. He's just
But you don't.
busy.
He's busy. But. Okay.
Wait, can I ask, do you guys have to wear
I don't know.
protection?
Oh, at the brothels, protection is required for absolutely everything.
Okay.
There is no kind of
Even
any kind of
like
business.
oral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Required.
This is earmuffs, Andrew. You know, I'd rather, if I had to wear a condom during a BJ, I'd rather just not get the BJ.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's kind of like with hand jobs. I'd rather just not even have a hand job.
interface initiated.
So it's like, you know what, Andrew, do you want a BJ with a condom on? It's like, look, hey, you know, you got, for the brothel shit, of course.
Legally required.
But
what is this debate, Brian? What is this
Andrew,
debate?
I don't even. Never mind. Hold on. Okay. So, anyways, well, we have. Mick, can you go ahead and then head down? Okay. I'm gonna read some super chats. We have Kenneth Goudreau. Thank you, Kenneth. Second time super chatting. The lady missed the Brian before respect. Leave it. Hang 1 second, Nick. Leave it to a woman to mess it up. Once again, from the Crucible, love whatever pod. Thank you. This is how I found Mr. Wilson. Brookson, don't know how you do it. You're the legend, my friend. Kenneth, thank you, sir. I really appreciate your super chat. You're a fucking legend yourself. Appreciate your very generous $100 super chat, my friend. Guys, read 100, TTS 200. Andrew's going out for a smoke. Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, why don't you guys entertain the audience for 30 seconds?
They don't like that.
Oh, you could tell them about your special things. Oh. This is fun. I thought it was going to be worse. He's actually quite nice.
On my way.
By the way. Even though his opinions are bad, he's not bad to talk to.
That was fun to answer questions.
Also, I was on the pod that Priscilla was on the first time. Is she coming back? Is Priscilla coming?
You weren't on that.
I was? No, not last time, but last Sunday.
I'm walking here.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you were on that. That's true.
Is she coming back?
Yeah.
Confirmed.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So she's joining. Yeah, actually, if you want to take that chair and then just move it, so you're taking that mic now, and then yeah.
If she tries to hit one of you guys, do you want me to
Are you?
protect
Oh, you're gonna. Wait. Do you want me to what?
protect you?
Yes, protect me, Sam.
Well, I just
Are you gonna be my bodyguard?
Sure.
If you see her get up and try to come over here, you need a. You got to jump on her.
Rolling.
All right.
You gonna protect me?
I'll protect you.
Acknowledge.
How much you weigh?
100 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah, got it, dude.
Yo, chat. Sav is gonna be my bodyguard. I need it. You're gonna be my bodyguard.
Moving out.
That's crazy.
I can do like 4 pull-ups.
Yeah, let me see here. I'm probably gonna have to adjust the camera angles a little bit. Guys, Andrew Wilson's just out on the balcony doing a little smoke break. Guys, if you enjoy the stream, like the video, twitch.tv/whatever. If you're watching on Twitch, drop us a follow and Prime sub. Also, the BTS before Priscilla comes in. She attacked Andrew on Sunday. If you want to see the behind the scenes footage of that, you can go to discord.gg/whatever. Join our Discord, guys. We've got a great community. So be sure to check that out. Also, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards the podcast. Thomas donated $3. Thank you, man. Colin donated $15. Thank you on Cash App. Jasper, thank you for the 5 on Cash App. Noah, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Randy, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Really appreciate you guys.
Just the one?
Whatever pod, Venmo, Cash App. One sec. And then let's see if there's anything else. No, that's it. Reed is 100. TTS is 200. If you want to get it in, this is going to get. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, can you scoot to that chair, please?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna adjust you a little bit, but scoot over to that chair for the time being, and then we have another individual joining us here in just a moment. Oh, Andrew's still on the balcony. Lovely timing.
He's gonna love it.
Commander?
It's like
All good?
Christmas.
Okay.
Yay!
Yeah, just grab a new release over there.
Receiving you.
Hey, what's going? Can you turn that off?
Ah.
All right.
Prototype.
So, welcome everybody.
50% more heat. Wonderful.
I'll protect you too, Andrew.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good times. Good times. So, yeah. Oh, and honey, you said that you do fish content, like waterboarding.
Are you looking at the list?
I'm looking at the thing you sent us.
Yeah.
Wait, but here, let's do a bit of adjustment with the microphones here. So what I meant by like sit there. So can I sound just a teeny bit? Okay, let me see if I still have you in frame there. That should be good.
Oh my god, that was a big hit.
That chair that way. Scoot that mic that way. Scoot that mic.
Not
that
really.
way.
Oh,
Can you like?
dude,
get
what is this
into
fucking
the
aim?
side, please? I'm trying to. I'll try to get everybody in frame.
Oh, there's 3 as well. We're kind of screwed.
To get people in frame. Oh, yeah, Priscilla. Oh, can you not have here? You got to take that thing off if you can, and just like you can leave it anywhere. It's fine. That's gonna be. Yeah.
I keep getting the urge to like bite the microphone. Do you get that or no?
Go ahead. Or well, don't bite it, but you can.
You don't get that?
Go ahead, show us, but don't bite it.
Well, that's what I. Well, if you're telling me to bite it but not bite it, how does that make sense? Can't
Never
do,
mind.
Can't do both.
Roger.
Okay.
All right, Priscilla, please, why don't you join us here at the table? Well, why are you going that way? Just
I don't know why.
that, you know, the first up in the seat would be good.
Hello. Nice to see you again.
Oh great, it's speech impediment girl.
do you want to introduce
My
yourself
SRMs are
to
out.
the people?
I am Priscilla.
Sweet.
I'm your spaniel.
That's dope. Okay, welcome. All right, so Priscilla, you wanted to come back for a redemption episode. I guess where do we start? Do you want to say sorry to Andrew? Maybe.
No, but I do want to say I do want to admit that I am ignorant of the YouTube rules and all of that.
Locking
and so
on.
I do feel
Damn,
bad about
good shots.
Hope we can salvage that.
kind of pooping on
I'm black
the,
on AC-20
the
ammo.
show. And so I do apologize to you, Brian,
Oh,
Good to go.
for that.
wow.
Because that I'm very ignorant about. The YouTube stuff I'm learning slowly. So
Yeah, there's just certain words like the platforms don't allow,
Headed
like, or it'll like demonetize the video. So we try to avoid saying certain words,
Firing on target.
slurs. There's certain topics that
That
we go
didn't
over
hit.
before the show, like, hey, don't bring this up. So, yeah. But you did kinda, get in Andrew's face a little bit.
All weapons committed.
No, I had it coming apparently.
Did he have? Did this monster here? Did he have it coming?
that was the first time I've ever met you.
And it was love at first sight.
So why did you try to dress me down? Like,
Systems and holding.
He's a married man. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't really like. That all happened because you came back. I didn't say a word to you, and then he came
Standing
back and started
by.
trying to dress me down. That's when I made fun of you.
I thought it was interesting that I presented a thought about an argument that you made in the past.
Order
and then
acknowledged.
instead of having a proper rebuttal, you just attacked my character.
Oh wait. So well, first of all, I didn't attack your character. I made fun of your voice, but the thing is
That's part of my character.
when you came back, you know
Confirmed.
for you to do X, Y, Z. That's not an argument.
I didn't say
I'm
who
ready.
are you to do X,
Yeah, you
Y,
did. You
Z.
said that's her culture. Who are you to question her culture? So you weren't making an
I
argument.
said you don't know about her
Yeah,
culture.
you were trying to take.
I think that's laughable.
Yeah, you were trying to take a shot at me on your way out the door, and so I took a shot at you back. Otherwise, I
Target
would have been
confirmed.
And by the way, up until
That
that
was
point,
not about you. That was
yeah.
that was about
Like that shot.
No, you
An
were
argu-
you were
DC-20
getting into
ammo
it. You're like,
depleted.
and you, Andrew, blah 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 blah, and then I
Roger
made fun of
that.
you a little bit. But before that, I'm totally respectful to you as long as you
Sorry.
respect me. Is that not true? Did I say something before that was disrespectful?
I was on my way out, and I want to say it's like the equivalent of punching someone while they're turned around.
You came back
And I think
to
it's-
yell at me.
I did not come back to yell at you.
Yes, you did. You were leaving, and then you came.
I-
You said, "Brian, you're a
And I-
small
and I
man."
said
Then, as
sorry.
you were leaving, you came to take a shot at me. So then I made fun of you a little bit.
Yeah, me directly.
Well, we got the PPC. That was the
Not
main
my
damaging team.
So I wanted for you to personally attack Brian.
No, that was rude, but Brian. But
Hot damn, let's do this.
that is between Brian and.
Oh,
me.
I see.
I'm
So
here.
the thing is like you weren't turning around to take shots at me. You were just turning around because you wanted to make an argument on your way out the door. That's very strange.
I guess I felt unheard, and I wanted to feel heard, and I wanted to get my say, and I felt like
I'm there.
my voice was being
Engaging.
sort of.
No, how was I? I didn't have any. Yeah, I was literally just sitting here. I didn't do anything to you.
Scored a critical hit. My SRMs are out.
Then I made fun of you slightly because you
Not slightly.
you
I
decided
think
to
it's really
you
weird.
decided to dress me down. Yeah, I don't think it was that bad.
No idea.
Yeah, it was get in your face and shove the chairs.
Yes,
and
Commander.
I
and
did
it was
not
that bad.
shove the chair.
You pull up the video.
I moved the chair.
Yeah,
Not
it was-
shove the chair and move
Onward.
the chair in my direction so that you can look at me in my eyes,
Oh.
because I think that in order to have proper empathy, you should probably look at someone in their eyes.
Yes, Commander.
It's not funny, it's true. I was like, okay, well, if he wants to look at me in my face and mock me, okay, like at least you're
Well, you
looking
were-
at me, not while I'm
you
turned
were-
around going to leave.
Well, you were doing things which were mock-worthy, and no, you weren't turned around to leave. You
Just
were
being
standing.
myself
You were
is
standing there
mock-worthy.
yelling at me, and I mocked you to your face. You weren't leaving, and I mocked you. You forget the part where you turned to me, and
I was
it
not
started to.
I was
lay-
not yelling.
You started to lay into me, and so I mocked you, and then
You're
you
right.
went around the table, shoved the chair, got right in my face,
Right.
Put your face down.
I did not clench
Right?
my fist.
Losing your minds.
I was not losing my mind.
Losing your mind.
And then
You
I
are
thought it was
hysterical.
interesting how when
I'm receiving
This
you.
is like woman revisionist
I
history.
thought, no, you know what's funny is that if I was a man,
Copy that,
you
Commander.
would not be so audacious, because
No, you're right. I
you
would've thrown you out the
know,
window.
you know,
right? That's true. I would have just thrown you right
you
out
would
the
have thrown.
window.
No, okay, so let me no. If I was a bigger
receiving
man
you.
than you,
Mhm.
you would not flap your mouth
Do you
like that,
think that-
because
Going.
you know that I am less powerful than
It's
you
really
physically.
funny. Most men.
That's why
Do
you're
you
doing that.
realize that I was in an ordeal kerfuffle in Miami, Florida, with a guy who was
Shocker.
Need something.
a guy who was massive, roid raged out of his fucking mind, and he was threatening to do bodily harm to me live on a stage, right next
the
to
move.
me. I didn't back down an inch. I don't give a shit if you're a man or you're not a man.
No, I'm not saying
Arguments,
that.
arguments are arguments. When people go crazy and try to make them physical,
I did not go
Can-
crazy.
about Andrew, the man in question was a large
Critical hit, Commander.
man, bald. I'm not saying that to insult, but he was blasted in tattoos, and he was an ex-convict.
and he was massive.
Massive, huge dude. I'm not just saying. And Andrew looked him in
everything
the
you got.
face. I don't even know if you looked at him. You're just like, I'm not even scared. And Andrew wasn't scared at all. To be fair, it was Florida, and Andrew was armed with a firearm.
But I'm armed with a firearm everywhere.
Damage is minor, Commander.
Because it's just generally speaking a good idea.
Waiting for
Especially
orders.
for women.
I don't disagree with that. Except usually they don't get sufficient training, and so their
Affirmative.
gun gets used against them. But
Targeting for
I don't
physical
disagree.
attack.
I prescriptively think that women should probably carry firearms. I think it's a good idea.
I really
But
wish we could
aside,
do that
I
here.
didn't run and get in your face.
We need to be able to do that here.
Didn't run over to you.
Unbelievable we can't.
Now I want you to view it this way. If you were sitting there and I did the same thing, how would I be viewed?
No, but I do want to say that you are stronger, and there
Acknowledge.
is that power.
Oh, I see. So you do whatever you want to me because
Not
I
whatever
can't
I
do
want.
harm to you.
But I did not touch you, so I think
Yeah.
it's weird that you
You're-
framed it as assault.
Because you're banking on female.
I did not throw anything near you, so
You're banking
there was
on
nothing.
female privilege. The idea is I can do whatever I want to you because the public appearances, if you did something to me, right, you would viciously attacked for hurting the poor little girl who didn't do nothing except run over and get in your face and talk about shit.
If I wanted to play victim, then I wouldn't have asked you to come outside with me and to talk about it. I wasn't trying to play victim.
No. Do you understand how it sounds when somebody says, let's go outside when they're upset?
That's
Do you
fine.
think that sounds like they want to have rational discourse, or do you think that sounds like they want to physically tangle with
We
you?
would have talked about it,
Mission
and then if you
successful.
felt that was appropriate, and that's what had, then there definitely would have had to be consent on both sides.
It just sounded to me like it sounds to me like a bunch of excuse making.
I think it's very.
You deserve it.
Okay.
It's totally appropriate. If the roles were reversed, that wouldn't be okay. But I can do it to you because you're stronger than me. Therefore, it's okay.
Did I hit you? Did I
You
inflict
definitely
physical?
shoved my chair. Yeah.
I shoved it, or did I pull it?
Yeah. If I walked over here to where you are and pulled your chair and got in your face, but didn't actually touch you, what would the perception be?
That's because the argument earlier was that you are stronger than I am,
So
right?
therefore, you're justified where I'm not.
No, so you are using that against me because you think
Because
that
I ran
will
over
not,
to you?
No, you think that I'm not gonna say anything because, of course, that's emotion is important. You can't just
who said you couldn't
shove
say
that aside.
anything?
I'm saying that's something that if you're just talking crap,
Yeah.
then whether I'm a man or a woman,
Yeah.
would it make
I
sense?
hate these because they're one
be
shots.
sort of
You fire them off and that's
antagonizing
it.
the person, sort of
Completely
inciting
useless after that.
some sort of response from that
I
person?
mean, they're okay if you're like, oh, I only have like 4 tons left. You know what I mean? You can't really put an LRM in there with 4 tons.
A thought that you had.
Yeah, you were trying to take parting. You were trying to take parting shots where I just sat
Or
there
an
and took it.
SRM.
You're trying to take parting shots where I sat there and took it. You want to get your. That's why you went over to the mic and were like, "You're all small dicked." It's the same shit. You're trying to get your dunks in for your parting shots, and I didn't let you have your parting shot. You got upset. You ran over here because you didn't get your parting shot. Freaked out, embarrassed yourself, made yourself look bad, and now your argument to me is, well, Andrew, it's true if you came over and
Oh,
did that.
come
to
on.
me,
Why
it
does it
would've
say no
looked
contract
terrible
available?
and awful, but it's okay. I can do it. Well, because you're stronger.
Oh,
than
there's
me, so
more.
therefore, I'm justified doing horrible things to you that you're not justified doing to me. That's
Oh,
literally
I'm
your
on
argument
duty
right
for like a bunch of.
Just
Wow,
pointing
that
that out.
sucks.
I want to say that you
I didn't realize this was like a late thing.
considered harassment.
Oh, it's for tomorrow, guys. Fuck. I'm gonna pass out. I didn't realize it was a month-long contract. If they're all that easy, with that amount of payout, I might get a couple of million out of it though, so should be good. Then we can start on the real mix, right? But up until then, we're gonna have to take it easy. Alright boys, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time, every goddamn day of the week. Peace the hell out, boys. Ta-ta.